Good morning, everybody, and welcome to an historic broadcast from Flywheel Festival here at Bicester Heritage. This is the 10th anniversary of this particular event, and it's great to see it back in rude health after a couple of years, of course, where COVID took its toll. We'll be here all day today and tomorrow, live across the world. My name's John Hindhaugh. I'll introduce you to the rest of the team in a moment. As you can see, we've got our first group of cars ready to go out any moment now, but that's the wheel part. Let's go and talk to a gentleman up here about the fly part, because we have some very important flying things coming in. Steve Slater is with us. Hello, Steve. Good morning. How are you doing?
Excellent, thanks. Yeah, going to be a cracking day, even though the rain's going through.
Well, we can't be at what was RAF Bicester without having the fly to go with the wheel, and we've got a couple of special guests coming in actually relatively shortly.
Well, we're keeping our eyes peeled out to the east, because coming in from Duxford is one aircraft which is very much linked with the history of Bicester, and that's the Bristol Blenheim. And this airfield was during all of the Second World War, was the main training ground for the crews as they came together to be light bomber crews flying the Bristol Blenheim. And coming along with it is also the oldest flying Spitfire in the world, not even a Battle of Britain veteran. This was a veteran of the Battle of France and actually crash landed at Dunkirk in 1940, and that Spitfire is the oldest and most original early Spitfire in the world. So looking forward to seeing both of those coming in, and there's about 28 other visiting aircraft all lining up, plus one or two of the resident aircraft from here, including things like Piper Cubs and vintage biplanes and various other things. So they're all out on the line, and when we get an opportunity between the cars running, we'll have a quick chat about some of them as well.
Try and stay dry. I noticed he's got the hat on. First to go out in that dark red Riley will be John J-Lo. I spoke to him yesterday down at Blue Diamond, and we've got, as you can see, a decent array of rally cars. It has been spitting just a little bit. The groups here are named. Rally is the first one, but they are quite eclectic, and you'll see some tenuous links as we go through today and tomorrow. And with the sound of an aircraft above us, and just before we get underway, let's head to the commentary booth for a description of what we'll see for the rest of today and tomorrow with Andrew Marriott. And first, good morning to Martin Haven.
Yes, good morning, everybody. Hello, Johnny. And welcome to Bicester Heritage, one of the funnest places in the UK if you are into anything to do with petrol. As John said, former World War II base, one of the bases when Lord Trenchard was exploding the RAF between the wars, that was built as a bomber base. And so the Bristol Blenheim was predominantly the aircraft that flew here, but Hawker Harts and all sorts of other things. And it has been a flying base ever since. And then just over a decade ago was taken over. And the renovation of this place, Andrew Marriott, has been astonishing. It's sort of a time warp that's been mothballed, because none of it was demolished and none of it was changed between when it stopped being a serving RAF base in the 80s to the 2000s. But it has been sympathetically restored, and every time you come, this place looks better and better and better.
Absolutely right, Martin. I think you just summed it up. It has been sympathetically restored, but it's across the ages here. We're seeing the very latest electric cars out here. We're seeing cars from pre-war and lots of different, I think there's over 60 different businesses working here now. Yeah. And you mentioned that if you're interested in petrol, but if you're interested in gin, there's a distillery here. If you're interested in beer, there's actually a brewery here. I think we've got the first car. This is this Riley Sprite, which took part in the RAC Rally back in 1936. It's going to go on this circuit sitting to the left of our commentary position here, which is basically a figure eight. It doesn't cross over, of course, but going to be demonstrated. And David Parry is at the wheel. He owns the Blue Diamond Riley Services outfit, who walked past their place earlier on, one of the many businesses here. Fantastic array of Rileys. So Blue Diamond, of course, the shape of the Riley badge. That's why he calls his business that. Apparently 51 of these Sprites were produced in Coventry. And there he goes, the first car onto the circuit for Flywheel 2023. Lovely sound from the maroon car. A little puff of smoke, Martin, as he changed gear. And I think it has dried out a bit, that track now, hasn't it?
A little bit. I mean, we didn't have heavy rain in any way. It's just been a few sprinkles. So we've still got the door of the broadcast centre, or the van, open to allow the drizzle in. So, right, it's such a pretty little thing. The beautiful beetle back on these cars I really adore. Riley's built in Coventry. So many defunct marques, now defunct marques, were built in Coventry. It was the home of the British motor industry. 1500cc four-cylinder engine, and the Riley engine was used not just in the Rileys, but in a number of other specials as well. And as you can see, flowing wings and mudguards. I mean, absolutely classic 1930 style to this car. And this, as a rally car, was one of their flagship marques, one of their flagship models, but
Wire wheels, of course, on the car. This particular car was owned by Sir Anthony Bamford of JCB fame for a while, and David Parry bought this car in 2018, registration number BAH900, and he's giving a nice little airing here, isn't he?
Yeah, and still rallies, not so much in the forest these days, but road rallying. So it placed 4th place overall on the recent Flying Scotsman, which is
back in the day when he did the RAC rally. This car did it wasn't forest rallying. That came in. That basically came in the middle 50s.
We'll see some more, though. We will see more forest rally machinery as well in this group of cars. Indeed.
Oh, did it miss firing a little bit here?
No,
it's just now we've got our second car away.
Exactly. So the second car, now that has got a little bit of misfire. Now this is a smaller engine. You associate the name Lagonda with large luxury cars, but this is a Lagonda, the 1934 Lagonda Rapier Zagato. Zagato, of course, the Italian styling house that gave it that particular moniker. 1100cc, twin overhead cam, so quite a sophisticated engine. Unfortunately for Lagonda, that made it quite an expensive small car, and although it was sporting, probably didn't find an awful lot of recipients in the market. But good brakes, good handling, and a pretty little thing as well.
Yeah, built-in stains, these particular cars. They came in various different body styles.
And nowadays, Staines has not a very strong motoring reputation, but Staines and nearby Feltham in the pre-war era were
after Martin. Two planes up in the air now, look, Martin.
Yeah, so we've got a yellow Tiger Moth, and the red one, is that a Cub?
Well, we need Steve Slater for that, don't we?
I need better eyes than that, actually. Are they two Cubs or a Moth and a Cub? Yes. So the two aircraft that are just taken off are both doing pleasure flights. You can sign up for those, pay up for those.
Oh dear, the Lagonda Rapier doesn't sound very healthy at all, does it?
No, really doesn't, unfortunately. Next up, however, we will get back down to our start line with something perhaps a little more familiar with the younger members of the audience.
Hewlett Mark II Escort, ex-Ari Vatanen and Terry Hannanen, and you, sir, are?
Rob Smith.
Rob, thank you for bringing this lovely car. It's just a little bit damp. Is that the right sort of conditions for you?
Absolutely perfect. A little bit of dampness on the ground will help us break traction. It'll be great fun.
Now, we're not setting any land speed records or forest rally stage records here, but you're going to be spectacular, are you? Give the old girl a proper run out?
Well, yeah, we always try and entertain the crowds a little bit, so we'll do our best.
Have a good one. Go well.
Yeah, well, he's got a BDG engine in that, 260 brake horsepower. This car in the Ari Vatanen colours. Rob Smith, who is at the wheel, we just heard from, as the Peugeot goes first, and that's the Tolman Engineering car. Chris Tolman is now building, I think, some sort of replicas of these cars. The Tolman Edition 205, he calls it.
Yeah, that's they launched that last year, didn't they? The ultimate 205 GTI as a road car. This is a much more familiar in the full 1980s livery, Peugeot Sportworks.
Absolutely.
Of course, the Peugeot Rally Challenge brought names like Richard Burns to the fore.
Richard Burns' seat from his 205 is in this car. This is not his 205. This is another one. It's got a seat that Richard Burns uses.
Now, John, I was firmly expecting John Hindhaugh to be down there salivating over the fact this is running a Peugeot MI16 motor. which he'll be very familiar with. Roundabout, what roundabout? Words that spring to mind immediately in John Hindhaugh's Peugeot off-roading career. Not necessarily intentional, but a 205 GTI again as a customer rally weapon, as a club rally weapon, very popular then in period and still, and a great handling car.
Yeah, Peugeot ran a lot of very successful one-make championships, which developed drivers like Richard Burns, of course.
So John down in the line, salivating over more Escort machinery. Let's catch up with him, see what he's got for us.
Actually, come down to the first all-wheel drive car. This is Steve Rockingham and the next Tommy Mackinnon, Group A Subaru. No, Group N, is it?
So this is a World Rally car.
Oh, it is a
so this is the era after Group A, although the technology is built on from the Group A car.
And are we going to see you get this a little bit sideways?
Well, the trouble is the car's so good, it kind of does it all for you. And it might be a bit out of shape, but not much. But I've got no navigator, it's rained, the tyres are cold and the brakes cold, so anything can happen.
Anything just did happen, John.
It's a figure of 8.
You know what those rally brakes are like.
Have a good one, Steve. Thank you.
Yeah, as they were chatting, the Escort got all out of shape. In fact, broke traction all the way into second gear off the start line. So great demonstration by Rob Smith of exactly what an RS 1800 could do. Of course, everybody says, oh yeah, it's an RS 2000. It's not an RS 2000. The rally version was the RS 1800, BDA, Cosworth Escort, Cosworth engine, and in period, run by David Sutton Cars, who ran Ari Vatten and Dave Richards to the World Rally Championship in Rothman's liveries.
And Rob Smith is really trying hard at that. Rob owns the Vintage Car Radiator Company here at Bicester Heritage and the Vintage Aircraft Radiator Company. And he really is throwing this car around. Now, I know these cars well. I finished 5th on the RSC Rally in 1976 in a car pretty similar to this.
Alongside Andrew Dawson of this parish.
Yes, who I was with yesterday on an event. Fantastic. I mean, the fact that 40 odd years later, these cars look at it. I mean, great shots on the screen there of this car. He's lifting a front wheel. He's really throwing this machine about, Rob Smith.
And they're still so popular as a club rally weapon. Some friends of ours, when I was younger, started in the 1300 Challenge, so 1300 Escorts, 1300 Avengers, that sort of thing. This is Will Onions again, another Group 4 RS Escort, so again mid-70s. Group 4, the big Forest Arches on that. That's what really sort of gives the game away with the English axle, LSD and all of that.
Yeah, I think he's got this car in tarmac spec, hasn't he? Look, he's sitting quite low. Will Onions, to a pretty well-known driver, took part in the Ulster Rally in 2015, one of his best runs.
And this is a current tarmac rally championship contender in the Irish Championship. He lies 4th in the Irish Rally Championship. I tell you what, these guys might run different companies, but they're all got shares in tyre companies as well. We're now getting, so much about motorsport is not just about the pictures. The pictures are great and they show you what's going on, but it's the smell and the sound of the whole thing. It's such a visceral experience, and you're now getting tortured tyre wafting across the aerodrome as well as a bit of oil and fuel unburnt. So all the sights and sounds. Now all you've got to do is make it dark and snowing, and suddenly it's the 1978 RAC Rally all over again.
Absolutely. I'm looking forward to seeing Steve Rockingham, though, in this Subaru. It won't be as spectacular, of course, as two-wheel drive. There's Steve's car. Steve's from Chino. He's one of the stalwarts of the Slowly Sideways group. He owns quite a few of these sort of rally cars. I think he's got another Subaru, which is an ex-McRae one as well. And but this, the ex-Mackinnon car.
And again, our younger visitors will probably recognise these cars, maybe not so much from having seen them in stages, but certainly from having driven them on games and simulators.
Colin McRae's rally game was so huge, wasn't it?
In fact, there's millions of people around the world who actually have no idea that Colin McRae was a rally driver. They only know his name from the game. And certainly US audiences, when he went over and did things like the X Games, they went, oh my God, the guy's real. In the same way that Tony Hawk, very few people saw him compete, but everybody knows him from the games. Same with Colin McRae.
Yeah.
And again, as Steve was saying, very hard to get this car unstuck on gravel, never mind on dry tarmac. So A great opportunity to see it and hear it in action, though.
Yeah, Subaru transformed their image, didn't they, with the Impreza and the Legacy before that,
Yep.
through their great rallying successes in Britain and worldwide. And, before that, we thought of them just a sort of farmer's car.
Well,
didn't
they were very
Yeah.
prosaic. And, I mean, the two go hand in hand. You think about the 205 GTI, that saved Peugeot.
Yeah.
But not just because of its rally success, but also because the road car was a great car.
Yeah.
And the Escort as well, everybody wanted an Escort, whether it was a 1.3L or whether it was a Droop Snoot RS2000, because they were such successful rally cars. You got, first of all, the guys like Roger Clark starring in them, and then
Harry Vatten and
the whole host of Flying Fins, and even guys like Malcolm Wilson. I mean, back when these cars were current, you could build a replica of a factory car in your own garage by going down the RS parts list. You could start 75th on the RAC Rally and finish in the top 10. If you had the ability, the cars were very affordable or very achievable.
I think this is Phil Harris now, the unmarked white Escort, which is going pretty strongly here. Apparently class winner on the Manx, 10th overall in that rally. Class winner on the national section of the Wales Rally GP in 2014, and currently leads his class in the Motorsport UK Asphalt Championship. So Will Rowland's very quick in this asphalt spec Escort. Great to see all these Mark IIs. I much prefer the shape. The Mark 1 obviously came before, with much more bulbous and rounded car, but I actually prefer the shape of this.
I can remember when the Mark 2 came out, and I did think that it was an ugly car, but definitely it has grown. This is, we're guessing now, because all the cars have numbers, but just not on them. This, I think, is Phil Harris. This is a Mark 1.
This is a Mark 1,
And again, this is in full forest spec, so big arches. 2-litre Ford Pinto engine, which is a more affordable and probably just about as tunable version of BDA.
Yeah.
The BDA, initially more powerful, twin-cam, belt-driven, but it is, or BDG, it is a dry sump engine, so requires a little bit more warming up, a little bit more careful looking after, whereas a Ford Pinto just needs the cam doing occasionally. Big handful of opposite.
Little story from the 76 RAC Rally, as I mentioned, took part in. It started at Wembley Stadium, and we had a big sponsorship from Woolworths, Kariba at Woolworths. Kariba was their own brand soft drink, and we had personality girls. I think we started the rally with two of these girls sat on the bonnet for a photo opportunity, and they threatened to actually disqualify us, the outside assistance. I had to do a bit of quick talking to stop that, actually, but I still got a photograph of these girls on it.
Different times,
Happy
Andrew.
day.
Different times,
Yeah.
everybody. 1971 Ford Escort, great looking machine. And again, one of the joys, I think, for the drivers and owners of these cars is that it just brings out the inner hooligan. It absolutely does. And they respond well. They are better driven sideways. Everything.
Yeah, they go quicker sideways.
Modern radial tyres prefer to go straight, but the dynamics of rallying, even on tarmac, is that sideways does work.
Now I think we see one of the real veterans of rallying. This is Phil Squires with his twin brother Mick. They have been rallying since 1988, and the only season they missed since then was during COVID in 2020.
Wow.
Won the Welsh Forest Rally Championship in 91 and 95. And last year, Phil actually didn't take Mick with him, but he went all the way down to New Zealand for the Silver Fern Rally. But he's a regular in the British Historic Rally Championships, a very successful series. And also done very well in the Roger Albert Clark Rally, which is one of the biggest historic rallies in Britain. 5th in 08, 6th in the 06. And he knows how to throw this car about. But 33 years they've been rallying Escorts, and if you want parts for an Escort Mark II, you go to Stoke-on-Trent and you go and see the Squire brothers, and they will fix you up with whatever you need.
So they started when they were 5, is what you're saying? Right, okay. Is that worth discount?
Yeah.
Yeah, it must be. So, in fact, that is the first of 2 Squires family Escorts, because Phil Squires is at the line at the moment in the blue car. That's a later, that's 1978. So we're getting towards the end of the Escort era. But you can see the difference. If you look at the red car on camera now, again, it's got the big, wider, boxy Group 4 Forest arches. The blue car, which Chris Squires is going to drive, that doesn't have the big arches. So this is more of a sort of clubman spec car.
Now we need to do a little bit of reporting here, because I think this is the son of, but which of the 2 Squires?
Right. So Dad and Uncle would have been in the red car. This will be we're not sure which is Dad and which is Uncle.
Yes, absolutely. Right.
And there was no one to ask when we went tyre kicking earlier on.
No, there wasn't.
And bacon sandwich buying. Actually, tyre kicking came as a secondary concern there. So Chris Squires, again, you can see from behind, particularly the slimmer look. It hasn't got the big forest arches. So this would have been a Group 1 car in period. Nobody really bothered with Group 2 or Group 3. You either went full house, factory spec Group 4 car, or you were clubman spec. So from 1300cc upwards, so 1300 challenge cars would look like this, the 1600cc class as well, and a 2-litre class as well.
This has got a 1600 engine. Yeah. This one, I think.
So 1600 Crossflow, one of the most tunable Ford engines ever built.
Just beautiful around this bottom corner here, or the entry corner, maybe we call it.
And again, if you don't have that much power to boot it loose, you just throw it in a bit. And Escorts respond superbly well to that. Yeah. Just chuck them in and then, drive it with the right foot. Steering wheel optional extra, mostly for decoration.
Yes.
And the rule with these, and I'm sure Andy would bear that out in all his rallying career, he spent very little time looking through the windscreen.
That's right, look through the sideways.
Yeah, as long as you've got the front wheels going where you want, then you can drive it off the back wheels. And a great looking run from Chris Squires.
I think we've got one more Escort to come, haven't we? Jonathan Milchevich.
Yeah.
Who is better known as a racing driver, actually.
Yep.
He been very successful in Formula Junior and Formula 3 cars. He's got a Brabham BT 21A. I've seen him race quite a few times. But he's a multi-discipline guy. Yep. He's got this 1972 RS 1600. And apparently the engine came out of Caterham.
Well, no, the engine was originally in an Escort, then fitted into a Caterham, won a Caterham championship, and then somebody obviously decided they wanted to go rallying again. And again, the Mark 1 shape, the rounded front, that sort of little beaded front with the twin headlights and the narrower grille, that was completely different on the Mark II car, but it's got rounded sort of bubble arches as well. So again, this is a full forest. And the reason for the wider arches was not just for wider tyres on tarmac, for a bit more clearance as well when you've got...
suspension travel.
Yes, exactly, particularly for the gravel stages.
I love the story that Jonathan's dad, John, founded his... family motor business in Northampton. It's just called John's Motors.
well, what more do you want? Arthur Daly's Honest Motors.
Right, what have we got next then?
Well, we have one final rally car. One final car to go.
We've gone full circle now because we've gone back to a 1930s rally.
Well, we haven't actually.
Oh, no, we haven't. We've got an Alfa out there. We were expecting a Riley, but no, we've got this Alfa.
Yeah, so we've got a gorgeous GTA, I'm thinking, rather than GTAM Alfa. So, again, the 2-litre GTV or 1300, 1500, 1750, 2000 GTV Alfa, the one with the slope front. And this is a great looking thing.
Yeah, they are, aren't they?
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm guessing, it hasn't got the big full arches, so it won't be a GTAM, which was the absolutely stripped out full race version. But I don't have notes on this 2-litre Alfa.
In Europe, they had lots of great battles with Lotus Cortinas and so on, didn't they? I think this is a bit of an extra, a bit of a bonus car we've got in this particular group.
Less of a rally car, certainly to fans in this country, and definitely more of a historic race car. Exactly in the 1970s, in the European Touring Car Champion, Alfa were very much a dominant force until the big German manufacturers BMW and Ford came along with turbocharged engines. But likes of Dutchman Twan Hazemans winning double winner of the European Touring Car Championship in the 1970s with Alfa Romeo GT AMs. So the GT AM was a more stripped out and even more powerful and highly tuned version of this.
Nice little circuit, isn't it?
Yeah.
They built here, and it shows these cars off very well indeed, I think.
A bit less of a hooligan than the
Yeah.
Escort drivers, as you would expect from a
Yes.
gentleman in an Alfa Romeo.
Yes, well, flamboyant Italian in it might be a bit more sideways.
Little bit of class.
Looking in the skies, wondering when that Spitfire and the Blenheim's going to come, but it's meant to be quite soon, isn't it?
Yeah.
Meanwhile, we're going to move on to the next group,
Now
which
then.
is called 1963.
Excellent.
So we're talking about a diamond anniversary, aren't we?
We are. Oh, and by the way, while we're talking
Oh, we
about
got Lotus Cortina, Mark 1 here in the traditional colours, white with the sage stripes down it.
and while we're talking about anniversaries, it is the official birthday of His Majesty the King this morning. So congratulations
Yes.
and many happy returns to him. It's a 1963 diamond anniversary. I mean, these are, again, cars that you see an awful lot of, or would have seen an awful lot of. The Ford Cortina, even those who were not alive when Cortinas were a thing, you'll know the name. It was Ford's family car in two-door or four-door or estate version from the Mark 1 on. And Colin Chapman came along, decided the car was a very tunable thing, and it's originally 1500cc
John McQuirk,
engine.
yeah.
Was replaced by a 1600 twin cam Lotus tuned engine, Lotus tuned suspension, and the likes of Jim Clark, Graham Hill, and many more
others,
made
and
the
Jack
cars.
Sears,
Yeah, very
Frank
successful.
Gardner. When I was just a kid, a callow youth at 21, and got my first job at Motoring News.
1985.
1963. I'd only ever driven a Mini. It's the only thing I'd ever driven, except the Triumph Herald that I passed my test in.
Right.
And they handed me the keys to a Cortina GT. And 2 years later, I moved on to a Lotus Cortina. Didn't get paid much working for Motoring News, but
There
you've
were
got good
perks.
cars.
There were
I had
perks.
a great, I had a Super Mark II Lotus Cortina.
Now, I'm guessing, actually, we're flying by the seat of our pants.
We
here,
are a bit
effectively.
now, aren't we?
I'm guessing that the Alfa actually might have been in the 63 group as well, although slightly out of order. That might have been Bent Jacobsen in a
Yeah, I
2-litre GTV.
And this is John McQuirk, we know,
Yeah.
so maybe we
Lotus
they
Cortina.
jumble the 63 cars up a bit, I think, is the answer.
Yeah.
Or we haven't got all of them, or some are coming tomorrow, or, whatever.
Well, listen, my 1963 Morris Minor is in the garage, so I didn't get it out last
yes,
night, which I'm apologising for the rain, because clearly if I had brought it, it wouldn't be raining.
Well, we've got something in common, other than the fact you're a foot taller than me.
You've got a
I
1963 Morris Minor as well.
No, but I got a 1963 Turner with the same engine that's in your Morris Minor, or it was. I took it out and put a Morris Ital engine in it. But here we got a plane coming.
I was going to say, is yours a 1275 as well, but it clearly is.
It is, yes.
Exactly.
So
Now, this is one of the
Steve
pleasure
Slater's
flight
just outside.
aircraft.
Going to tell
Yeah.
us what's going on. Steve.
Right, hang on a second. I
Oh,
shall.
yeah.
Tell us about the plane.
Steve Slater here, who just stopped being the boss, chief executive of the Light Aircraft Company, but knows more about this than anybody else in the world.
Well, certainly, possibly standing here anyway.
Now you're going to commentate on people in a marquee, but we did see a plane going in.
We did see a lovely de Havilland Tiger Moth in the circuit just about to land. What we are keeping our eyes skyward for, of course, is the arrival of the Blenheim and Spitfire, which are expected to be in the next 10 to 15 minutes.
If I know
so if our
Mr.
cameraman can pick up on that,
If I know Mr. Slater, he's probably listening in on some radio channel to hear them talking.
Well, ironically, you see that little white marquee that's out on the flight line. My
Yes.
radio's in there.
Oh dear.
So I'm working visual like everybody else.
Yeah. Well, there's something taxiing there, Steve. Now look, is that the?
I don't quite have the sight of the screen,
No.
but I'm guessing that is a lovely aeroplane called a Champion Citabria, which is aerobatic
right.
spelt backwards, which is
really?
an aerobatic two-seater, and that's been off on with the classic flight experiences, giving somebody an experience ride, and no doubt a little bit of upside downness.
Yes.
So,
yeah.
So all good fun, and there's both the Tiger Moth and the Citabria can do gentle aerobatics with passengers on board, so that's great. And we've got a nice little lineup of aeroplanes. I saw Tim Orchard, a former Concorde pilot, actually landing in his Tiger Moth and taxiing in a few minutes ago. And there's a very rare bird just actually landed and taxied in, which is the de Havilland Hornet Moth, which was the 1935 more executive transport with a closed cockpit and basically you sit on a leather sofa with an armchair.
You wouldn't need any goggles for that, then.
Absolutely not. No, in fact, actually, Geoffrey de Havilland, the founder of de Havilland Aircraft, used to fly one with a Trilby hat on.
Oh. But we're looking forward to maybe, Steve, just a little bit more about this Spitfire that's coming in, because it is a very rare. I mean, there's quite a lot of Spitfires around these days. Some are being rebuilt. A lot of them being converted, I know, to two-seaters. But this is a pretty special one that's going to come here.
It is N3200. It's coming over from Duxford. It's actually maintained by the Aircraft Restoration Company for the Imperial War Museum.
Now, just on screen is the little car company who've got a display. They're another company that's based here at Bicester. Run by Ben Headley, who used to be a top skier at one time. Ben's built up this business here. That's a Ferrari Testarossa. It's 75% shape. It's 75% the full size, so it's three-quarter model, let's say. An Aston Martin DB5. Dad has got to be very, very rich to buy one of these.
Longer arms and shorter pockets than you and I.
Absolutely. There's the Aston Martin. So I think they've got 3 models at the moment.
Yeah.
And I thought they had electric engines.
Smoke. No, this is their Bond Aston. So this is their
so
Bond
it probably has
DB6. No.
There's the Testarossa going round.
So Testarossa followed by the Type 35 Mini Bugatti and the Mini DB6. So the DB6 that you can see, the silver car, that is the Bond Goldfinger version. So it's got the rotating number plates, it's got the machine guns in the headlights, it's got the rocket launchers, and as you can see, it's got the smoke. I'm not sure the ejector seat works.
Well, let's hope not. Apparently Ben has just developed a new model, the Tamiya Wild One Max Launch Edition. Doesn't mean much to me.
Okay, well, the Tamiya Wild One, that will be one of the early Tamiya remote control cars.
Yes, well, they built a model of it, of their latest thing.
And these are built here in a absolute. To say that you'd get thrown out of there for eating your dinner off the floor, but you definitely could eat your dinner off the floor. The workshop, you can see it's glass-walled workshop, so when you're having a wander round, you can look inside and see exactly what a modern production workshop for these cars looks like. It's a fabulous looking thing, so much so that you actually feel that if you went in there and started moving things around, you'd feel ashamed of yourself for making it look untidy. But they're glorious little things. They are all electric engine. They've got maximum speed, I think, of about 35 miles an hour. So that would be quite enough, I think.
Yeah.
As you can see here on their figure of 8, they're just demonstrating their wares. What we need now, of course, is some baddies in a black Ponton Mercedes version to be chasing Bond, don't we? So again, as you can see, the deal with electric vehicles is that you get all of the power and all of the torque all of the time. So the DB6 there just taking off in a cloud of smoke and absolutely rocketing away, and they will all do that as well. Now, overhead, I can see a single engine. What? It's a Piper. Oh, hang on a minute. I need to fade you out, don't I?
This is a Piper Cherokee, one of the most popular light aircraft in the world. It's if you probably call it the Ford Mondeo of the aircraft world. That particular one is what's known as a Cherokee Arrow with the retractable undercarriage. Very nice game places aeroplane, and I think that's about the 4th one coming in today.
Right, I got pre-faded, Steve. So I hadn't. Tell us again about the Piper.
That's a Piper Cherokee. That's quite a big engine one, a 230 horsepower version called a Piper Arrow, and that's 5 or 6 seats even in that aircraft, and very good going places aeroplane. Probably one of the most successful light aircraft in the world.
Piper's still very successful to this day.
To this day, they're still making them. Yeah, they've been making them since the 1960s.
Now, I was sort of expecting John Hindhaugh to be down by the start line now because there's all sorts of Porsches lined up. However, that is not a Porsche. So, right. As you were, everybody.
Oh, it's going backwards now.
Right, so this will be a slightly out of position aero engine device. Is that?
Well, that's a nice Porsche.
Is that the Hispano Switzer Delage? whatever it is,
got an aero
it
engine,
sounds
yeah.
like an aircraft taking off. So I think we're in roughly the right position there. So owner Penny Howard, driven by Roger Parks. It's a combination of a 1926 Hispano-Suiza 27-litre aircraft engine and a 1930 Delage chassis, all possibly the other way around. John's laughing.
No, you got it right.
He's laughing at my pronunciation of Hispano-Suiza. Voiturette. Oh, indeed. Lovely. So just the 27-litre V12. I mean, who hasn't got one in their garage, Steve?
I would love to have one in my garage.
I know.
I think it's actually much better in a chassis than it is actually having to hand swing a great big wooden propeller on the front of it. That's for sure.
Yeah.
And it just makes a glorious sight and sound as well. So about 15% longer than a standard Delage, because they would have had a straight 8. So it's actually only got... it actually should have a shorter engine in a V12 than a straight 8. So supercharged straight 8 Delage Grand Prix racing chassis, or Voiturette racing chassis from Between the Wars.
I think it started with a 2-litre engine in the
Delage,
car originally. Yes.
Yes, but don't forget, Bugattis were 1500cc straight 8, so capacity does not necessarily reflect cylinder
If you
numbers.
look down the side of the engine, you see on each side there's 3 of the biggest carburettors I've ever seen. You probably lose your elbow into one.
Yes, hold on to small children, and if you anything smaller than an Alsatian as well. Just
And
keep a tag on the lead.
here's a Mia V8 Delage, I think, coming to the line as well.
I think this has actually been driven by Roger Parks, this car. It's owned by Penny Howard.
Correct.
So,
And this is another Hispano-engined car heading off down, this time a V8.
yeah.
Same engine as the SE5A fighter would have had in the First World War.
Well, that's going nicely, look.
Well, of course, one of these cars, and it might even be this one, you know the history better than I do, is actually at one point held the world land speed record. The last time the land speed record was ever set on a public road just outside Paris.
And so the relationship between that engine and the SE5A is that we will see a replica SE5A flying here this weekend.
Well, we're keeping an eye open for a collection of SE5As and an Avro 504 coming in from Sywell Aerodrome, from the Great War Display Team. And they're due around about 11 o'clock, I think.
Yep.
So, but there has been bad weather further out to the east, so that's probably accounting for a little bit of delay for the aircraft, although I'm seeing the Follow Me truck heading out onto the airfield with a degree of purpose.
That's always a good sign.
That's a good sign, because he's obviously going to look for something that he has to lead in, so that has to be a good thing.
That I was absolutely wrong. That car, that aero engine car, never had a 2-litre engine in. That was another machine we're going to see in a little while. Never mind.
And I think this is the Becquet Delage.
I know I'm old, but these are even before my time.
Yeah, that was the 1923 Becquet Delage. At the line again is our.
It's another aero engine.
Same
as the first one.
Same car, yeah. So
the Hispano-Suiza Delage.
Yes.
And that's what torque does, ladies and gentlemen.
Well, that's what you do.
Yeah, power ruins your fuel capacity. Torque destroys your tyres. That is just exactly. You know, you can either have an electric motor and do that, or you can have a 27-litre vintage V12.
You have to remember this was designed to turn a big 4-bladed 9-foot diameter propeller. It's got masses of torque.
This doesn't do miles per gallon, it's gallons per mile.
Yeah, well, it's miles per smile, isn't it? And that's just... Again, you have to have an open face helmet because you can't get the grin inside a full face helmet. That is absolutely glorious.
Flies on your teeth.
Yeah. What a fabulous thing. And it just smells and sounds so wonderful, as well as looking gorgeous.
Yeah, it's almost 100 years old, this thing, you know.
And, you know, this is the remarkable thing, isn't it? That we're still getting fascinated by things that, I suppose it's no different from houses or antiques or anything else. When they were well made, they still look well made and they still fulfill their original purpose. Although this isn't propelling a plane along, it's propelling a car, so sort of slight deviation from original purpose.
I think one of the downsides of the computer age we're in is the fact that all the Formula One cars these days are designed by computers, and they all come up more or less with the same answer. These are all designed with individual people, individual brains that came up with lots of different answers.
Well, the only question that they had to answer was how fast can I go?
Yeah.
And there were all sorts of...
And then in 1925, they put this Hispano-Suiza engine in. It must have been a bit of a squeeze, I would have thought.
You're going to squeeze a Suiza engine in, are you, Andrew? So all sorts of little history. So this was a 23 Grand Prix car with a V12 Delage engine. In 1926, the aero engine that's currently got the Hispano-Suiza aero engine was fitted by Maurice Becquet, who gave his name to the car. He was the chief test pilot for SPAD, who was the French aviation company. They built World War I fighters, particularly successful World War I fighter biplane. And it was funded by, and mothers of a certain vintage will know this name, Roland Coty, the perfume magnate. So your mum probably would have used Parfum Coty. Not as fashionable these days as once they were.
I think you're absolutely right. I think I remember seeing the actual box on the.
So it was raced, it was rallied, hill climbed in all sorts of fabulous hill climbs across the continent when that was the main form of motorsport, and has been raced successfully since 1989 by Alexander Boswell. So 89, 1990, 2019. So 34 years of enjoying that car. Can you just imagine having owned something that gorgeous for that long? Mrs. Haven need not comment. Porsche Cars Great Britain supplying this Cayman GT4 RS that we're seeing now.
I'm sure John Hindhaugh have a lot to say about this.
Top speed of just 196. Possibly not going to quite get there on the figure of 8 circuit.
No, beautiful looking car though. It's amazing how even now the same roof line from the 911s from 60, because that's 60 a Diamond Jubilee as well as the 911.
And Porsche celebrating their 75th anniversary this year. So since the very first Gemünt 356.
Oh, he's got it on the traction control there, hasn't he?
He had some of it on. 0 to 62 in 3.4 seconds. So there was a degree of that going on. And also a degree of Mark II Escort emulation, I think. Here. This has got sufficient horsepower to break traction.
What would we call this colour? Burnt orange?
Well, actually, no.
Does it tell us?
It says Guards Red.
Oh, right.
Now, Guards Red on a 944 is a very different kind of colour. Yeah, that is much more a burnt ochre, burnt umber kind of colour, isn't it? But it's officially Guards Red.
Let's John Hindhaugh, Porsche expert extraordinaire. Would you like to own one of these GT4 Caymans?
I thanks to Porsche Cars GP, I have had a go.
Who's driving that thing? He's got it completely sideways.
Not John, because he's got it completely sideways and it's a borrowed car.
It's not my favourite, if I'm honest. No. For me, it was a little bit the GT4 was actually a little bit harsh for road use, but
it came round
it's
here,
very powerful.
Johnny came round here with so much opposite lock-on and tyre smoke that the tyre smoke and the smell of it wafted into our commentary position.
The interesting thing about this is this uses the same 4-litre engine as the 911 GT3, which is the first time it's gone into a 718 shell. And because of where the air intake's on that car, there's no rear windows on the side here. That's where the air intake is.
Right, okay.
And the new
proper racing car.
And the new Spider version, the soft top version, has a couple of little periscopes that stick up on that car as well. It's a lovely engine, that 4-litre.
Lotus 49 style. Well, from the very latest to one of the very earliest machines here, 1920. In fact, not the earliest. That can't be a 25. That looks much more. That looks okay. I'm on the wrong page. So this is
yes,
not a Mazda RX-3.
It's a Knox Model C.
So entered by Haggerty, the insurance company, and again, you
great supporters of Radio Le Mans, of course,
and particularly here of everything at Bicester Heritage. So this is a 1903, that sounds much more reasonable, Knox Model C. So early automobiles, particularly early American automobiles, looked very much like a horse-drawn buggy or wagon, just without the horse, which is why they were initially called horseless carriages. Morning, TJ. Busted already. He hasn't even come in. Again, you essentially have wooden spoked cartwheels, as you would have had on the buggy, the sort of sprung seat that you would have had on a horse-drawn carriage, the sort of Surrey top or hood that you would have had on a horse-drawn carriage, and in a lot of cases, steering by a tiller mechanism. Now, if you're not quite sure what a tiller mechanism, if you can imagine steering a boat with a rudder, but with a rudder in the front. That's what you can see here. He's got essentially this sort of odd bar, which you push in one direction to go left and pull towards you to go right. So
the crash helmet looks a bit incongruous, doesn't it? The full face helmet.
Mind you, if you were going to fall off one of those, you'd want a crash helmet on.
Well,
so this car with a single-seater engine, round about 2 litres, and again they would have had ignition by some sort of slightly flimsy trembler coil. The lamps on the front would not have been electrically powered. That would have been acetylene gas, which you then had to light, and would have glowed rather feebly. Mind you, there was unlikely to be any oncoming traffic or indeed much of a road to follow in those days.
Yeah, this is air-cooled, this particular NOx.
Yes,
and it was
most early engines were, because they were basically a single cylinder, so like a motorcycle it would have had a vaned crankcase, a vane cylinder case, and that would have been sufficient for the cooling. Rated at 8 horsepower, probably closer to 2 or 3.
Can I just come in very quickly? I was most impressed earlier on that actually he was obviously snaking under braking. That was maximum rate braking for a 1903 NOx.
Well, and cars again like this, friction material would have been either leather or possibly wood. So I mean, again, technology coming straight from horse-drawn buggies into the car device. It's got a 2-speed gearbox, that car, with a gear selector and a throttle all mounted in the same stick. Now then, moving on to something just a fraction more modern.
Yep.
And this is, I believe, the Team Gibson Ford Model T Racer with an Indianapolis-style body, built in 1916. So that was a good stab in the dark, wasn't it? Did I guess the graphics, or did graphics listen to me? I'm not quite sure where we went on that one.
It says in our notes, in its early life, these cars raced on American ovals.
Yes.
Even sometimes pig racing, where the cars race around the track for a few laps, stop, pick up a piglet as a passenger, and continue racing. Well, that is not something I've never heard of.
It's the American racing equivalent of the meat auction.
I did once rent a piglet, believe it or not.
Andrew, we're in public now.
Anglo-American Transatlantic Race Series. There was a man called Dale Singleton who was a pig farmer. He won the Daytona 200. He was the captain of the American team. He missed his plane and didn't make it to the press conference where I had the piglet waiting for him. So I asked Barry Sheen to hold the piglet. And within about 30 seconds, the piglet had dumped its lunch all down the side of Barry Sheen. He said, "It'll take a long time for me to forgive you for that, Moriarty."
Excellent.
So that's my piglet. So it's the only piglet story I've got. But
good.
These cars race piglets. I've never heard of that. This particular car is a regular participant in the charity hill climb at Cop Hill, which is an event I intend to go to. I haven't made it yet.
Well, this is another one you need to go to. Is the one at I can't remember. I'll come back to that later.
Yeah, there's quite a few of those nice little hill climbs.
Yeah, an awful lot of
hill climbs. Yeah.
Now, in the early days of American racing, everybody thinks of American racing and thinks of Indianapolis and the Brickyard, which was brick paved, but that was a permanent racetrack. Most of them they raced on boards. So if you can imagine a wall of death, only slightly larger. That's what they would have been racing on now.
Well, a thing that raced with pigs too, a car that certainly wasn't a pig, a Jaguar C-Type here.
Now this is, we're moving, oh no we're not, this is, it's an ex-Stirling Moss C-Type. He won the 1952 Grand Prix in this car. XKC 005 chassis number. So it's the first car to ever win a race fitted with disc brakes. And this, again, we're very fond of talking about this when we're at Le Mans. We did a lot last week when we were at the Le Mans 24 Hours. Le Mans produced an awful lot of very noticeable, sophisticated upgrades for cars. Disc brakes, proper wipers, proper lights, aerodynamics, all that sort of stuff. This car designed by aerodynamic work by Malcolm Sayer, who was a wartime aerodynamicist with the Bristol Aircraft Company, and brought his know-how into Jaguars racing. Now, he worked on the Blenheim as well, did he? I didn't know that. There you go. See, all of these men with phenomenal background stories. I can hear a chopper overhead. That's not our drone.
No, this is the first gas turbine helicopter designed in Britain. It's the Westland Wasp. It's just landing on over at the far end of the flight line.
Oh, I see it. Yeah.
Privately owned and brought in today by John Heath. And this is the Navy version. There's the Westland Scout was the Army version. But I'll let you get back to this lovely Rorty Mazda RX-3.
He's Hindy driving.
Yeah, that's John Hindhaugh of RSL. So John enjoying this, provided by Mazda Cars UK. Mazda RX-3, never really saw very many of these on the road in the UK. The RX-7 was a much more familiar sight, but it was one of the early rotary engine cars. And of course, again, we talk about Le Mans, as we were last week. Mazda, famously the first Japanese manufacturer to win at Le Mans with the 787. And overhead...
Wow, Steve Slater, take it away.
Yeah, the Bristol Blenheim and the Mark 1 Spitfire both arriving. Do a run in and brake. You'll see the Spitfire brake now into the circuit. That gives about 30 seconds before the Blenheim will start to turn, and that will give spacing within the circuit so the aircraft come in downwind. As we said earlier, this is the oldest Spitfire flying in the world. It's a genuine early 1940 vintage aircraft, flew in the Battle of France and was actually shot down over Dunkirk. Having downed a Junkers Stuka, the aircraft took a hit in the radiator and was belly landed on the sands. Became a bit of a tourist attraction for the German stormtroopers who used to be posing for photos.
So what happens to it? It's sunk into the sand, isn't it?
Sunk into the sand, and it was recovered in 1986 by Dr. Philip Kaplan. Who then donated it to the nation, effectively. The Aircraft Restoration Company, which restored both this and the Blenheim, were the people responsible for getting it back into the air. A huge restoration project, and it's now operated on behalf of the Imperial War Museum by the Aircraft Restoration Company. And the second aircraft is the Bristol Blenheim, which of course is forever associated with Bicester, having entered service here in 1937, and this airfield was the operational training unit for the Blenheim. Those that are watching the aircraft in the circuit, you'll see the Spitfire doing a very distinctive curved approach. And that's not showboating. That is because that great big long Merlin engine and the fuel tank behind it mean that the aircraft, if you flew a conventional straight-in approach, is completely blind. You only have peripheral vision. Yeah. So you do a curved approach all the way down to the ground.
It's such an iconic shape, particularly the wings of the Spitfire.
Yeah, the elliptical wing shape was R.J. Mitchell, the designer. It gave great lift, but also speed and manoeuvrability.
That's it. The elliptical tips in particular give the aircraft, or the general wing shape, gives the aircraft a fantastic rate of roll. And although the Hurricane could potentially turn tighter than the Spitfire, it was that just general agility and efficiency. The Spitfire wing was probably 50 miles an hour faster than the Hurricane.
But I mean, obviously they were in the dogfights with the Messerschmitt 109.
Yeah.
Were they of very similar capabilities, or was the Spitfire a better plane?
They vied. The Mark 1 Spitfire was then outrun by the 109 F model.
Right, F and G.
Yeah, and then when the G model came in, it was a bigger, heavier aircraft anyway. And then the Focke-Wulf 190 came along, so then we went to Griffin-powered Spitfires to match the pure speed of the FW190. So it was always a race, technology race, all the way through the war. Yeah. And but the Spitfire is pretty well unique among those fighter aircraft, along with the 109, that it started the war and versions of it were still in use after the war.
Yeah, right. In fact, into 1950s and some air forces right into the 1960s. Now, the car you can see on track at the moment, Oster. And Austin A7 Ulster Sports. So that car was actually in a barn for nearly 55 years and was discovered a few years ago and restored, now 93 years old. This is a little quicker. This, I think, is this a Riley?
No, I don't think so.
Okay. We have a quick stab in the dark here because we've been looking.
Looking up in the sky
exactly.
and been fascinated by the stories of these planes, and I mean, they're coming thick and fast, the cars on this circuit. So, you know, whatever it is, and it's an extremely, it's extremely sideways. I'm looking at this. I do know what this is, and I don't know what this is. Been very spirited driving.
Absolutely fabulous, which makes me even more disappointed that we're not identifying it.
I know, cars are coming in rather different orders.
Let's go back to basics and see what car number 8 is on our start order, on our list of numbers. I don't have an 8. Right, I've got an 8 here. Here we go. I've got an 8, and it says it is Phil Squires in the Ford Escort, so that's not helping much.
No, not a lot.
That is not helping much, because of all the things I don't know, that is definitely not Phil Squires in an Escort.
Tony Bianchi, Porsche 356.
Next up, Tony Bianchi in a 356 Porsche.
Now that we do recognise.
356A, so this is an early...
Well, this is the model before the 911.
Yeah, now again,
you can still see the shape of the 911, how it became the 911
again,
from this, can't
yeah,
you?
exactly.
It's
You
the
look
same
at
DNA.
family lines, C-Type or XK120, 30, 50, C-Type, D-Type, Mark II Jag. You just look at the development all the way through, and then how how the Mark II got the wider nose, became the S-Type, and the independent rear suspension on the S-Type that then went on to the XJ6. The wider nose was on the Mark X, then onto the XJ6. So the whole thing just develops and morphs all the way through. Now, tell us about the 356, because I'm not up on my 356s at all.
Well, the 356 really was the original Porsche sports car, and it was derived from Volkswagen components, although there's nothing a great deal from Wolfsburg in it. This particular one that has an aviation link as well is that it's being driven by Tony Bianchi, who runs personal plane services up the road at To Weston, and he actually, amongst other things, has restored and flown Spitfires in the past. He's got this and the Faralac here today, but this is, I think, probably one of the earliest competition Porsches running in the UK, and it's known as the letterbox windscreen model because it's got the much smaller windscreen than the later 356s. When the 356 went on, it actually continued on even when the 911 started, because it was the entry-level Porsche. Yeah.
And then the 912 replaced it, which was the 4-cylinder engine from the 356 in the 911 body, which, of course, the standard car was a 6-cylinder.
Yep.
Just going back a bit, do you think the previous car we didn't identify was a Maserati?
The Maserati Monofaro, that's entirely possible. Because
but that's got a light in the middle of it, hasn't it? That's what
I don't know.
Yeah, it has. So I think it might have been that.
Yeah, another interesting aeroplane just appeared in the overhead, which is one of the replica 1917 SE-5A fighter aircraft. The SE-5A, designed by the Royal Aircraft Factory, the first use of the words RAF, and that's inbound from Sywell Aerodrome, I think, with a support aeroplane following it by the look of it.
Excellent.
Imagine what that must have been like with the Hispano-Suiza V8 in it.
Looking here at the AC Cobra, so 260 AC Cobra, so that's a very early Shelby American AC. Because
different front treatment, isn't it?
Yeah. The 260, the less frequently very much less frequently used engine. Normally a 289 would have been the small block Ford that they use. This car, though, has a bit of a movie past. This was used in Viva Las Vegas, one of the Elvis Presley period movies, and also in a Lee Marvin film called The Killers, and then moved on to be used by tall Texan Carroll Shelby at his School of Performance Driving. Can you imagine going to the School of Performance Driving and being taught to drive in a Cobra by Carroll Shelby, a man who had many ways of making money, not the least of which was his ability to come up with brand new ideas all the time. Looking here again at this hot rod Ford. So this will... glorious
So
sound.
he's having the second run then.
Yeah, so this is
doing double duty.
based on a Model T, very loosely. So basically the frame,
Yeah.
the chassis of a Model T, and very little else. The wheels and hubs possibly. Again, two-seat racer, built from a 1917 car, lengthened and lowered. So dirt track racer, board track racer, whatever you've got. Saturday night ovals at small town Americana, you would have seen hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of these with slightly tuned, hopped up flathead engines. The Ford Flathead V8 was a very popular tuning accessory through the 30s and through into the 60s before the more modern generation of V8 started to come in. This particular car has competed all over the UK, including second on the Isle of Man in the Patriotic Pioneer Reenactment Run. Need your teeth in to say that. Has attended a number of Gordon Bennett rallies, mainly in Ireland, and been on hill climbs like Cop Hill outside Aylesbury.
I think we got the C-Type coming around for a second run as well.
Listen, if you had a C-Type, you'd give it as many runs as
Certainly
you possibly could, wouldn't you? And in that, it's not even leaf green. What's the official name of that pale green that Jaguar used? Just such a gorgeous colour. These are sort of loosely Americana sort of ish. It is sage, isn't it?
Yeah.
Pale sage green.
Yeah, sage green, I think is how you might describe it.
And the C-Type, the first recipient of the XK six-cylinder engine, not the first, the first racing recipient. First was in the XK 120. And the last, an ex-Stirling Moss race winner in the indeterminate Rain Grand Prix. In the period when you could run slipstreamers with fully enclosed wheels or not, open single-seaters or what have you.
Martin, when you were talking about this car in the previous run, you mentioned the disc brakes, of course, and they were developed not by a brake manufacturer, but by Dunlop, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, they were absolutely right.
So, yes, there's the C-Type still circulating in the gorgeous green colour. And...
this car was actually used as a test bed for the disc brakes.
Yes, indeed.
The year before they went on to win Le Mans on the C-Type. So, owned at the time by racing driver Tommy Wisdom and Stirling Moss.
A journalist as well, Tommy Wisdom, and his wife Anne was also a well-known rally driver. A very big motoring family.
And Stirling Moss drove this car himself here at the last time it appeared at Flywheel a couple of years ago. So Stirling passed away not too long after that, actually. So that would have been probably one of his last public appearances. But
well, wasn't it? I mean, obviously the tragedy of death, but not being able to commemorate it afterwards because it was right in the middle of COVID.
It was right in the middle of COVID, but he was very much commemorated at the Goodwood Revival a few weeks afterwards. But
here's that Mazda again.
Yeah, this is again the Mazda RX-8, and again not a familiar sight on British roads, not a familiar sight on any roads actually, because I think Mazda think this is possibly the only surviving model in the UK. 1100cc, beg your pardon, not 1100cc, 982cc.
But you measure it in a slightly different way, of course, with a rotary engine. And early on, they had problems with the tips at the end of the triangular metal piece that flew around. The sealing tips used to wear out very quickly.
Yeah, and it's still an issue with rotary engines. Is that friction wear is a major issue.
I went on the launch of the NSU Row 80, which had a Wankel engine. Developed then by NSU Audi Group before the Mazda took it over. There have been motorbike with rotary engines as well. I like the concept very much, actually. It's less moving parts, of
Wasn't
course.
the Hesketh a rotary?
I think it might have been.
No, Norton built a rotary racer.
Yes,
they had a rotary Manx racer, a TT racer. Now, if you look at the car from the driver's side, because this is a right-hand drive market version, so it could be either a Japanese car or a British car, it's got 2 hubcaps. If you look at it from the passenger side, it's missing the rear hubcap. Now, I'm blaming Hindhaugh squarely for that. In a very much the chase car in Bullet, where the hubcap comes off round the corner. I think that's definitely Hindhaugh. Now then, based here at Bicester Heritage are more than 40 historic businesses restoring, supplying and helping to build parts and services for vintage and veteran and historic cars, classic cars of all types. And John had a chance to take a look at some of them the other day. So let's catch up with him and find out all about Blue Diamond Services.
Well, any business that's called the Blue Diamond is going to have Riley's involved in it. John, how long have you been here at Bicester Heritage?
We moved here in 2016, having been down in Taunton in Somerset, so we're kind of about seven and a bit years now. Really enjoying it, great place to be.
What was it that attracted you in the first place? Because that was quite early on in the development and the project that has become Bicester Heritage.
Yeah, definitely. We were sort of phase 2, phase 1.5. The big thing for me was the ability to be A, in the centre of the country, and B, apprentices. So we had a fantastic business down in Somerset, in Taunton, but we expanded, and I had an advert out for a mechanic, and in 7 months I didn't get a single applicant. So I was kind of, although I got a lot of experience, I couldn't retrain and replace. Whereas here, obviously Motorsport Valley and also a college is on site. So it was a big thing to be in and amongst this as a community, and also being in amongst the next generation of workers. And we've had 5 apprentices through now.
It's not just Riley's now, though, because the kind of skills that you have here and you're passing on to the apprentices can be transferred to other classic cars. We've got a lovely Mercedes rally car in behind us. What other jobs are you taking on?
So we're very much moving into, as well as keeping Riley's our core, a lot of stuff with Hero ERA, the rally people on site, where customers are using cars to rally. The basic mantra is anything pre-fuel injection. Fuel injection gets a bit complicated. You need bits of equipment. You need a young kid with a laptop. So anything outside of that. And ultimately, I've done a lot of rallying in a pre-war car. It's the same basic principle. Prepare it well. To finish first you have to finish is the old one, but it's the true one. So we've moved into that. And also, as we've grown as a business, we're kind of nearly 4 times the size of what we were. We need to make sure we're diversifying and we're moving into other areas. So that's next stage for us.
How important is it, do you think, to keep these skills and to keep these cars on the road?
I think the reality is that they offer something the modern car doesn't. The modern car is an amazing piece of equipment. You can get in a modern car now and drive it to Monaco, and you don't have to check anything, and it'll work, and the temperature won't move. This stuff is more of a spirit and a soul. And also in the environmental world, you take the cars here, 1935 Riley Im, 1936 Lagonda Rapier. That's paid its dues to the environment because it's reusable, and if you want to fix it, you can fix it. There's hardly any plastic in it, so there's a real sort of skill set around reusing what we've got. We can't keep continuing to change things and replace your car every 3 years. And if you've got a GT3 RS, it's amazing, but where do you use the speed unless you're going on a track? Whereas you can scare yourself silly in a pre-war car at 25 miles an hour, and that enjoyment factor. So to me, it's crucial that we train the next generation to not just to keep a business going, but to keep a hobby going, because I grew up with this as a hobby that's become a business. I'm not an engineer, I'm not a mechanic, I'm just an amateur. So I think it's vital that we keep that next skill set here.
And the car that you're driving now is still always the greenest car that you can drive if you don't have to have another one built. John, thanks very much.
Thank you.
Very interesting story, Martin. But
yeah, Blue Diamond Services, and actually, again, whether you're here today, tomorrow, or if you come for one of the Sunday scrambles, or now weekend scrambles, or if you come for whatever here at Bicester Heritage, all of the workshops, all of the businesses here throw their doors open, let you come in and have a look around at what they're doing, whether it's young drivers or the apprentices.
McLaren have got a place here, of course, and Polestar are based here.
Yeah, so an awful lot. And of course, actually, the governing body of British Motorsport, the Motorsports Association, are based here as well, as well as Hero ERA, the historic rally people, and all sorts of different suppliers. And it is a really interesting place to come, particularly if you've got youngsters with you who may not have any history of this whatsoever, it's a great opportunity. Showing a kid a vintage Bentley close up and just to see what a towering, vast thing it is.
Yes, absolutely.
It's really quite eye-opening. And 1930s cars, people never see on the roads these days. You can see so many here.
Open the bonnet of a modern car.
Yeah.
And you see a big sheet of
Piece
plastic.
of plastic.
And you can't see how any of it works.
Well, you see, nowadays, kids' cars where you lift open the bonnet, it's got like sort of plastic engine facsimile. We always used to think, well, that's really rubbish because it doesn't look like a real engine. Now it does. Yeah. Again, we're seeing the little car company here.
I think some of these started about 37,000, these cars, which is a lot for when you only get 3/4 of the size.
It's
fun.
It's a great deal less than 3/4 of the price of a real DB5. So,
absolutely.
A real DB5, a full-size DB5 will cost you £1 million, whereas a 3/4 size version will cost you considerably less than £750,000, £35,000. So again, these cars built here in Bicester Heritage. We saw the DB5. This is their James Bond version, and when you look closely, you can see it's got the rotating number plate.
He's really trying.
He
almost lost it there.
He's been properly putting on a show, not just a smoke screen, giving it all the acceleration, the full beans, because he's being chased by a man in a helicopter firing rockets at him.
John Hindhaugh has rejoined us. John, enjoy driving that Mazda MX-3?
I'm not sure I've had as much fun with 110 horsepower for a very long time.
It's not the power, it's what you do with it that counts.
Oh, spin for the... almost, actually. A
what's
donut. A bonus donut.
An electric donut.
The circuit's great. First time I've been out there, and first time I've driven the RX-3. It has got a 12-ear motor rather than the 10-ear, so there's a little bit more power. Twin rotor, of course, 1146 from memory, and running on Sustain Classic this weekend. And that's available here at Bicester Heritage for all of your classic car requirements, and we'll tell you more about that later on. Apparently I've got to go back to Post 4 and pick up my hubcap though.
Have you? Yes. Yes,
I did wonder if you were being chased by the baddies in Bullet, because you've lost a hubcap.
Almost the same shape and sort of greenish.
Yes.
You know, I was living out my best life.
John, I'm just saying, I went on the launch of the Row 80, which was the first
the NSU,
and the thing I remember most was the lack of engine braking that you get from a rotary engine.
And it revs really quickly. It picks up speed and revs really, really quickly. The car's lovely, though, and probably never built to do what I've just done in it. So apologies to Mazda, but they did say go and have some fun.
Yeah.
And
I still like the RX-8, you know, and you still see them, they're quite cheap.
John, you've been married for a while now.
18 years last weekend.
Okay. When Mazda say go and have some fun, that's very much the same as Eve doing, why don't you just do what you want to do then? You didn't read between those lines, did you, at all?
I'm
there are some sage nods in the crowd there, yes.
We got well-known author here, Ian Wagstaff, a wonderful book about BRP that has come out this year.
That's this week's wonderful Ian Wagstaff book.
He's prodigious, isn't he?
Absolutely.
Now he's being prodigious with the camera. And he's just dropped his lens cap now.
At least that means he took it off in the first place.
Yeah. A nice, rather rorty arrival just over the top of us a few moments ago as well. And that's a really unusual aircraft we've just seen come in, a Succo Kraguj.
What?
Yeah, it just
Andrew,
like
come on.
Double letter score in Scrabble. You know. Built in Yugoslavia in the 1970s as a ground attack aircraft. And it's a sort of cross between a crop duster and a P-51 Mustang.
Excellent.
And it is the most amazing thing. It won't do much more than about 180 miles an hour, but by heck, it must be fun in a sort of tractorish sort of way.
It must have packed a punch then if it was a ground attack.
Well, so it still has 8 hard points under the wings for carrying bombs or rockets.
I was going to say, it might not have been fast, but I bet it carried a lot of armament. So there you go, yes.
It's like sitting in a tractor in a titanium bathtub.
At 40 miles an hour in the air with no safety net. Now then, again...
Well, still lots of action on the figure 8 track. I think we're possibly queuing up for another interview in a moment. And just a quick mention of Polestar, of course, are providing the the course car here. We've got a lovely Polestar in front of us. Obviously part of the Geely group now, their electric cars. And
that is the brand new Polestar 2 BST edition, 270.
Yes.
That's why it's such a wide car.
270 watts.
That's it. 270 kilowatts, that would be about 450 brake horsepower, so on a rule of thumb. It's actually called 270 because they've only made 270, so it possibly has a little bit more than that.
What else do you read about it?
Doesn't it? 476 horsepower, which is about 300-ish kilowatts.
I'm presuming that these cars are being built in Sweden.
Yes, I'm presuming so too.
Yeah.
So 40 of those. It's a Polestar 2 BST edition, British Summertime Edition. That's what I'm saying BST stands for. I haven't read what BST actually stands for, but just 40 of them will be, that limited edition will be available in the UK. 0 to 60, just in case you need to know, at 4.4 seconds, and with fully adjustable Öhlins dampers and a raft of other chassis enhancements, ideal for circuit driving. Now, this car has none of the above.
That's circulating at the moment.
They didn't make 40 of them, and it doesn't have Öhlins dampers. However, it does seem to be rather suitable for circuit driving. And again, with that lovely, uneven and sort of slow, very vintage engine sound where you can almost hear each individual firing stroke. At the line, though, Andrew, and calm yourself now. As a fellow Turner owner, we've got Debbie Elder in a 1958 Turner. Now, you may think, oh no, actually that's just a Sprigget that somebody's done something to, but you'd be entirely wrong.
Yes, you would be wrong. A fiberglass body on this car, separate chassis, tubular frame chassis, developed by Jack Turner in Wolverhampton on the Penderford airfield there. This was the earlier model. I made 170 of these. My car is sort of 5 or 6 years later than this, but you can still see the same DNA, and with it, particularly with the chassis.
See the late 50s look to it as well. Not dissimilar to a DB24 Aston Martin or an MG Midget from the side on, but with those little vestigial wings on the rear. So it's got that sort of 50s feel to it.
It was a sad tale, really, with Turner, because they later, in about 1965, developed a GT model, and they took an order for about 8 of these from their Californian dealership, and they put them on a boat, and they made the mistake of not being paid for them, and that company then went bust.
Right.
And never paid Jack Turner, and so he went bust. It was a shame. I think there's about 700 or 800 Turners built altogether.
And this car is a left-hand drive, so this car was actually originally a US model, come back to the UK.
They still race a lot historically, and this car, Debbie races this car. The rear suspension's pretty trick, so it's actually got torsion bar rear suspension, and the axle is then located by a panhard rod, which does actually work. Sometimes they don't.
And the engine, again, would be very familiar, so it's an A-series engine.
Yeah, this car has an A-series engine.
Yeah.
There was a famous racing car called the Tatty Turner, which raced a lot against the Lotus Elites with Major Pat Ferguson at the wheel. And from that we go to a fabulous Bentley, which romped up the Pikes Peak hill climb recently, and when Martin finds his piece of paper on that, or I find my piece of paper, we'll tell you a little more. In an unusual colour scheme of sort of camouflagey green. Have you found the page? Yes, he has.
I might have.
Yes.
So, is this the Bentley GT Le Mans Collection edition?
I think this is it, or is it the one that went at the two? Is there a Pikes Peak? There's a lot of nice Bentleys here.
You were asking me.
Anyway,
an awful lot of notes on an awful lot of cars here.
Here it is. Look, yes, this is the Pikes Peak 2018 car, Martin, and we're going to see it again later, but some quite interesting stuff about this particular car, which I had in my file. I mean, there's hundreds of cars circulating, and keeping up with it all is even more difficult than Le Mans, isn't it?
Yes, especially because they're coming out of order.
They're coming out of order, and but somewhere.
Not giving us much of a chance, are they?
I know, not really.
Well, it's not a Birkin blower Bentley. The car at the line waiting to go, we're seeing the C-Type again.
Are we? Okay.
So that is ready to have. He's basically just doing what you're I would do, Andrew, which is coming off, yes, thanks very much, and then sneaking straight back into the back of the queue. It's like the kid who turns up twice in the school photo.
Yeah. So anyway, that is the Pikes Peak car, wearing the number 100 to celebrate the 100 years of Bentley.
Now, the C-Type is sounding a little bit fluffy there. I think it's been sitting in the queue rather too long. Needs to clear the plugs out. And what's the way of clearing the plugs? An Italian tune-up, which is basically a good long blast at multiple revs.
Yeah. So just on that Bentley Continental climb, the 5,000-foot, 12-mile course in Colorado there in 10 minutes, 18 seconds, averaged 70 miles an hour to do that. And in the blurb, we were given us a fantastic shot of him getting the checkered flag at the top with 2 checkered flags, one in each guy's hand.
Yeah, no, that's the traditional flag waver. Actually, now...
That's impressive.
That's not the same C-Type, is it? That is something entirely different.
That is Tony Bianchi, is it?
There are people tutting, aren't there, Andrew? There are definitely people tutting. We've completely lost our place now.
We're too busy talking about that Bentley. And well, I went to my first TV commentary. Somebody talk about what's on the screen.
Yes, well, tell us what it is.
Well, it's something very sideways. That's what it is. Is that Tony?
There's something very V8 engine coming to line as well. I think we're... Okay, let's see where we've got to.
Here is the Bianchi car. It's Pia at the wheel of the Allard Farallek. It's got a Cadillac engine in, and husband Tony races this car regularly. And he told me this morning it's been particularly happy the way it's been going this season.
It sounds fabulous.
This is a real beast. This is.
It really is. See this car out racing in, as you said, in historic races. Seen it a number of times at the Goodwood Revival. And Sidney Allard's company. Allard, again, like so many post-war car companies, started building his own cars. So built a very simple ladder chassis and then had enormous Chrysler engines.
Yeah,
and that's what you can hear now. 7-litre Chrysler, and not with this body shape, but with a sort of 2-seater, slightly less Le Mans looking, less C-Type looking, open Cadillac J2. Sidney Allard competed on the Monte Carlo Rally.
1958.
Because of course he would.
Yes.
Yeah.
And also, just Allard famous for being the first people to build dragsters in Britain.
Yeah, one of the pioneers of drag racing in the UK. And again, once you've got a big American V8 at the back, then all sorts of things are possible. Or in front, because they were front-engined rails in those days, in the early days.
Here we are, Pierce stabbing at the throttle, look. And now pouring on the Cadillac horsepower. Sounds great, doesn't it?
It looks fabulous and sounds absolutely gorgeous. Now then, okay, so...
That's a car that was just on before, wasn't it? Yes. Now, what have we got?
It's not the Turner. It's not a Cam 912. It's
not that.
It's not a C2 Corvette. It's not an HWM Cadillac. It's not a Ford Model T Racer, which possibly leaves this as being the AC Cobra 260, which is why it's got, Kevin Kugloken in the 1963 AC Cobra 260. So again, the more familiar Ford small block in the Cobra was the 289. That's got plenty of beans, and he's giving it them all.
He's getting it nicely sideways. And that corner, I think we should call it the commentary box corner. It's pretty bumpy, actually.
Show-off turn. I mean, it definitely is. Yes, I mean one of the things that you needed on a bomber airfield was some firm going underneath, otherwise you sank into damp fields or you couldn't move because they were waterlogged, and hence we got lots of taxiways here as well as the runways, but they didn't need to be particularly smooth, they just needed to be firm for bomber aircraft that were taxiing. The Farallak back at the line again.
I just wonder if the husband and wife have switched over, and because obviously they run the Porsche earlier on, the 356.
I think Piers just slipped round the back and gone straight to the line again and just giving it another run.
Yeah.
It may well be that when they demonstrate, because all these cars are likely to be demonstrated again this afternoon, it may well be that they swap drives then.
Nice American V8 grunt there.
Yeah. Looks and sounds.
I think it's Piers still at the wheel.
So it's got all the looks of a European racer, a Jaguar, a Maserati, something like that, and all the sound of an American hot rod.
Yeah.
See, what's not to love?
What are we're expecting to see the historic karts fairly soon, I think. It should be. They've got a very nice selection of karts from early 1960s, and then over a span of about 20 odd years. And we're looking forward to seeing those. Yeah, I think the newest kart that we're going to see is from 1997. So. But so much to see here, Martin. You just walk around the site, and every corner there's something different, or a car we haven't seen before. And I think we saw a very rare Bizzarini this morning.
Yes.
No, we didn't really. It wasn't on our radar.
No, I do need somebody who's got a little bit more
I did find something in the
of ENI knowledge. You've Googled, have you?
Yeah, I did Google it.
Well done.
They made 4 of them, and one
As
of
many
them
as
was
that?
just apparently.
As many as that. Yeah.
They didn't race it. They were attempting to race it at Le Mans, but didn't. But I mean, we can call it up if that car. Well, I'm not sure. Is that car lined up to
no,
circulate?
it's definitely not in our list.
Yeah.
Now, being in the list and
well,
circulating are not necessarily the same.
Yep.
Right, hang on a second.
Yes, we've got a man that's come to talk to us.
We have got a man that's come to talk to us. So put that on your head. You can hear me. We can hear you. Good morning.
Good morning.
So tell us about yourself and what have you brought?
I was driving the Hispano Suizo with the 27 litre. But you and I met years ago. Come to the point, my partner's lost my car keys between the assembly area, Blenheim Park there, and where the aero engines are. My car keys have got everything in my car.
Your modern get you around car, not your oh my god car.
No.
And so is it a big bunch? What's
it's a small bunch. It's got a Porsche green label with 1 car key and 1 house key on it.
Right. Okay.
I've alerted security, and I was going to wait for security to inform you, and they just said to me, come and talk to us.
All right. Well, if you find a set of car keys, then they would be very, very grateful if you return them to anybody with a tabard on from either security at the main gate, or if you can come to the control tower, there's a little van beside it, and you can hand them in here.
We need the detectorists
we'll try. We do need a detector. They see that's not a phrase you hear very often. We need a detectorist. But that would be.
But it's a Porsche green.
Yeah.
But you and I met. I worked for Honda. And,
right. Okay.
On World Touring Car.
All right. There we go. Yes. Touring cars have a lot of history. I do remember Stuart McCrudden very well. Yeah. Yes, absolutely. Yeah. All right, so...
Well, let's just hope you're fine. I'm sure you with a lot of eyes around.
Otherwise, you'll have to take the Delage home.
Yes.
2 miles to the gallon.
They'll hear you coming. 2 miles to the gallon. That's more than we estimated.
We said it was gallons to the mile.
Excellent. Right.
Well, yeah.
Thank you very much indeed. All right. So, when you're wandering around, obviously some of you are watching cars out displaying themselves on the track here.
But I mean, we're looking across at the Blenheim now. What a beast it is!
It's a gorgeous thing.
The great thing about this event is you can go up and have a really good look at it. You can wander around here. So many things to see.
The Blenheim flew into Goodwood a couple of years ago, and it's got you look at the cockpit and you think, okay, well, it'll have, either the pilot in the centre or 2 pilots. It doesn't have. Pilot sits on the left-hand side, and then there's a gap so that the bomb aimer can get down into the nose, because the Blenheim was a light bomber, which was then, unfortunately, much too slow and much too poorly armed and much too vulnerable to fighter attack, and it was basically utterly outclassed, and it was just a turkey shoot at the beginning of the Second World War.
Yeah.
Essentially, if you sent out a squadron of 12 Blenheims and you got 4 back, you were actually doing pretty well. They were very much sacrificial lamb, the only thing really that the RAF had. Now then, some helmets have appeared just about above the height of the hay bales, Andrew, so I'm assuming that what we're seeing here are historic carts. Yes, they've completely overshot the start line, because of course you can't stop a cart without stopping the engine.
Yeah, the British Historic Kart Club are showing some of their fine examples. They have a regular race series, which is an 8-round series, and karting, of course, started in 1957. A man called Art Ingalls is said to have invented it in California, and the first actual kart was built by Curtis Craft, who are well known for their Indianapolis 500 cars. And soon the second one was produced, and when you get 2 of motorised vehicles, they start to race, of course.
Now, those of you who are close to the start line can see the problem with the kart is that they don't have an onboard starter. And unlike fun karts, you don't sort of pull start them like a lawnmower, so you need a bump start. Now, there are a couple of drivers trying to bump start themselves, where you run alongside the cart and then leap in, and it'll hopefully fire. Once you've done that a couple of times, you sort of lose the motivation for that, and you need a gang of burly helpers. So they lift the cart off the ground, get it running, and then push start it, and then hopefully it fires. But again, particularly single-seater two-stroke engines, or single-cylinder two-stroke engines, being a little bit on the recalcitrant side, they don't always fire. Sometimes you will see the driver also on the straight, taking his hand off the wheel and putting it down beside him. Now, what they're doing there is choking the carburetor, because otherwise it will run too lean and seize the piston. And when you've got 4 wheels, that's less terminal than when you're on 2 wheels and a two-stroke seizes.
Among the carts we've got here is, if you can see the numbers, number 68 is the Zip Silverstone with a Bultaco, Spanish Bultaco engine in from 1968. And this was the first kart that Zip built, famous Martin Hines, of course. And that's car number 68. 76 is a Super Tart Perilla, and I think there's several of those. Look out also for Matthew Cowell in his Gillard. That's kart number 53. And some karts from various different series, different ages here. Another kart to look out for, number 71, Ray Scott, is actually driving the kart that he raced back in the 80s. He restored the kart and then started to race it again in 2020. And
no fool like an old fool, Andrew, as we know.
Right. And this is a thing called a Barlotti, designed and built by a man called Jack Barlow in the 1950s. And when he went in full-time, he worked for Buckler Sports Car Company. He taught them into building karts too.
I love the fact that essentially anything and everything that's ever been raced is currently being raced again. I was watching the TV yesterday evening, and when I was a kid, when I was going to school, most of us used to have like little motorbikes or mopeds or whatever. One of the guys had a BSA Bantam, a single-seater 125cc. There is a race series for BSA Bantams.
Is there really?
There is. Historic Scrambler. If you find a Scrambler from the 60s, people are still scrambling, 60s Scrambler. Probably 75% of them are the people who scrambled them in period.
Just looking at, this is the thing we say, a cart and the straw bales. And there are these little trolleys, and that cart is picked up and wheeled away.
Well, in fact, karting is so convenient because of the size of your racing equipment. When I first started at Autosport in the early 80s, a colleague of mine had a bit of a dabble in kart racing. His road kart was an 1100cc Simca, and he took his kart on the roof, roof rack of his Simca to go karting.
Yeah, the British Historic Kart Club was formed in 2005 by a group of ex-racers who realised the history of the sport would be lost if not recorded. Club members own and demonstrate these karts at events and festivals and shows in the UK and abroad. The club's big event of the year is the Revival. It takes place at Shennington Circuit, which is near Banbury, on the 14th to 16th of July, so coming up soon. Over 100 historic karts will be attending that and demonstrating it. And the event is held alongside the Modern Kart Super Prix, which used to be at Silverstone, of course.
Yep.
Great weekend of racing. I mean, some of those supercarts are really quick. I mean,
well, you talked about Martin Hindhaugh, who was the boss of Zipcar for so many years. Martin was multiple British and world supercar champion, and he was so quick that McLaren used him for testing their Formula One cars.
Yeah.
And he, at one stage, he was offered a deal to go racing in Formula 3, and he went, "No, they're so slow." Because when you've been literally an inch off the ground doing 160 miles an hour down to Stowe in your go-kart, a Formula 3 car does feel like you're pulling a pig behind you. So.
Years ago, when they ITV World of Sport used to have a series for motorbikes, and we had alongside that there was always a supercar race that I used to commentate on, and it was usually won by Martin Hindhaugh.
Yeah, almost inevitably.
And I remember Caroline Hoy was very quick.
Yes, she was indeed. She was indeed.
People like Dave Buttigieg and so on. Yeah.
Now then, those are probably the only vehicles here that would not benefit from sustainable fuel. That is being produced and sold here at Bicester Heritage as well. So let's find out a little bit more about that.
Well, the debate has already started about what happens to classic cars in the future in terms of how we keep them on the road. Well, the good news is that the future, in some ways, is already here. Guy, tell me a little bit about Motorspirit and what's going on here at Bicester Heritage.
Well, we're called Motorspirit. My company aims to provide everything liquid or semi-liquid for anything interesting, basically. Sports cars, racing cars and classic cars.
It's already taking place out on the racetrack with the American Le Mans Series and now IMSA and, of course, the WEC using renewable or sustainable fuels. Dave, tell us a little bit about Coralton and what you guys are doing.
Okay, so Coralton's a very specialist fuels company, and we design, manufacture fuels that behave in very certain ways. Last 6 years we've been working on renewable fuels, and we've very recently launched Sustain Classic, which is a line of fuels aimed squarely at the classic vehicle market.
Right, the question's going to be, where does it come from? What are you using to make the fuel?
Okay, it's waste. Okay, we're not competing with food crops. We're not taking excess energy from anything like that. We're simply taking leftover from the agricultural industry, food wastes, starch slurries, anything like that you can then ferment. And we're taking that and we convert it and we make a biogasoline.
What would happen to it if you didn't do that with it?
Generally, it will get turfed back into the soil, which does no nutritional value at all, and actually creates methane. Methane is 7 to 10 times worse than CO2 from a greenhouse gas perspective.
So you're actually doing the planet a favour by doing that, and you can run your cars on it. And the good news is it pumps just like normal petrol.
Yep, from this weekend we're launching this fuel station here, which has got the 98 octane, 80% sustainable fuel content on the pump. Or if people prefer to take drums home and fill up their racing cars at home, we've got all 3 different flavours available in 54-litre drums.
It's the way to keep your classic on the road and still have some thought for the environment.
Thank you very much, John.
And do an awful lot of that waste for total sustainable fuel that we use in the World Endurance Championship. The basis for that is the waste byproducts from the winemaking industry.
Really?
So the more wine you drink, the more waste byproducts there are, the more sustainable fuel there is. That's the biggest win-win in the whole deal. And as the guys there were saying, everything they use wouldn't go for animal fodder, isn't usable as a fertilizer. So it has no significant benefit until they're able to then create sustainable biofuel from it. So again, everybody is looking at different solutions to the problem with emissions and trying to keep the world moving as well. So that is a great step forward.
Porsche have been working a lot also, haven't they, on sustainable fuels. I think they've even developed a factory in Chile to produce it. For me, it's a very good solution together with electric. Obviously, I think electric vehicles, and we'll see some, obviously got the
I think electric powertrains definitely are going to end up being the way forward because they're so smooth and just so good. But the issue with EVs really fundamentally is battery and battery life.
Absolutely.
You know, your car, my car, the fuel tank still has the same fuel capacity as it always did.
Yes.
That's not going to be the case with a 60-year-old battery. The energy density will
true.
vanish. Now then, more cars at the line.
I think we got the Le Mans Centenary celebration coming up.
That had all the hallmarks of an XJ15 to me.
Yeah, this is
XR15.
Andrew Maynard's car, I think.
Looking at the vintage funfair ride. And again, down there on by the airfield are all sorts of vintage rides, but also the Blenheim. Now, of course, as we heard from Steve Slater a little earlier on when the aircraft was flying in, this was a Blenheim base, and in February 1944, the final Blenheim flew off the base for good. This Blenheim that is here is the only flying Blenheim is believed in the world. It's a Mark I, so the earlier of the marks of Blenheim, and that aircraft, the only flying Blenheim. It served as a night fighter with 23 Squadron during the Battle of Britain, restored by Aircraft Restoration Company at Duxford in Cambridge, and 11-year restoration.
Isn't it?
That has all the hallmarks of being a Cobra, definitely. The sound of a 289 small block Ford rather, and the AC Cobra, the familiar AC car shape, which was originally the AC Ace, built in Thames Ditton, just across the railway lines from Hampton Court Palace.
And a different sort of livery on that particular car, that white with the...
I know that car.
And, do you? Yeah.
Yes, I've seen it raced before, and I've commentated on it before at Goodwood, and I can't remember a single thing about it, because there would have been another race right after that.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah,
so that's where that went. So this is Kevin Kivloken's, I think, 1963 AC Cobra.
And this is part of this section we call in the Le Mans Centenary celebration.
Of which there were vast numbers at Le Mans in the centenary last year.
And coming up, of course, at the Le Mans Classic.
Yes.
Which will be on...
That's the 17th and 18th of July. So if you can't go to that, you can go to Shennington and see the classic karts in action.
Well, I'm going to Le Mans and part of the RLM team together with Hindy. Looking forward to that. Did it last year. It was a great event.
The problem with the Le Mans Classic is that it's lovely to go and work there, but all you can think the whole time is, I'd just love to be out there drooling all over these cars. You see so little of them.
I know, that's always the trouble, isn't it? But you can't have it every way. I like the livery of that car.
It's gorgeous, isn't it?
Now, we've got a
this is a
D-type.
Jaguar D-type. Of course, familiar to all small boys. This is the short-nosed D-type.
Yep.
So the early version of the car with the fin behind the driver, again designed for aerodynamics, just to tidy up the airflow behind the driver's head.
And this car has been added to our list, I believe. Didn't have a D-type originally, did we, in this section? But
again, the same six-cylinder XK engine that debuted in the XK 120 in 1948, 49.
Marvellous engine.
And went all the way through to the XJ6 Series 3, which stopped in the very sort of early 80s.
In this, the captions have been excellent, but disregard that one.
So this is the D-type. The anorak fact that you will amaze and astound your friends or bore them with is that the fin behind the driver does not go straight front to back. It is curved to balance the airflow. So if you look at it from behind, it curves very slightly towards the centre of the car from the driver's head to tidy up the airflow. So with a taller two-seat screen, again, this is the early version of the car from Le Mans. The longer nose D-type was a little bit more aerodynamic with a lower screen and higher top speed on the Mulsanne straight, the N138 from Le Mans to Tours. And the D-type, purpose-built car with an aluminium central tub, independent suspension at the rear, very similar to that which went on to go onto the Jaguar road car range, and disc brakes. And again, there were all sorts of ways in the 1950s that were explored to help cars slow down, because drum brakes over 24 hours of fierce use obviously used to fade a very great deal. There was a Mercedes with an air brake that was used to slow the car down, but disc brakes obviously have been adopted a little more thoroughly across the world. 4.5 litre blower Bentley from 1929. Bentley, one of the first marks to compete. John Hindhaugh has found his hubcaps. And by the way, the car keys are being found. So whoever picked those up, thank you very much indeed for handing those in. It's almost like the early days of Radio Le Mans, where if anybody's got a cylinder head gasket for a whatever.
So this Bentley circulating now is one of the 4 team cars developed by the Burke & Co's workshops in Welwyn Garden City, and the sponsorship came from the heiress, the Honourable Dorothy Paget.
Yeah, Dorothy Paget
was a
was
racing driver.
Yeah.
And this car made its debut in the 1930 Irish Grand Prix with a man called Bernard Rubin at the wheel. It finished 8th. This car has got a storied history over the years. And the 1930 Le Mans, it took on the Mercedes-Benz of Rudy Caracciola. The Bentley Motors Works team of 3 Speed 6s had 3 blower Bentleys like this entered in the race. Frenetic pace. Birkin famously passed Caracciola down the Unaudière, I never say that correctly, Unaudière Straight.
Unaudière.
Yeah.
There you go.
But great to say this is UU 5872. Its swan song was at the Brooklands 500 handicap race in October 1930 when Benji Benjafield and Eddie Hall drove it. To second place, actually.
And as with most vintage Bentleys, it stopped racing, then immediately started racing again. It's probably been raced almost ever since.
Apparently in May 1931, it was advertised for sale in Motorsport magazine.
Probably for £500, which would have bought you Hertfordshire in those days.
Oh, I now found some information on the D-Type.
Yes, well done. We've got some of it. Andrew Maynard now.
There's a car that won the Reims 12 Hours, actually, in 1956. I'm sure we'll see that car again. Oh yes.
Well, let's talk Cobra.
I love this. I love this. People just turning up and telling us they lost their car keys, but we've got something.
We'll talk a fraction about the Jaguar, the JagSport R9R in a moment. But let's talk Cobras. Good morning. Who are you? First time caller, and where are you from?
I'm Craig Black-Jones, editor of Paddock Life magazine. But in regard to the Cobra, I'm the producer of a TV show called Paddock Speed Shop.
Right.
Now, this Cobra is racing with the lad that's in it, Harvey Blake-Jones, in the television series. So we're tracking his road to Silverstone and another famous event that we can't announce yet. So that car is the famous Elvis Cobra. And you have you're correct, you have seen it race at Goodwood a couple of times. It's actually a 260.
Right.
Very genuine car. But it was in the Elvis movie Viva Las Vegas.
Yeah.
And The Killers with Ronald Reagan and Lee Marvin.
Yep.
And
I didn't realise Reagan was in The Killers.
Yeah.
Right, excellent.
Neither did I. But Harvey is campaigning that car this season. So this is just getting some good track timing for him. So getting the feel of how it actually sits on a circuit. Lots of road hours, but no track time in it yet.
Fantastic.
I don't break in because we got this very, very rare Bizzarini we were talking about a little bit earlier. And that is a car which was built for Le Mans, but I don't think it did ever race there.
No, fabulous thing.
I got more information from Prodrive. Information's coming from every angle here at the moment.
Information, Emma, is here. Of all the things that I didn't think existed, an open Bizzarini is one. Bizzarini now being regenerated, brought back to life, Bizzarini, courtesy of Prodrive.
Yeah.
So this is Nicholas Gatehouse driving this 1966 Bizzarini P538.
Yes.
Okay, so essentially the Bizzarinis were Italian-built GTs with a little bit like Di Tommaso with American V8, so for power and for lack of complexity. So this has got a 5.3 Chevy V8, so the small block Chevy 289, and just a nice rumble to it. But what a gorgeous looking thing. I mean, good grief, madam. Would you? I mean, that's just such a stunning looking car.
Yeah.
So every other Bizzarini I've ever seen has been low, long and flat,
and had the engine
with a roof and with the engine in the front. Exactly.
Yeah.
So a mid-engine Bizza. So 538 designating posterior, P for posteriori, engine position, the engine size 5.3, Cilindri 8.
Lamborghini engine, actually. They built them originally, and it was supposed to race in the 1966 Le Mans. But it says the timeline was too ambitious. They ran out
This
of
car
time.
designed by Giotto Giugiaro.
Doesn't it look? I mean, it doesn't look that old, does it? There's
doesn't,
elements
no.
of that would.
Yeah.
When we still had open
But
LMP2 cars.
But there's all sorts of P3, P4 lookalike bits. But the nose of it, when we saw it when we were getting our bacon sandwiches, hello, looked at that, went, is that a Bizzarini?
Yeah.
I mean, the nose is absolutely Bizza. Now then, here's the Cobra we were just hearing about.
Yeah.
So the paddock.
Viva.
Just to say that Lamborghini, that one didn't have a Lamborghini engine. It did, as you recognise, it had a Chevy V8 in it.
No, the front engine ones were Lambo engine.
And it did start the Le Mans race in 1966, and did 2 other races. That particular car, yeah. I don't remember that, and I was there.
Right, so back with
this Cobra ex-film star car.
Love the
Elvis car.
Love the style of the numbers on the side. That rounded font.
Yes, it's
that you had for you had that as your letter set, didn't you, for your Airfix cars?
It's still very effective, isn't it?
And actually, the motor livery looks particularly nice as well. Nice little period touch there.
Carroll Shelby, who transplanted big American engines into British motor cars, interviewed him and Phil Hill a few years ago on Radio Le Mans. And he always thought that the best project that he did that he never got to take through to its full potential was the Sunbeam Tiger.
Yeah.
And it all came to an end, of course, when the UK version was bought.
Group was bought.
Yes.
And having a Ford engine in a GM-owned or
Chrysler.
Then Chrysler, yeah. So, yeah, was seen to be not a good idea. Now then, the D-Type. A little bit more about this D-Type. We found it. This is chassis number XKD605, so the last but one D-Type ever built. One that ran 12 hours in 1956 with Duncan Hamilton and Ivor Bueb. Duncan Hamilton and Ivor Bueb's famous Le Mans story is they were told by the ACO, oh dear, that's had a little bit of a leakage, that they would not race at Le Mans in their D-Type, so they went out and commiserated with each other in town in a way that
racing drivers
many of us, many Le Mans fans will be familiar with. And then somehow Lofty England managed to argue the ACO into a corner.
I think several hundred francs were involved.
And they finally did accept the D-Type's entry, which then meant they had to go and find their very drunk drivers and feed them coffee from sort of 4 in the morning till 4 in the afternoon when the race was due to start. And of course, history dictates or relates that they then went on to win Le Mans.
It was the Norman Jewis incident, wasn't it? They had 2 cars out on the track, and you weren't allowed T cars in those days, and that's why that car was pulled for a time.
And that car, as well as winning in Reims and then 6th at Le Mans that year, then went to win in Lime Rock in the hands of Walt Hangson. Yeah. I know. Who knew? Well,
now, what about this Bentley then?
Well, this is a 4.5 litre blower Bentley. Yeah. We talked a moment or two about that.
I have a photograph of my father standing on not a Bow Bentley, but a similar age Bentley as a young man, very young child. And when I asked him about it, when we were clearing some old photographs, he said, "Yes, that was your grandfather's."
Oh wow!
And I said, "Oh really?" He said, "Yes." And I said, "So where is it now?" And he went, "Ah yes, when war broke out, he swapped it for a Studebaker to a doctor." Because the doctor had petrol coupons, of course, being and my grandfather did as well, being a police officer.
Yes.
However, history does not record what happened to either the Bentley or the Studebaker.
I bet you Eric Verden-Rowe owns the Studebaker.
Yeah.
Most historic cars Eric has owned at one stage or the other. He's got the reverse Midas touch for historic car ownership. He'll buy a perfectly good car, which will then run its bearings in an instant. So, yeah, 4.5 litre was and particularly the blower Bentley, originally, when Bentleys were entered in the 1923 Le Mans, it was very much against the the recommendation of W.O. Bentley. However, when the car finished well and finished in the top 6 against all the foreign Johnnies, they decided it would actually be quite a good idea to go racing. And so then the Bentley, the story at Le Mans started. Now, this is very much more up to date. Andrew Maynard's Jaguar.
Now, it's the
prototype for the XJR15.
Yeah, so this is the car that Walkinshaw's built to sell the concept to Jaguar. So at this point in its life, it wasn't a Jaguar. It was actually a TWR project car.
Yeah.
And I believe... and
it still doesn't have a Jaguar badge. It still has a TWR badge.
Now, did this come from parts of the chassis that Win Percy crashed?
Well, let's find out. So mechanically based on the XJR8 and the Le Mans winning XJR9, Tom's vision of a race car that could be used on the road. This prototype had a slightly, and probably slightly is about right, detuned version of the Le Mans winning V12, so developing only 450 horsepower.
How could they manage?
All carbon fibre Kevlar construction. Designed by Peter Stevens. You can see several of Peter's works, not least the fabulous McLaren F1, which is outside the Neon McLaren workshop just behind the airfield. And this was the proof of concept. So the idea was, very much as Carroll Shelby did, get the factory boss of Jaguar in the passenger seat, scare the living bejesus out of him, and persuade him that millionaires would want one. That then begat the XJR15, which led to one of the most expensive damage repair build racing series in known history.
Ian Flux, famous Flux Hughes book's coming out in the next couple of weeks, told me he raced in that series, and it was funded by some Japanese guy, got paid more for racing that XJR15 in 3 races, and he almost won one of them than he got paid in the rest of his career.
Probably right, because
it was all in notes as well.
Used onces.
53 XJR15.
The car you're looking at now is a 1961 Morgan Plus 4 Supersports. Now, this has been entered and owned by Pendine Historic Cars, who are based here. They're a historic car sales operation. And Pendine, this is driven by Johnny Shears of Bristol Heritage-based Pendine Historic Cars. So this car, affectionately known as Chock Ices, acquired by Peter Martin in 1960. And Peter Martin was the co-driver of another man whose name is forever associated with Morgan, Chris Lawrence, who is a very well-renowned, very famous and successful Morgan racer and tuner.
Who did a little bit of Formula One.
Did he?
He did.
So that's a bit of Chris Lawrence history that I don't know. This car was a facsimile or a close relative of the Morgan Tune cars, because it was taken to Chris Morgan's workshop and tuned and then raced and rallied for many years successfully.
Martin, we've got all these notes and it keeps saying Chock Ice this, Chock Ice that.
Yeah.
It doesn't say why.
Because it was, I don't know.
Well, it's not brown, is it?
No, it's not.
It's blue.
Yeah, not sure. Now, the D-Type progressing in a manner that was probably not intended. So hopefully nothing...
Oh, I hope that D-Type's not broken.
No.
Oh, that's the mini one.
No. That's that was the one that was on the start line and then stopped. Yeah, no, there was a slight failure to proceed, unfortunately.
Oh, broken drive shaft.
Yeah, so this is the car that won in RAT with Duncan Hamilton and Ivor Bjerb, and also won at... So winning at Rat and Lime Rock, that's a real variety.
Yeah, that's it. Oh, it's been pushed right past us now.
And the short nose...
Can we shout to them and ask them what's wrong with it?
No. Nobody needs to be shouted at across an airfield to ask what's wrong with their car. It doesn't go through gritted teeth will be the answer.
Wow.
So that car, 6th at Le Mans in 1956 and set the fastest lap as well. Yeah. So it wasn't hanging around.
Love the shape of the D-Type still.
Still one of the most drop-dead gorgeous schoolboy sort of doodling racing cars ever.
Yeah.
It basically does, the body does exactly what it needs to. It just covers all the bits and just whistles through the air. I read a story at one stage about aerodynamics on the Mulsanne straight at Le Mans in the days before it had chicanes, and it was a mile flat-out blast. And on the C-types, they had a number panel on the side. And number panels had to be illuminated, so they had a little light on the side of the door, which is basically the same Lucas rear light that's on my Morris Minor and a whole host of other number plate lights. And the car was not achieving its expected maximum top speed.
Yeah.
And they discovered purely by accident, somebody had taken the number plate lights off one of the cars.
Yeah.
That car went about 6 miles an hour quicker down the Mulsanne.
Really?
And they were going,
yeah.
Why is that car quicker? What's different about the other? Turned out that where they had positioned the marker lights on the door of the car was in a particularly sensitive high pressure airflow.
Yes, yeah.
And by moving the numbers to wherever was a lower pressure, by sticking on tabs of wool and seeing where they blew and where they didn't, they actually managed to find the top speed back in the car. So again, we're looking here at little car companies' products. This is the Testarossa, 250 Testarossa. So it is a, what are you saying, 2/3 scale? 1/3 scale?
No, 3/4, I think.
Maybe,
it looks.
Yeah, maybe so.
Yeah, I don't know. It looks smaller than that, doesn't it?
Well, that's if you've got a full-size driver rather than a 3/4 size driver. So I think if you had a 3/4 sized adult in there, then it would be a little bit more size appropriate.
It says it's a 75% reproduction.
Yeah, that's 3/4, isn't it?
Yeah. It looks smaller than that.
But then
developed and built from original drawings kept by Ferrari Classic, and they say it's a beautifully scaled tribute.
Yeah.
And they're building 299. That's a funny number. Why 299 of these? Designed to share the joy of driving across generations and a true collector's item to be cherished, it says in the advertising blurb.
So why 299? Is that relevant to the engine capacity of the last ever Testarossa? No,
I don't know.
They're all 250s, weren't they? So,
well, apparently it's officially. This is officially approved by Ferrari.
Yes.
Car.
Well, and that's the deal. Is that they and again with Aston Martin with the DB5, they've worked extremely closely with Aston Martin to make sure that it's as faithful a replica as possible. Now then, all sorts of different bolide here this weekend.
Oh yes. Now this is something very different, isn't it? Yes. And this is something I didn't really know about until we came here, and I did a little bit of research. And they claim that the first motor racing in Britain was these de Dion Bouton trikes, because they raced in Britain before any. A lot of people say the first race was at Bexhill, which was actually a side-by-side sprint. But these people claim that they were racing before. Well, I can tell you the people in Bexhill were going a lot faster than these.
Well, they may well have been racing inside as well with these. So
yes, I think they probably were.
Or could have, even if they weren't.
Well, back in 2017...
That's it, so get tucked down behind those...
back in 2017, the Daily Telegraph did an article on these particular bolides, these de Dion Bouton motor tricycles, which I managed to find.
What a great little way of getting around they are, though.
Yeah.
Electric bikes, nothing new, is there?
No. So it says
although these aren't electric.
It says in 1897, the Motor Car Club, as a first anniversary celebration of its emancipation run from London to Brighton, organised a series of races for the Dion Bouton motor tricycles on a quarter-mile oval track outside in Richmond Park.
Really?
Yeah.
Good grief. You'd never get that through these days, would
But
you?
then that cycle track and that venue was then demolished. So they had to search for another venue.
So it was a velodrome.
Yeah, and then they raced them at Brooklands, and quite extraordinary machines, aren't they?
Now, of course, cycling fans will be familiar. I've forgotten the name of it immediately. This was due to come at the end of the sentence, but I've forgotten the name of the. They're not Solex, are they? The little small powered bicycles that are used to pace the Kirin.
Yes.
Who makes them? I've forgotten. Heidi, who makes the bicycles that pace the Kirin? No, me neither. But again, not a dissimilar concept. In that case, the motor could be added to any bicycle to power the front wheel. In this case, they were purpose made. And de Dion Bouton went on, of course, to make all sorts of actual four-wheel motor cars as well as these motor tricycles.
I think at one stage they're the largest motor manufacturer in the world, and they also they made rail cars as well.
Yeah. As did Bugatti and a number of other.
You said there was
French
nothing
companies.
new, Martin. I mean,
there is nothing new.
Thinking back to my very earliest days of powered motoring, mopeds.
Yep.
FS1Es had pedals.
all mopeds had to have pedals.
Yes, exactly. That was the point.
Just a bicycle.
I had a bicycle with an engine which bolted on the front and drove a little metal wheel which drove the front wheel round. That was the first motorised vehicle I ever had.
So the opposite of how we used to power lights without batteries, with the little dynamo that clicked onto the rear wheel. Ask your father, ask your grandfather. In fact, kids, ask your great-grandfather, most of you. There's a group of young fans sitting on the air raid shelter, the bomb shelter just in front of us, outside the control tower. Seeing
great spot.
Exactly, seeing kids of that age.
I think we're going to say come down. Great view.
Get back up there. Great view from there.
Yeah, the Dion Bouton who'd built these little trikes were the largest manufacturer of automobiles in 1900.
Yep.
And they produced 400 cars that year. But 3,200 engines.
So that would have been before Henry Ford came along. Mm-hmm. A lot of the early French car industry was based in and around Le Mans. And the reason for that, the reason it became a big part of the motor industry is iron foundries. Now, there were Le Mans was famous in the 16th, 17th, 18th centuries for its iron foundries. The bells for the cathedral at Le Mans were cast in the foundries at Le Mans. Yeah. The bells for the cathedral at Notre Dame in Paris were cast in Le Mans as well. Some of the biggest cathedral bells in Europe, and a whole host of others. And one thing that you needed for making cars was cast iron. Engine blocks, cylinder heads, all of that stuff, plus also suspension components and cast iron for frames and everything else. And so having that quality iron foundry in Le Mans just drew manufacturers like moths to a flame.
Just a bit more about these trikes. The man we have to thank for bringing these along is a chap called Nick Pellet, who runs Team Jarrett. And they've raced these at Silverstone, apparently, Mallory Park, and even at the Top Gear track at Dunsford. And sometimes they have as many as 50. I think there was about 10 of them then.
I would like to see the Stig on one.
Yeah.
Will he be flat through Hammerhead? Yes, I think he will. Yes. Even we'd be flat through Hammerhead. Now then.
What have we got next?
Well, we're sort of actually echoing what we've just said about there's nothing new going from motorised tricycles to electric bicycles. This is, again, one of our sort of loose groupings of cars, and the headline for this is Magneto to electric. Now, most people here will understand what an electric car is. Not many people have ever encountered a Magneto. Andrew, over to you.
By way of producing electricity.
And today on the Open University is a level 2 course in electrical engineering.
Yeah. My understanding of cars is that a coil produces a high voltage and a distributor distributes it to the spark plug for the requisite cylinder. Now, a Magneto did that. This is where we need Slater. Because as a restorer of old aircraft, magnetos were always used on old aircraft and old cars, but I don't think magnetos have particularly been replaced by distributors. They've been replaced by electronic fuel injection, because cars don't have to run upside down. Planes often do.
Yeah. Mr. Google says a magneto is an electrical generator that uses permanent magnets to produce periodic pulses of alternating current. Unlike a dynamo, a magneto does not contain a commutator to produce direct current.
So nothing at all like because an alternator powers the electrics in your car, whereas a magneto powers your engine.
Yeah, so basically a magneto wasn't very clever in the stuff we've got now. Like alternators,
it's a distributor with a coil built in.
Yes.
If you hadn't had a magneto, you wouldn't have been able to have an internal combustion engine. Because basically you needed the electricity to be there to provide the spark for the... Let's not forget, in the early days of motoring, people were making it up as they went along.
Yeah.
Because you couldn't just invent a car.
And we're keeping that trend alive. Very much so.
Before you could have a car... before you could have an internal combustion engine, you had to work out how you were going to set light to the fuel air mixture in the car. No, hang on. Before you did that, you had to work out how to get the fuel air mixture in. No, before that, you had to work out what the fuel air mixture was.
No, before that, you had to work out what fuel was.
Yes, exactly.
And before that, you were using steam.
Yeah. Well, let's not forget that at the beginning of time, you had steam, you had electric, and you had the internal combustion engine. Yeah. And they were all competing. And that's what this in some respects, that's what this little grouping
Yes.
is looking at.
Yeah.
So when you built the first car, you had to invent a spark plug. You had to invent some sort of carburetor, or you had to have a steam regulator, etc. We've just seen the Polestar.
Yeah, that was the Polestar 1. Yeah,
so that was a hybrid 2-litre car, which debuted at Goodwood a couple of 3 years ago, and was, if you like, their proof of concept. Huge power output with a 2-litre 4-cylinder engine. From the Polestar 2. So 3 and onwards, 2, 3 and onwards, they are now all battery electric, and their global headquarters is here at Bicester Heritage.
Yeah. This is a Bugatti baby car.
So it's
called the. I think it isn't called the Bugatti.
It's called
Baby,
the Bugatti Baby 2, and again, as we saw the DB5 a little earlier on, this is a 3/4 scale version of. Well, in this case, it's not a facsimile of a Bugatti. They 3D scanned a 1924 French Grand Prix Bugatti Type 35. And that's what this is.
And it is licensed by Bugatti.
Yeah.
So they're allowed to use all the same logos.
But what are these outriggers here?
That's just in case somebody gets a tiny bit excited.
Yeah, over enthusiastic.
Yes, because it is quite a high centre of gravity.
Yes.
And actually, like the period Bugattis, there is a real Type 35 in French Racing Blue that you can see close to the fabulous bacon sandwich wagon. Look at the front wheels. Now, unlike modern racing cars, that has got a lot of positive camber. So the inside of the wheel is closer to the centre car than the outside of the wheel, if you're looking at it. So the bottom is closer to the centre car than the top, which should promote chronic understeer. And I've never quite... I need to speak to somebody who understands Bugattis, why that's a good thing for handling.
Have you ever owned a Hillman Imp?
Yes, chronic understeer. The first thing you did with a Hillman Imp is put a toolbox and a bag of cement in the front to stop it understeering. And then you learned about lift-off oversteer. Now then, moving on, again from pure electric. So
is this a GN?
This will be a GN Anzani 1925 cycle car, effectively. And as you can see, very lightweight, very flimsy, tiny mudguards, tiny wheels, not that far dissociated from two bicycles with a bit of framework in the middle. Essentially, it says here, primeval Fraser Nash. That is a phrase I will try and use again.
Yes.
So no brakes at the front, no shock absorbers. It's got a chain-driven transmission from the engine. The chains go past the driver to a chain-driven solid rear axle. So it's got no differential, which means that it will pick up wheels or wheel spin a lot when you're trying to corner. But it's very good for sliding around on loose circuits, which, of course, most roads would have been barely metalled tracks in the early 1920s.
Well, Le Mans, the circuit at Le Mans was gravel, wasn't it?
Yeah, it wasn't a firm surface till 1929 at Le Mans, and they started racing there in 1920. Imagine 6 years racing for 24 hours in primitive cars on dirt tracks in the countryside. No wonder there was a high attrition rate. So this is driven by Michael Power, chairman of the board of directors at Bicester Motion, which is the company responsible for restoring the former RAF Bicester as Bicester Heritage. So Michael, one of the leading lights here at Bicester Motion, and this is the sort of very early cycle car. We saw I'm trying to think what it was, the early buggy earlier on. That's much more of a recognisable car, let's say, than the early wagons.
Just a reminder, if you're here, as another Polestar goes off the line, this is a Polestar 2, and it's very quick off the line because I heard Martin talking about this, all the talk, all the time, and we are talking to your RQUE, not TLK, which is what you get from here. If you are here and you have friends, relatives, or other important people, or just people you think would enjoy this, you can tune in around the world. It's absolutely free, no blocks, no breaks. We'll be going all the way through today and all the way through tomorrow. You can go to the Bicester Heritage page, or you can go to search on YouTube, or you can go to the embed on radiolemans.com, part of the Radio Show Limited network of sound and visual channels. Next weekend, we will be at Watkins Glen for the Sirland 6 hours on IMSA Radio and IMSA TV.
Can't say you don't get variety. Le Mans 24 hours, Bicester Heritage Flywheel, Watkins Glen 6 hours.
And then back to Le Mans.
And then back to Le Mans.
Back to Le Mans, yes, indeed.
Yes, for the
It's
classic,
like,
of course.
It's like we never left.
Yes. So this is the Polestar.
Yeah, this is the Polestar 2 BST edition.
I think you can get this with either a single or dual motor.
I don't think that is the BST.
No, that doesn't look like the BST edition.
No, I think it's just a Polestar 2, isn't
it? Stripes.
It's not the...
the BST edition is the dark grey one. And here's the Polestar 1, which is a very handsome coupe.
Yeah.
A handful of them in the UK. If you get to see this up close, ask somebody to open the boot for you, because the connectors for the electrical part of this car are on display behind plexiglass in the boot in a very sort of 1960s, 1970s customised type of way, or if you will, the flux capacitor from Back to the Future. This is an extraordinary piece of engineering. That they've turned out.
Yeah,
with.
this has got an internal combustion engine as well as the electric motors. Well, the Polestar 2. Oh my goodness!
See, you can take the test driver out of whatever. I don't know where that sentence is going. The whole point of showing cars like this, being driven like this, is not that this is how you must drive them, just to give you an indication of what the potential of the car would be.
This is one of only 1,500 of this Polestar 1 that they built. This company that's associated with Volvo, of course, and is now part of the Geely Corporation in China, who also own Lotus.
And it is a separate entity now, but it has been able to gear up to series production very quickly by using and borrowing some of the facilities. It has a specific design language, which I really like, and it's proof that you can have an electric vehicle. Their next set of cars, by the way, are going to have getting on for 400 miles of a full BEV range, which is quite remarkable. Things are moving very quickly in that form. Proof, if proof were needed, that it's not about what pushes the car forward, but how much soul and how much the car has and how much enthusiasm the driver has.
Well, if you buy a car built by car guys, and Polestar are very definitely car guys, then that's where you go. Now then, talking about, again, going back to the Magneto era, this is Bugatti Type 37, so the extrapolation of the Type 35s, which was such a successful Voiturette and Grand Prix racer. 37, this car, built in 1926, sold from Jean Bugatti's showroom in Paris to a man called Henry Auber, who raced the car in the north of France. A number of major successes in racing, won hill climbs, won the Picardy Grand Prix in 1927.
Were roses blooming there then, even?
I imagine they were. Won his class at the Grand Prix Arras as well. So this car with period racing heritage from the mid to late 1920s. And again, straight 8 engine, fantastic. If you get a look at one of these things close up, just how simple but how beautifully, neatly they're built.
But look at the difference between that car, which was built as a racing car, but obviously people use them on the street, and some of the other cars from the same era that we were talking about that look nothing more than, as you said, 2 bicycles and a bit of bodywork in between. You're already seeing what motor racing does to improve the breed here.
Yeah. Well, this is the blower Bentley to the Austin 7 compared to that GN cycle car.
Correct.
I mean, a whole lot more. And again, talking of which, here is a blower Bentley.
Yum.
And 1929, 4.5 litre supercharged Bentley with, they didn't all have superchargers. This does. That's the lumps sitting out in front of the radiator. That's where the blower, the supercharger is. Supercharger, like a turbocharger, compresses more fuel and air into the engine, and the more bang you can get, the more power you get out the other end. The difference between a supercharger and a turbocharger is the supercharger is driven by the engine itself, whereas the turbocharger is driven by the exhaust gas, which is effectively free energy, if you like. So supercharger with just a slightly different way of going about it. This car built, serviced and run from Kingsbury Racing here in Bicester Heritage. very famous racing Bentley tuners.
Literally cornering on the limit as they come past us. Tried.
It's great, isn't it?
Yeah, this circuit really is allowing people to show off the handling of these cars.
It's quite a tricky, it's quite a tricky, nuanced little track.
But it's bumpy, isn't it, John?
It will be in something like that. A more contemporary road car, you probably wouldn't feel it so much. It is. There are some quite tricky little corners where you've got complexes of corners here, and I think it really is perfect for what we're doing this weekend, to be able to get these cars around and for you all to be able to take photographs coming, going, backwards, forwards, turning left, turning right. Later on today, we'll be running some cars around just the oval, when we've got some displays later on.
That car, by the way, driven by Ewan Getley, who is the boss of Kingsbury Racing, and whose daughters are now Mr. Bunn the Baker's daughters. They race as well, funnily enough. If Dad runs a company that restores vintage Bentleys, oh dear, I wonder what the girls or the boys are going to do. Yeah, the kids are vintage racers as well. By the way, for those who want to know, Australia are now 2 for 43.
It'll be 43 for 2.
Yeah. No. Australia are 2 for 43. England have them at 43 for 2. So the second day of the first test of the Ashes continues. Don't know if there's been rain actually in Birmingham. So
they've only started at 11.
Yeah, so 12, 15.
They were 30. They at Stumps last night. Australia were 13 without loss after.
What a declaration that was! And that's the fun. But where are they going? They've declared. What?
I heard that as I was driving home, and Phil Tufnell was.
Tufnell was going. What do you mean they've declared? Where are they going? They can't. They have declared. Anyway, here is our little baby Bugatti again. This is not a 1937 car. There we go. So this is the baby Bugatti again, scaled, 100% 3D scan. A 75% replica of a 1924 Grand Prix Bugatti Type 35.
Not as we've seen in NASCAR Stock Car Cup racing down through the years. A 7th, 8th replica.
Not the Junior Johnson version. No, this is the.
He got spotted in the end.
Took a while. That's what brought templates in.
Exactly so.
For that. If you don't know what that is, good, look it up.
There was another great Junior Johnson story where they stripped the car in post-race tech, took the fuel tank out, and they took it away to be measured. And he said, "Okay, guys, enjoy yourselves with that." Fired the car up and drove away.
Because he had about a quarter of a mile of fuel line in the car. Yeah. The fuel tank was perfectly legal. Yes, go and look that one up. 7/8 size Cup car if you're not sure of that one.
Right,
that's the GN again.
We're back with our GN cycle car, so the GN Anzani. So the Anzani is the engine, and the GN is the cycle car chassis.
Yeah. But this was Europe's version of getting personal mobility for people. These small cars, they were still quite expensive in those days, and when you're talking about what was going on at Le Mans in particular, and we've got our Le Mans plateau to come, of course, but Le Mans through the 1920s was proving to allowing manufacturers to prove their reliability and basically use it as a 24-hour advert for this newfangled motor car.
Yep. But if you look at, you look at this car, and it's got everything that a modern car has. You know, it's got headlights, rear lights, seats, weather protection.
I'm not seeing the DAB stereo in that.
But it looks like
4 wheels.
It still looks like a car.
Yeah,
there's no question it's anything else than a car. And for all the weird and wonderful shapes that motor cars have taken over the years, and God knows they have, they are still recognisable. They all have the same basic requirements. They all do the same basic thing. You know, there's not much difference in looks between that and a vintage Bentley in scale and in size and quality of build and everything else and longevity. There is, but this is, that was built to be as cheap and effective as possible, whereas the Bentley was built to be as brutally effective as possible.
Let's not forget that Britain was very much at the forefront of the early automotive. We've seen Bugatti, we had France, America, Germany and Italy building cars originally. Now, of course, it's
everybody.
Now China, of course. I mean, The car we see going around at the moment is owned by a Chinese company. How long, John, before we see Chinese cars racing at Le Mans? That's something that hasn't happened yet.
It will soon.
Obviously, we've had the Japanese dominating for a while.
We only need the return of MG.
Well,
yes,
true.
indeed.
That's true.
They're selling so many cars at the moment, I don't think they need a racing program.
No.
Fastest growing car company in Britain at the moment.
So here is the Polestar and the
spiritedly driven.
Yes, nice. I like that. What I quite like about this is that there is the ability to look at this car and say what you've just said about that 1925 machine.
Yeah.
It's got everything a car needs.
Yeah.
Just because the motive power unit is different doesn't mean you've got to be funky.
Well,
you need to seat 4 people and take their luggage for, and go and do your shopping and.
Well, fundamentally, the difference between this and a vintage Bentley is comfort. It's a century of more comfort. Cars are getting bigger and heavier because we want more comfort. We want air conditioning. We want comfy seats. We want airbags. We want the safety.
We want to be able to speak on our phone. We want to be able to communicate. We want to see where we're going.
None of which you get on 2 wheels.
So as the motorbikes go off, let's just go back 24 hours when I was down at Polestar headquarters and spoke to Kim Palmer.
Well, it would be easy to think that Bicester Heritage and Bicester Motion are all about looking into the past. And whilst that certainly is true, that's not the whole picture. Here's another side of the story. We're at Polestar with Kim Palmer. Kim, this is the future of automotive and of personal transport. Why are you here at Bicester Heritage?
Well, look, Polestar here at Bicester Heritage is our global headquarters. We moved in here December last year. And, Polestar is all about the thrill of the drive. We're a performance brand, and when you look around Bicester, you can see other enthusiastic brands that are all here for the thrill of driving and passionate about cars. So we feel it's a great fit to be here at Bicester.
There's no doubt, Kim, that there is a particular design ethos for Polestar. It sets it apart. It gives it a personality. Actually, not unlike some of the older brands that are here when you could tell cars apart on the road. Is that important for the brand now and going forward?
Yeah, absolutely. Polestar's founded on 3 key pillars: design, sustainability and technology. And design is what really stitches that all together.
And what can you offer the enthusiast? We're looking backwards in technology. We're looking forwards to the future of mobility. What does Polestar offer that other manufacturers simply can't?
Well, look, you can see in our cars, as we said, design runs through. Technology makes it really easy to run the car. So we're running Google. You just talk to the car. It will tell you where you need to go. It will put on the heated seats for you if you want, taking away that distraction from the driver. We try and make it really, really easy for the customer, whether they're coming from a petrol or diesel car into EV or an existing EV customer.
So Polestar, of course, started off with hybrids. The Polestar 1 I saw going up the hill at Goodwood. What a phenomenal machine that is. You've now transitioned into full battery electric vehicles. Are you taking your customers and, probably more importantly, transition customers from other manufacturers with you on that journey?
Yeah, absolutely. The future really is here with pure EV. We're working really hard to make the experience really simple in the way that we sell our cars. We have brand ambassadors here that take you through the brand. They're not trying to sell you a car, but they're trying to help people that are moving from petrol or diesel or hybrid into EVs, and actually making that transition really easy. And once you've experienced the performance of these cars, they really aren't white goods. They are so much fun. Blistering acceleration, fantastic go-kart style handling. They really do stick to the road. Great fun on any road. And then you have all the benefits of the cost of running the car. And then when you're on the motorway, it's really, really quiet and relaxing. So you just really get the best of all worlds.
Well, thank you for joining us here at Flywheel. Polestar, then, the enthusiasts BEV. Not just for the future, for right now. And they're here at Bicester Heritage.
And Polestar's headquarters is just on the other side of the site here at Bicester Heritage from where we are on the figure of 8. Just down a little bit and behind where the Motorsport UK is, what used to be called MSA. So on that side of things, back towards the main gate.
So if you're looking at the airfield, it's on the right-hand side
Correct.
of the site. If you come in through the main gate past the guardhouse, it's still on the right-hand side of the site.
Yeah, exactly so. And always a warm welcome down there. They've got a variety of demonstrators down there. And ask questions. It's not a one-size-fits-all when it comes to personal mobility. And you'll find everybody down there at Polestar will talk to you very sensibly about whether a BEV can meet your needs and what they can do for you if it does. Meantime, we're on two wheels.
We are
and
indeed.
There is the unmistakable smell of two-stroke in the air, Mr. Haven.
There really is. Unfortunately, two-wheel vehicle identification is not my strong suit, as anybody.
Well, that's a motorbike going round.
Yeah, no, I'm good on that. I'm not sure exactly what it is. It's not okay. So we're looking down the order here. So it's not a TZ350. I think that's not a 47 Guzzi. That's not a radial Manxman.
What was the number on the front?
Can't tell you.
All right, we'll see it when it comes back.
I'm looking at the back of him.
It's binos for me tomorrow. I don't know why I didn't think to bring those, if I'm honest, and I apologise for that.
Now there are two devices in this. Okay, so the Douglas S25 Speed model. So this is Terry Wilson, it says. 500cc Douglas overhead valve flat twin.
Yeah, that sounds like a flat twin.
Yeah, it does indeed.
It has the number.
So he's done a couple of flywheels.
54.
And a scramble and about 10 Cop Hill climbs. He's run this bike at the Centenary at Brooklands. That must have been fun on the banking. That looks very firmly sprung, if springing is in fact what you would call it.
Look at the lack of ground clearance. That's what I noticed straight away on these bikes. These are racing bikes. It's hard to get it tipped over because you don't have the big, thick, fat tyres that you get nowadays, even on touring bikes. You've got a pronounced corner on the tyre, a shoulder on the tyre, and it's, you are having to turn the forks as well as lean the motorcycle over. And even when you do that, the bottom of the engine and your feet and the frame are all perilously close to the ground. My big BMW Tourer has more ground clearance than that, and that's where things have come on, along with tyre technology, of course. And just imagine these bikes doing what they do still to this day on the Isle of Man, where all kinds of records were broken this year in super stocks and in the main category. Push start for the next machine, very common. We used to see Grand Prix riders scooting along.
Well, and even in the days of Big Bang 500s, they would start a Grand Prix with a push start. And there were an awful lot of injuries when bikes didn't start because 500cc racing two-strokes recalcitrantly extreme. So this is Colin West on a 1947 Moto Guzzi Dondolino. Google what Dondolino means in it. That's the Milliard special now.
Oh, that's the Milliard.
Yeah, that is one of the vehicles that I will recognise there. So Alan Milliard, this is it says 1926 Flying Milliard. 5-litre V-twin. I think the engine dates from 1956. It is essentially a V-twin, so it is 2 cylinders from a Pratt & Whitney rotary aero engine. So 60-degree V-twin, 60-degree V. And the chassis built at home by Alan Milliard, certifiably absolutely barking. This is it's a 5-litre motorcycle because of course there ain't no capacity for cubes. V-twin, and the sort of engine the Pratt & Whitney Aerial Wasp used to power Amelia Earhart when she made her final flight in 1937, but Alan built the crankcase and designed and built the crankcase, attached the cylinders and cast the crank out of wooden moulds, built the frame himself. And it's an astonishing device. It is as huge as it looks. I mean, aero engines in those days were not enclosed because they were air-cooled. You can see the big fins on the cylinders, just the same as you would on many, many motorcycle engines of any period before water cooling really came in the 80s. But Alan Milliard, home-brewed special in the finest traditions of aero-engined vintage cars, but with fewer wheels. It's a fantastic device. And wherever, I'm not quite sure where these bikes are parked. I haven't seen them in my brief perambulations this morning, but go and see the Mill Yard Special. It is nearly as tall as a family saloon car. The seating position is very SUV, as opposed to most of these, which are sort of sports car seating positions. So I think, was that the Gutsy going off, or am I hearing the Gutsy revving? I've sort of lost. Okay, so 59 Max Norton, so Martin Bland's machine. Let's see if I can find a little bit to tell you about that. I'm in the middle of Velocets and all sorts of things. An original Max Norton as raced in the 1960s, and record holder at Cadwell Park. Crikey.
I have the greatest, because I ride a motorcycle and have done for many years. In fact, you and I went out on a few motorcycle rides when I still lived up in the northeast.
We did indeed, Gromit.
Yes, you were on my Triumph, and I was on the Suzuki in those days. Still got that Triumph. I've always had the greatest of respect for anyone who races motorcycles. And when I look at these older motorcycles, my respect levels just increase on a logarithmic scale. I know it's fantastic what all of the current motorcycle races can do, be it BSB, World Superbikes, MotoGP.
I mean,
certainly on the
how can
Isle
you have seen footage from the Isle of Man TT and not just be absolutely staggered?
But I think it's interesting that quite often when I show people who drive cars every day, because so many people do drive cars every day, and let them watch Formula One or some other form of motorsport, particularly with paddle shift and all that, and they look at that and go, well, actually, that doesn't look quite that hard. You know, if I practiced hard enough and I spent enough time on iRacing, there is not a motorcyclist out there who will watch racing motorcycles and go, I could never do that.
Well, I don't think you even have to have ever ridden a motorcycle. I think you just watch MotoGP, or especially something like the TT, and you just go, okay, I don't care how good a motorcyclist you think you are, that is a different level. And so is the machinery. When you look at Max Norton, we talked about a D-type Jag being, you know, the epitome of a schoolboy doodle of a sports racing car. Well, the Max Norton is absolutely the schoolboy doodle of a racing motorcycle. It's got everything you need. It's got a fat tank. It's got that low seat, and the Max Norton is just a great looking thing. Now, this is the Moto Guzzi that we saw lining up earlier, the Dondolino.
I think it means upright. It's not directly...
That's Hindhaugh, who can't order beers in Italian, ladies and gentlemen.
I don't drink beer in Italy or anywhere else.
Let me just Google.
I can order wine, though. This is a classic... And in fact, actually, the word Dondolino has been stolen from this motorcycle to be used on other things, mostly that are, as I say, upright. And
upright mobility frames.
There you go.
Yeah, there you go. Little walkers for kids, but particularly.
Yes. And Moto Guzzi, with such a proud tradition going way back into, 1940s, and still turn out some of the most beautiful looking motorcycles. A little bit smoky, this one, as it's going around.
So this is quite an early Guzzi, 1947 500cc horizontally opposed, horizontally mounted single cylinder.
Big single pot, pot.
With an external flywheel. So that's the big round device you can see whizzing round, affectionately known as the bacon slicer. Don't get yourself in the way of the machinery. So constructed in the late 1940s, was in a private collection in Bologna before being purchased and fettled by the present owner. That has all the hallmarks of being a slightly oily... What's the Italian for oily rag restoration? It's a glorious looking thing, though. It really is.
Look, though, what do you notice about it that carries on to Moto Guzzi today? Look at the shape of the fuel tank.
Yep.
It is absolute... You could go and pick up a 5 or 6 year old Guzzi and it would still have that shape of tank.
And those exhausts, you look at the Guzzis that I was lusting after in the motorbike showrooms in the late 70s and early 80s when I had my little 100cc Yamaha, and they looked barely any different. It's
Martin Haven and John Hindhaugh for live at Bicester Heritage for Flywheel 2023, the 10th anniversary. A little bit earlier on, I took a walk over to the flight line to have a look at some of the wonderful aircraft.
Isn't that just beautiful? We revel in the wheels part of Flywheels. This is part of the fly of Flywheels, if you will, and extremely, extremely honoured to have this particular plane here, a type of aircraft that is inextricably linked with RAF Bicester as it was. Steve Slater is with me. This is superb that we've got this plane. One of how many still flying?
One. It is the one. That's why it's got its own home guard on it. But the Bristol Blenheim is truly a historic aeroplane. It was the most complicated advanced bomber aircraft built in 1936. It was state of the art. You have to remember, when this was built, it was faster than every fighter plane the RAF had. It became obsolete quite quickly as technology moved on during the Second World War, but Blenheim stayed here till 1944 training bomber crews. And this was the airfield where the pilot, the air gunner, the radio operator all got together as a crew for the first time. And the Blenheim was the aircraft that they trained in.
Let's have a closer look. Ash, you come with us as well, because there's some really key features that Steve was talking about there. And if we look at the front end, first of all, Ash, I'll let you go past me and have a look at that cockpit. There's aerodynamics there. There's the early part of aerodynamics there.
It is, and this is the short-nosed Blenheim, as it was known. After 1942, the longer nose was put on the aircraft, the Mark IV Blenheim. But this aircraft was originally built from a Mark IV airframe. Sadly, got crashed in the 1990s, and then was completely rebuilt. And this whole aircraft nose section here had been used in the 1940s for an electric car.
Really?
And that's the reason that nose survived. It's the only one of its kind. And John Romain and the Aircraft Restoration Company spent, I think it was 17 years rebuilding the aircraft. It had previously been rebuilt from a Canadian airframe back in the 1980s by Graham Warner, the man who ran checkered flag racing.
Yes, I remember that.
And then John Romain took over the project after its accident at Denham in, I think, 1986. But this aircraft is a true unique aircraft, and this is the fighter variant with the 4 machine guns underneath the nose,
you can see
in the
those
bomb
under
bay
there
as well.
Yeah, very interesting.
So it is a truly unique aircraft.
So, twin radial engines, which gave it its speed. When you say it became obsolete quickly, things like the Mosquito would have come along with a little bit more speed?
Absolutely. The Mosquito was 100 miles an hour faster than this aircraft. But this is no mean feat. This is a pair of 900 horsepower Bristol radial engines, Bristol Mercury 20s, I think they are. And this would do about 250, 260 miles an hour. But of course, Messerschmitt 109 came along at 400 miles an hour. But these actually took part in the Battle of Britain, as well as being night fighters and bombers. These aircraft took part in the Battle of Britain and were very, very much involved in attacking the Heinkels when they moved to night operations over, say, London.
What I notice is it's quite a long but short wing and a very aggressive wing profile. Presumably that gave it good manoeuvrability as well.
I think it's good manoeuvrability, although if John Romain, the pilot, were here, he would say that it requires a fair degree of muscle power to persuade it around the corner. It's no Spitfire.
No.
And that was one thing when the Mosquito came along. It was much more agile as well as being faster. And then aircraft like the American Boston and later the B-25 Mitchell came along. And of course those aircraft had nose wheels, required a tarmac airfield, and that was when the centre of operations moved away from Bicester, which still to this day remains an all-grass airfield, to airfields with tarmac runways.
Now, you said it's no Spitfire, but over there, Ash, is a Spitfire. And as Ash focuses in on that with our home guard of honour, this is not just any Spitfire, Steve.
It's the oldest Spitfire flying. It's a genuine veteran of not the Battle of Britain. It was actually already crashed by then. It was actually the Battle of France. And this aircraft was shot down during, it had downed Junkers Ju-87 Stuka over the beaches at Calais. And it got a hole in the bullet hole in the radiator, and with the liquid-cooled Rolls-Royce Merlin, that meant you only had about 30 seconds left before the engine seized. And its pilot, and I've forgotten the name of the squadron leader who was flying it at the time, he put it down onto the beach at Sangatte in France. It became a tourist attraction for German troops after the fall of France, because they all went to have their photos taken with it parked on the
Early
sands.
selfies, as it were.
Absolutely. There's hundreds of photographs of German soldiers reclining against it.
So how did it get back to air flying and back to the UK?
It was dug out of the sand in the 1990s and came to the UK at that time for a restoration. And it was donated to the nation, and the Imperial War Museum are actually the official owners of the aircraft at the moment. But again, it's run by the Aircraft Restoration Company at Duxford. It flies regularly, but it's a very different aircraft to the later Spitfires that most people see. This still has a manually pumped undercarriage, for example, and so you hand pump the undercarriage with 27 strokes of a hand pump, and it also has a 2-speed propeller. Now, the very first Spitfires didn't even have that; they had a wooden propeller like a tiger moth. This one, it's like having a high and low gear. So you get airborne, pump the landing gear up, you get to the maximum revs that you can do, and then throw it into top gear, basically. And
so it's almost like an overdrive.
It certainly gives you extra speed, but there's a loud clunk, and the engine revs drop about 400. It's literally like going from first to fourth gear.
I like it.
And it's the same, of course, when you're entering the circuit. You let the undercarriage down, you put the aircraft into fine pitch, and you could actually hear it when it arrived here, go woo, and it's like throwing the car into first gear. The later Spitfires, and the Mark II onwards, they had what was called a constant speed propeller, which is a bit like an automatic. And it meant during combat the pilots didn't have to carefully monitor the engine revs, because it's so easy to over-rev one of these Spitfires.
The thing that you notice talking about the front end of the plane is the size of that propeller in proportion to the rest of the plane.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's what made a little bit challenging for early pilots on Spitfires. They were an aeroplane that would almost fly sideways if you open the throttle too quickly. But again, everyone talks about the control harmony of the Spitfire. Actually, the aileron controls on this model Spitfire were quite heavy, and same with the elevator controls. They were much heavier than the later ones, and there was a little bit of subtle redesign went on of that wing and that tail during the course of the Spitfire's life.
The wing itself is so narrow, I can barely understand. I mean, I know it's a wing profile, and in motor racing we see things that are very, very similar, but barely think that would give any lift, Steve.
Oh, it gives very good lift, and in fact it was actually, dare I say it, copied from a German design, the Heinkel design of the 1930s, because a Canadian designer called Beverly Shenston was actually working for Heinkel in the 1930s, and he worked in their wind tunnel and helped develop this profile, and then he came back to Britain and worked for Supermarines developing the Spitfire wing. And in actual fact, in one of the hangars here at Bicester is the glider he designed, the Harbinger, which actually has a similar wing profile. So it's a very clever design. Actually, the thickness of the wing is governed not by aerodynamics. It's about the ability to house 8 Browning machine guns and the ammunition. And that's squeezed into that wing. Heaven knows how they did it. It's literally an interference fit for the 8 machine guns.
I'd forgotten about that, and I'm looking down it, and it's like a flat screen television. We're going to wander around the back. There's virtually nothing there. It's brilliant. We'll wander around the back here because there's a couple of other aircraft that I'd like to talk about, and I think we'll start with the one with the big red nose, if we can. There's so much character in this plane. If somebody was drawing a cartoon plane to have a face, this is the face. The colours of the Ukraine Air Force, I notice on the back of this. What is this we're looking at? This is Eastern European.
This is a Yak 3. Right. This is the Russian equivalent of the Spitfire. And in fact, I'm going to try and flag down Bob Davey in a moment, who's the owner and the pilot of this aircraft, to get him to tell us a bit more about it. Because, as you say, it would have had Russian red stars on it.
Yes.
So, in the current climate, it's deemed inappropriate to have that. So he's put the Ukrainian flags on it.
Good for him. Let's walk round. This is Bob over here. Follow us, Ash, if you don't mind. Hello. And I want to know about the mascot as well. Hello, Bob. Can we have a quick word? Can we have a quick word? Hello, Bob.
Hello.
Thank you very much for bringing this lovely aeroplane.
How you doing?
Tell us a little bit about this. As Steve was just telling me, this would have normally had Russian stars on.
Yeah, they're underneath. You can see those if you look at it carefully. Oh, yeah. I've sort of made it a bit conspicuous, to be honest. But it's a 1945 Yak 3 ground attack version. That's why it's got an air-cooled engine. And at the end of the war, they converted them into 2 seats. So the bomb rack that was behind the captain's seat was converted into a rear seat because they had massive attrition in training accidents in the ground handling, and so they tried to make their losses less. And this one ended up in Egypt. There were 41 of them found by 2 French Jewish businessmen called Alain Capel and Jean-Paul Solis. in the 80s, and they recovered them, and it was
when
just...
you say found
in the desert.
Dug up out of the sand?
No, they were just laying abandoned.
Really?
And they bought the job lot. Yeah, they bought 41, and they were a combination of 3s and Yak 11 trainers, because this developed into the Yak 11 trainer. They made 2 cockpits out of 1, 2 sliding canopies, and then and so they had a full, complete copy in the rear. Mine's limited. I've got full controls. I've got rudder and stick and throttle, but the Yak 11s, they developed it into a proper 2-seater. And then it was just when the Iron Curtain collapsed, and the labour rate in Romania in the old Yak factory was $1 an hour, and so they made a deal with the Romanians. It's called Aviation, but it was the Yak factory, and they rebuilt 6 Yak 3s and a bunch of 11s. I don't know how many 11s they did in the end, out of the bits.
And what's it like to fly them?
In the air, it's fantastic. It's incredibly manoeuvrable. It would get on the tail of a Focke-Wulf 190 in 2 turns, and on a 109 Gustav in 3 turns. So if you got into a turning fight with it, you'd be shot down. Yeah. And it was a superiority fighter, but it's compromised, because if you look at the wing, it's only got 160 square foot of wing. Yeah. Piper Cub's got 176. So Steve's plane's got more wing than mine, basically. And so it's really compromised on the ground, and you'll see it in half an hour from now taking off, and it needs 100 knots to get off the ground, and even then it's not over, because you need to stay in ground effect till you get to 100.
That's faster than mine goes at maximum speed.
And so actually rotate is 95, so it gets airborne about 100, and you stay in ground effect till 125, and then you can move away from the ground. So, and coming in 105 finals, and 100 over the fence.
So hang on, you're not actually landing it, you're flying it into the ground at that point?
Into the ground, yeah. It makes this airfield bumpy, and it's not a bumpy airfield.
This is like a prop version of the English Electric Lightning then. Yeah, right, okay, I understand that with the short stubby wings.
The technology, it was absolutely the end. In fact, the first Russian jets was a jet version of this. So the first Yak jet was a Yak 3 with the jet engine. And but it's absolutely lovely to fly in the air. It flies just like a Mustang, but it's lighter, and but on the ground it's like a T6, which is notorious for bad handling. And it basically, when the tail goes down, it blanks the rudder, and you've got to get the tail wheel lock in, and you've got to do that by putting the rudder pedals centrally and get it in. And if you don't, you've got a supermarket trolley wheel at the back, and the thing wants to just join the scenery, so it becomes an absolute handful. But I'm okay, and I've managed to not crash it. I've done about 120 flights in it, and but it's hairy on the ground.
Well, thanks for bringing it today. It's lovely.
No
Thank you very much. Have a good day. We've got one more aircraft to look at. Thank you very much. And this is sitting over here. Something a little bit different again. Here, Steve.
You couldn't get more different.
So we've seen a high-performance light medium bomber, stroke fighter. We've seen a high-performance fighter and another high-performance fighter. What have we got here?
Well, you've got a low-performance fighter, basically. This is a Soko Kraguj.
It's a what, sorry?
Double letter score and Scrabble.
Right.
Soko Kraguj. Sokol is, I think it's Yugoslavian for Falcon.
Right.
But the Kraguj was designed as a ground attack aircraft during the wars in Eastern Europe. And this aircraft is one of only 2 survivors that I think are flying. It basically is a big agricultural machine. It's got a Lycoming engine in the front of it, about 250 horsepower. And it was designed to carry bombs and rockets. And it is a really amazing aeroplane in that respect. It's, as somebody said, it's like a cross between a crop duster and a P-51 Mustang. And if you come around the front of it and have a look underneath the wing, you'll see where all the hardware was attached.
So, as we would see in modern-day aircraft, hard point fastenings. Oh yes, absolutely. So, what would you have? What would have been on here? What would have been the choice to have on here? Obviously, I can see a machine gun poking out of there.
Yep.
And then what else is under there?
So you've got a bomb rack here.
Yeah.
Could actually probably carry another pylon or 2 under here as well. You've got rocket rails for air-to-ground rockets. And quite often they'd fire those with concrete heads because the rockets were going so darn fast you didn't need explosives. The concrete head would punch a hole in a tank anyway.
Right.
So
and then bounce around inside and do the damage.
Yes. And then you've got a pair of Russian-designed machine guns as well. But the other thing with this aeroplane, it has the biggest exhaust pipes of any aeroplane I've ever seen, because it actually generates thrust off the exhaust pipes like a jet engine. So it actually is probably, if you took those exhaust pipes off, you'd lose about 10 miles an hour.
So this is in automotive terms, this is like a blown diffuser. It's actually using the exhaust gases out of that Lycoming engine to push underneath the plane and provide forward thrust.
That's it. I mean, it was actually pioneered on the Spitfire. If you look at the Spitfire, it has extractor exhausts, which were designed to generate a little bit of thrust. But they just took this to a whole new dimension.
You look at it, and obviously in its camouflage, it looks like a military plane. I would dare say if it was in a plain colour, people would think it was a trainer or a crop duster. And yet, by the decals and the livery, we can see that it's being used in very much in attack mode.
Oh yeah, there were several thousand of these built in Yugoslavia for use as ground attack aircraft. They were effectively a flying tank. And you're sitting in a big armour-plated tub inside that cockpit as well, so it could take ground fire. And it's a very, very effective workhorse for its job. And Richard Ellingworth, who owns the aeroplane now, sadly, I think he's headed for a cup of coffee. He says that actually it just gives you so many smiles per hour on flying the aeroplane. It's just great fun.
Just a handful of the planes on the flight line here at the 2023 Bicester Flywheel Festival. Thanks to Steve and thanks to the owners for bringing these fantastic machines that we can drool over.
Yeah, terrific stuff there. And while that's been going on, we've had some very fun motorcycles going round. But coming up next,
well, the last of which has got more wheels than most. You just saw it whiz through the shot, and the motorcycle link there is Barry Sheen, car number 7. He raced that car in the British Touring Car Championship, the Hughes of Beaconsfield Toyota Supra. So raced that in the mid-80s.
He did win one race on more than 2 wheels, which was a truck race in Australia at the end of his career, because I was there. And but I was involved in this Supra deal and the Akai cars that went before. But on the start line now, we've got a most interesting initiative called Starter Motor. And we've got their ambassador here who's going to tell us a lot more about it.
Morning.
Good morning.
And you brought the sun with you?
Yeah, finally it's arrived. Finally it's arrived. Morning everybody. Incidentally, the Porsche 956 has just gone out is not a Starter Motor car, but Starter Motor is a charity based here at Bicester Heritage, and our objective is to put young people in old cars.
Before we go any further, introduce yourself, sir.
Sorry, David Withers. I'm the CEO of the charity.
Right, lovely.
Yeah. So David, putting young people in cars, I mean, that is part of the future of the old car movement. The other part, actually, we need to talk to somebody about Haggerty, which is trying to get cars insured for younger drivers, classic cars insured for younger drivers. But how does it work? You're based here at Bicester Motion. What's the thinking? How does the charity work?
Well, basically, we're doing 3 things. We're introducing people to old cars so they become enthusiasts. We're doing 8 different career path presentations to school to thousands of kids every year, where they can enter into what is quite a big industry, but an aging industry. And the third thing we're doing is we provide a fleet of cars that Haggerty insure under a special product for us, which allows under 25s to drive these cars.
And what are we talking about? A Mini or a Morris Minor, or I mean, what? I know the answer because I've seen the variety you have, and actually that's one of the things that I find quite remarkable is that it's not just a bread and butter car that your mum and dad or my mum and dad would have driven when we were kids.
No, we've got some. So the first one that's kind of approaching this start line now is an Audi TT 225 brake horsepower. 4-wheel drive convertible, driven by Ashley, who's under 25, and for these heritage events we can insure them. So Ashley has been one of our ambassadors. She volunteers for the charity. She's a founding ambassador, and she's been up and down the country at different events, basically doing a show and tell. And we love the Audi TT. It's lent to us by Chubb Insurance. That's how we get the cars. Generally, we're loaned a car. And then we take that and put it in front of many young people as we can. So there's the Austin 10 that Harvey's driving. He's got a young passenger. It's called a 10 because that's the amount of horsepower. And it's a lovely thing from 1933. Special Moss E-Type that's come in, and that's because one of our ambassadors works for Moss Jaguar. He's driving the car. He's 25. And Moss Jaguar helps service our cars, and they do it for us for nothing. And after that, you'll see a lovely +4 Morgan from 1952. The Morgan Sports Car Club are partners with Starter Motor. They've provided the car. We have it for the next 2 years. And for people to get into Morgans, the average driver of whom is over 70, you've got to let them have a go. So we've got that car letting lots of young people have a go. Then we got that lovely Racing Austin 7, lent to us by a gentleman called David Burnage. It's a Racing Austin 7 driven by James Mabley. James is 18 and he drives that in sporting events as well as driving it around in, for fun round to different events that we do.
So that's the little red two-seat Austin Special with the black radiator grille.
Yeah, and Cara is his passenger who won a competition to have a ride. The Jaguar S-Type, maintained for us by Moss Jaguar, is lent to us by the marvellous Mike Lavers, and he's here today, and that is just a beautiful 3.4 litre lovely car, followed by the quirky but beautiful French Citroën Traction Avant, which Leo locally lends us that car, so we can show that out. Then we've got the MGB, driven by Hannah. That's got a V8 engine. It was left to us in a gentleman's will last year, who's loved what the charity has done these past several years. And to our massive surprise, we heard from the executors that the car was to become ours, his cherished possession, and that's a beautiful thing. But the last car, which is a Ford Model T Speedster driven by Simon. Simon works at Kingsbury Racing, which is famous for the Bentleys. Yep. He has built that car from proper Model T bits, which he worked hard one summer, and that car is as you would have found it in 1910. It's missing a few bits, but as he works harder, he's going to replace those. And that is just enormous amount of fun. And all credit to Simon, who's one of our ambassadors, because he actually doesn't have the money, doesn't have the budget, doesn't have the rich ancestors, but he's been able to build something that's going to give him endless hours of fun.
I believe that, is it correct, the charity also provides some free tickets for local school kids to come into this event today?
Yes, we've issued to the local schools in Oxfordshire and Northamptonshire, and they've taken us up on 1,500 free tickets for under 16.
Excellent. That's fantastic. Okay. That is fantastic. And the deal is that if you are eligible, if you're under 25, you can sign up and you can actually drive one of these cars as your everyday car for a period.
Yeah, you get the car for 2 weeks. There needs to be an event somewhere in the middle of it, because that's the product, the insurance requires that. But that's fun, because we give you somewhere to take it. Obviously, you need a driving license and all of those sorts of things, but you are expected to become an ambassador, and that means driving the cars, coming to events, and talking to all of your friends about the joys of old cars.
Yeah. Well, fantastic. I mean, as you said, you know, the car industry, servicing, restoration, particularly, you know, bodywork and all of that, it is an aging population that are doing it. I mean, the people who were able to work on hand-building cars and particularly bodywork were of a previous generation. And so, we need to replace those. And there's a lot going on at Bicester Heritage as well. You know, there's the apprentice schemes here as well. And one of the joys of this place is that it's not just a few isolated pockets of people who are in the old car industry. There's so much cohesion going on and so much interplay and cross-fertilization between all the activities that are going on here that it's like a rising tide. Everybody is just getting better and better and more connections out of the whole thing.
Yeah, absolutely. And I do have to do a massive big up to the Heritage Skills Academy, who are the pioneers in the apprenticeship scheme. And we had 2 of the guys driving the cars around are graduates of that, fully qualified engineers. 3 of them are actually in apprenticeship training as things stand. and they are a very important friend and partner of ours, and they've pioneered. That's big risks 5 years ago, and now they've presently got over 200 apprentices in training, and that bodes well for the future.
And it just proves that the concept works, and it proves that there is a desire to get involved in these things. And, you know, again, some of your, all of your ambassadors are young. You know, they're a new generation of enthusiasts, and every single one of them will tell friends and will influence friends, and that's the way that it works. That's, you know,
absolutely.
Andrew got this bug from friends, I got this bug from friends, I'm sure you did, and everybody else who's brought families and kids here will have. You're not born with it. You just catch it somehow.
And times have changed so much. When we were kids, we lifted the bonnet, we could see the carburettor, we could change the jets, we could do these sort of things. Lift the bonnet of a car these days, assuming it's not electric, but you see a plastic sheet.
Yes,
it's not so easy.
Yeah, it's not as accessible.
You know, you've got it. The only way you're going to tune it is plug a computer, and you've got to be a computer programmer.
Yeah. Which is not mechanics, really.
It's not mechanical, is it?
No, and actually, but young people still love taking things apart and putting them together again.
Yes, because you actually got pieces you can hold and look at and marvel at how they were made and so on. I congratulate you on your charity and what you're doing here at Bicester.
Well, thank you very
what
much.
a great place to do it as well.
Yeah, it is. We have a lot of fun. If we don't have fun doing it, it's pointless.
No,
exactly the same as our job. If we're not having fun, nobody else is going to want to be involved as well.
No, brilliant stuff.
So that's Starter Motor. You can see all those cars on display just outside, just behind the flight line, behind the airfield, right in the centre of Bicester Heritage here. And you'll see those cars around about. And go and talk to them. Go and talk to everybody here. The one thing you will find here is that everybody has the same passion. Whatever age of cars, oh dear, our Caterham proving once again that the Caterham has got much more power than it has got grip. That's the 620R. But yeah, go and talk to the people at Starter Motor. If you have got young enthusiasts who would like to drive something very different, maybe they're not old enough yet to hold a license, maybe they haven't passed their test, maybe they have, but either way, talk to them and talk to anybody at any of the businesses here. You will find, or anybody who's with a car, you will find a half-hour conversation about any single car here. I mean, it's a license to just talk until you can't talk anymore about cars.
I think that was the first proper spin we've seen today.
Yes, because the DB5 was a donut rather than a spin.
This Caterham's got apparently 310 horsepower.
That's
it weighs nothing.
Oh, another spin.
Yeah. So the reason it's got 310 horsepower is called the 620 is because it only weighs 550 kilos. So it's 620 brake horsepower per tonne, which is more than most supercars. I'm thinking he's actually doing that on purpose. If it was me, that would be me out-driving my abilities. I think this is what he's doing. So the 620S is the street pack, and the 620R is a more track-focused race pack with full race suspension and Apollo alloys.
Relatively recently, I drove the other end of the spectrum of the Caterham, which is the 3-cylinder car that puts out 70 horsepower at Snetterton on the track, on the long track. And trust me, it was a heck of a lot of fun because you have to drive it properly, you have to keep your corner speed up, and it goes through the gears very, very quickly indeed. You have that open air feel as you always have done in Caterhams, and what a way to get yourself a weekend car or a weekend racer. Absolutely fantastic fun.
Now here's the sort of opposite end of the age scale from the 620R. This is 1934 Fraser-Nash. This is the Norris Special Fraser-Nash. Raced in an earlier iteration as a Goff-engined semi-works car. Raced at Brooklands and Donington in 1936 when it became a single-seater, and then it was separated from its engine and its body during World War II and acquired by the Norris brothers as basically a rolling chassis. They then installed a pre-war Alvis 25 engine, and it has raced since 1948 as you see it now. Wow. So since 1948, this car has been maintained and then thrashed within an inch of its life and then maintained a bit more.
And won a lot of races at Vintage Sports Car Club events, 16 speed championships, twice a winner of the VSCC Hill Climb Trophy.
Currently geared for a maximum speed of, what do you think in a 1934 chain-driven car? 130 miles an hour.
Yeah.
I wouldn't do 130 miles an hour in a 1960 car, never mind 1930 car. Now then, a very different looking Jaguar. This is the Owen Jaguar GTS.
Now, this is something I've never seen before.
Me neither.
No.
And that means it must be pretty wet.
It is, yeah.
If Mariotti and Haven haven't seen it.
It was built by a guy called Freddie Owen, who was a coach builder in London. And he raced motorbikes at Brooklands in the 1930s. The Owen Jaguar was built in 1958. Well, it looks terrific, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, lovely.
So what's underneath it, Andrew?
It's a space frame chassis,
right?
With an
and a straight six?
alloy body, straight six, 3.4 Jaguar,
Lovely.
300 horsepower. And it's got a Jaguar Moss gearbox.
So before they were kit cars, this would have been. This is known as a special. But
look at it. It's an unusual looking body, isn't it? It's
still,
raced in the 50s and 60s.
Now, if you then read further down in your notes to say the Owen then went on to design the E-Type, you go, oh yes, of course he did, because that's where he started, and he just had a little bit more wherewithal to make it the E-Type that we know.
But there's still echoes
utterly
of Jaguar.
Unrelated. Utterly, well, because it's basically a Jaguar, but without a Jaguar. It's basically a Mark II, but without Mark II body, or an XK without an XK body.
Now, this car was owned for a while by Pete Waterman, who I thought was into steam engines, mainly.
Well, he is, as well as many other things.
He, of course, was a famous pop writer and producer, stock.
Absolutely.
Waterman. And now, one of those, Aitken, wasn't it? Was it? Stock Waterman.
Stock Aitken Waterman.
Aitken,
the Matt Aitken.
He raced quite a lot. Matt Aitken
did,
yeah. And they produced the records for Kyle Minogue.
He was a better producer than he was a racing driver.
We got a Morgan +6, a current 2023 Morgan out there now.
So +6 now that's a new name.
Yes,
there were I think there was historically +6s, but very rarely. Normally it's +4, +8, because obviously that denotes the number of cylinders.
Nice.
Although I think a 3-cylinder Morgan wouldn't necessarily be a +3.
We've got another whiff of tyre smoke.
Absolutely.
Great smell coming through into here. Yes, this has got a twin power turbo inline BMW B58 motor, 6-cylinder engine.
Yeah. Great engine. I love a straight six. I had a couple of Jaguars that were straight sixes. There's something very, I know this is of German origin, but there's something very British.
But 6 cylinders have a particular note. And
totally.
I mean, you just heard it in the Owen special. And Owen Jaguar, by the way, are the same Owen Jaguar that serviced the cars for Starter Motor. So that derivative of a 1930s company set up by Freddie Owen, still in business. And still involved with cars of a similar vintage.
But nothing to do with HR Owen.
No.
But I'd never seen that car before. It's very interesting. Yeah. That's one of the great things about this event, seeing stuff I've never seen before.
It does hark back to the golden age of somebody saying, I want a coach built such and such. I have this and I want it to look different.
Yeah. Well, now then, let's take a look at this, because this is... it's down as a Jaguar Mark 1. I would have said that was an XK 120 or 140.
140, isn't it?
It's a 140.
Yeah, there you go. So, again, now, if you think back to the Owen Special, take the body off, that's what it was built on. Because it was built on the 6-cylinder XK platform, and that's what you had. So it would have had the Moss gearbox, it would have had the Jaguar rear axle, which would have been a live rear axle, leaf sprung.
That's a very handsome car.
It is, yeah.
And again, you look at this, and actually when, my son Sam was young, they did a project at school about design evolution, and I said, right, I've got the thing for you. And so you look at a picture of the front of an XK like this, a 120 or a 140, then you move on to the C-Type, same front, no roof, then you move on to the D-Type, a little wider, a little rounder, then you move on to the Mark II series, then you move on to the XJ, and you just see the evolution of the body shape. Nothing. I mean, it's 911 style, nothing radical, but every generation of car requires a little bit more width and a little bit more length and a little bit more aerodynamic refinery. But the face is still there, and you can see that in so many car companies.
I said this is a 120.
It is a 120.
Yes, this is the one that's owned by East African Safari Rally winner David Beckett. That'd be a historic rally, that. And the colour is Cotswold blue.
Beautiful colour as well.
Yeah.
So breathed on by Guy Broad at Broadspeed.
Just whilst we're talking rallying, down at Hero ERA in about 20 minutes, there is a global exclusive unveil. We'll be seeing the car later on up here. But if you are wandering back into the main part of Bicester Heritage in the next few minutes, you might want to wander down to that area. That's right next door to the Motorsport UK premises. Can't tell you any more about that because it is actually embargoed. But in 20 minutes' time, you will be able to see something brand new and exclusive.
Right, final word about the XJ is that it was being driven by the station padre, Adam Gompertz.
Oh, yes.
Started as a car designer, became a vicar, then became an artist. You know, I run motor racing art exhibitions. It's one of my regular exhibitors, Adam, and now he is here as the padre, I suppose.
Yes, he is. Station padre, station chaplain.
Chaplain, yeah, that's right. And he's also very much involved in several charities, isn't he?
One of which they're doing here, Second Helpings at Flywheel. So it's essentially providing food supplies for a food bank. So Souped Up.
Very good.
Which was first here with their friends at the Piston Broke Social in the scramble in January. So they collected then 170 kilos of food and toiletries and so on for the Bicester Food Bank. And Adam is back, so I don't know if he's come actually in his Rover. He's got a Rover 110, which is a glorious old thing.
Oh, this is a Fraser Nash Mila 1953, come from the
Spiritedly
Pendine
driven.
Historic Cars, It's one of the 11 Mila built as wide-bodied cars. Got a huge competition history, competed in the Goodwood 9 hours, and actually also in the RAC Rally, the same car.
Well, you see in those days, you could do anything with anything, couldn't you?
Yeah.
And that is, I think, only our second car that we've seen.
Well, I think you falsely accused the Caterham of unintentionally rotating. That was an unintentional rotation. So Lister Jag,
Guy Broad,
the legendary Jag tuner. In fact, he was responsible for tuning the XK12 we just saw that Adam Gompertz was driving as well.
If you're not spinning, you're not trying hard enough.
And he's based here as well, isn't he? There's so many talented people based here.
A wander around here, you are wandering through motorsport and automotive history. And I challenge anybody who is here, anybody who's watching and listening, either on RS3 or on the stream, as part of the Radio Show Limited network of audio and visual channels. I challenge anybody to walk around here for half a day and not find something that they enjoy looking at an awful lot.
There are some most extraordinary things. I just went over into the hangar to have a look around, and somebody in there is selling the food trolleys that's come out of various airplanes. I noticed an Alitalia one, was a British Airways one.
Yeah, you can have them.
I don't really want to buy one.
Well, you do. You want to buy one for your man shed, but you know that you're just going to get fired when you get home.
Yes.
Converted into a toolbox.
You can have them converted into toolbox or fridges or coffee things or whatever.
Or something to put a nice Technics 1200 or 1210 on.
Go and commission one.
It's getting, I'm going to say this, it is getting warmer. It's much warmer than it was, and with the little bit of dampness we had this morning, it is just a little bit greasy on the top surface, and I just wonder if the track temp is coming up a little bit as well.
I think Guy's just had a bit too much fun, actually. It may well be that he's got a little bit of a struggle with the gearbox. So Brian Lister, based in Cambridge, Peterborough, Cambridge. Design cars again predominantly on Jaguar running gear for sports car racing. Very successful, particularly at the long races like Le Mans. And then Lister Chevs and all sorts of other things came along, and the company then revived by Lawrence Pierce in the 90s.
Yeah, but now because this is an early Lister Jaguar 1957. They were predominantly very successful in the UK, but not so much at Le Mans and foreign races. Look at this beautiful Aston.
You were talking about classic shapes and evolution of cars.
Yeah.
The early Astons through to the David Brown years. they are just the archetypal Grand Tourer, aren't they? It oozes class, that.
Yeah, this is a chap called Anthony Moody in the DB4 GT you see going around at the moment.
GT.
Now, Tony Moody has a long, I think it's the same Tony Moody, Anthony Moody, who has a long association with Chelsea Walsh Hill Climb, and his father of Toby Moody.
Yeah.
So, a DB4 GT.
The only one in Wedgwood blue, apparently. They built 75 of these.
That's a glorious colour.
Yeah.
And that's such an organic colour on such an organic-looking car. That's a fabulous
associate
combination.
that colour with TR4A IRS.
Oh, yeah, absolutely, you do, don't you?
Yeah. Wedgwood. We had a Rover 75 that colour as well for a wee while, or at least a modern approximation.
This particular car was actually at the 1959 London Motor Show, and apparently it's got a shorter chassis than the earlier ones, faired-in headlights and uprated engine, using 3 glorious Weber carburetors.
So slight
Another
predecessor to how the DB4 would change into the DB5, but that familiar wide grille, a sort of an extended version of what was on the DB24, which had the sort of narrower grille at the front, but still had that sort of upper portion that's so familiar with even current Aston Martins. That face is still on the DB12.
Yes.
Yeah, and again, we talk about family heritage. The face remains. The invisible car at the line has just gone left a shot. So exited stage left is.
But you know why? Because we couldn't hear it. Because this is a Jaguar E-Type. It's got an electric engine.
Invisible and inaudible. Yes. So a Jaguar E-Type, 62 E-Type. It's a Series 1, presumably flat floor convertible, and converted to pure electric power. And again, that's one of the businesses here at Bicester Heritage. It's not all about internal combustion engines. They can convert any car, and you will see the variety of any cars they can convert coming up shortly.
And one of the reasons our cameraman missed it is because it does 0 to 60 in under 5 seconds, apparently.
It's got the sport pack in, which is what you'd want for an E-Type. So it doesn't make the familiar 6-cylinder or 12-cylinder whale of an E-Type, but it does seem to get on quite nicely. And one of the advantages is, of course, it is still the world's most beautiful sports car.
You could argue that, but you'd be wrong.
No, you wouldn't be wrong. You would be right.
No. I think if you tried to argue, you'd be right. It's one of them, certainly.
It's the world's most beautiful sports car.
Lamborghini Miura?
No. Now, Enzo Ferrari would never have said that a Lamborghini was the world's most beautiful sports car because there was enmity there.
250 short wheelbase?
Not a sports car. Grand Tourer.
Ooh, really?
Although you should probably argue that a 250 short wheelbase is more of a sports car and the E-Type is more of a Grand Tourer.
Yes.
But there you go.
We've got a Landy.
250 short wheelbase, without question, the most beautiful Ferrari ever built.
Daytona Coupe?
No. That's a hill on which I will die. 250 short wheelbase every day.
So better than an E-Type then. So we've now moved.
Most beautiful Ferrari, I said.
Okay.
But the E-Type still is the most marvellous shape, and it still looks right.
It's an organic shape, isn't it? That's the thing. Oh, hello, that's a V8.
Oh, yes.
That's a short wheelbase Defender.
That is the classic V8 sounding electric.
That's not
right. We've moved on very swiftly indeed. This is from the Classic Defender Works. This is from Land Rover Classic. It is a brand new 2023 build.
Really?
Classic Defender Works V8 Isla Edition.
Yeah. Well, what's that mean? I thought Isla was a whiskey.
Well, it's also an island.
Yes. And yes, it is. Yes.
So
the whiskey is.
Andrew, I need to have a little bit of a chat with you later.
So again, this comes from actually not too far, just down the road outside Coventry, from where the old Roots factory was.
Now, and it is on, as it should be, steel wheels.
Yep, steel wheels. Yep.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well,
short wheel, but 90 being 90 inch. Of course,
yes.
Actually, it's not. It's 89.
Is that a 90 or is that an 80? I think that's an 80. I think that's an 80. The 90 would be the more station wagon body 5-seater, and then the 110 would be the 7-seater. But again, it's a sort of Huey replica, isn't it? But without the Huey green, and obviously with the V8. Yeah, I know.
So, what V8 is that then? Is that the 5-litre supercharged?
Yes.
Yes. Good. Excellent.
Yes. And just occasionally at Brighton on Dunsmore, which is where the Jaguar SVO and Land Rover SVO are based, you will see these things. I was driving down the road the other day and a brand new E-Type drove out of the gates. Now, you don't see that very often. And then you'll be sitting at a roundabout trying to go onto the A45 and somebody come hooming across in a 110 that just bellows up the road like a NASCAR.
Well, yesterday I was by Stowe School, stopped at a T-junction, and what came by? An Aston Martin Valkyrie.
Wow.
And the
road registered.
Yes, and the bloke driving it had headphones on. So it was obviously very noisy inside.
That'll have been Dumbrek.
Yeah, probably.
It would have come from Aston Martin Silverstone.
Yeah, they've got a spot on the old stores. Right, what was that took off like a skull?
Well, it was blue.
It looked like it'd been shot out of a steam catapult.
Is that the Fraser Nash Norris special? I think it is.
There's the beautiful.
Yeah, look at.
What a well-balanced car that is. Long between the wheels.
Yep.
And driven with verve. The cars of that era, you were sort of on them rather than in them.
Yeah.
Almost in a motorcycle combination, motorcycle and sidecar style. You moved your weight around in the cars. Not uncommon to see when they were right on the ragged edge, the drivers hanging out the side of the cars, trying to A, turn the steering wheel, and B, just try and get a little bit more weight onto the inside of the car. Absolutely magnificent. Big upright radiator grille. Now, on the line.
Perpendicular styling, very ERA-esque.
Yes, I was thinking that, but chopped down a little bit, a little lower in the wind. Number 42 on the line now, gentlemen, in dark blue.
42 on the start line, number 1 in your hearts, obviously.
With a bullet. And just waiting for our hard-working marshals. A word, by the way, for all of our hard-working marshals and volunteers here this weekend. I know I say this every time we go motor racing, but we simply can't do that without the most precious gift that our marshals give us, and that is of their time. They may all be volunteers, but they are the most professional set of people that you'll come across anywhere on a racing circuit, and without them we can't do this event or indeed any of the other myriad of events through the years. And very honoured to be an ambassador for British Motor Racing Marshals Club, and thank you to all of them around the circuit this weekend and every weekend that we go racing, keeping us safe and keeping the meetings running. And I'll add to that today as well by all of the volunteers who helped us get parked this morning and are doing all the other tasks around here that need to happen and are just going on gently in the background without us really noticing it. So thank you very much indeed to everyone who is involved in the meeting this weekend. We're live across the world. If you have just joined us, welcome along to Flywheel. It's the 10th anniversary running of this August event, and we're live to the globe in sound and vision. No blocks, no breaks, and the opportunity for your friends, family, or whatever further afield from where we stand this afternoon to join in the fun. That unveiling, by the way, down at Hero ERA is about 6 or 7 minutes away. If you're moving that way at the moment, put a little pep in your step, and an opportunity to see a brand new vehicle. I think I can say that without breaking the embargo. It's something very special. At the moment, it's number 1 of 1, and we'll have it on the track later on this afternoon with the people who created it. That's coming up later on.
John, I think it's time for a little shout out from one of the official partners of Bicester Heritage, Collecting Cars, which is now the leading curated platform globally for collectible cars, bikes and automobilia. The business recently surpassed its 11,000th sale and has completed more than £440 million in sales. So it's a new way of selling cars, really, and memorabilia. And this weekend sees the platform's first Porsche-only auction event coming to a close, with online bidding for some of the rarest and most collectible sports cars.
Thank goodness I was aware last week.
On the 18th. Well, for sale is a 996 GT3 RS. You might have bought that, John. A 964 Carrera RS and a 356 Speedster. And you'll find the collecting cars people on the Scramblers lawn.
Looking here at 1933 MGK3, owned and driven by Lord Howe and Hugh Hamilton, winning the team prize with the MG team. One of these, this is one of 3 MGK3 Works cars. This is the first chassis number 1, the first ever supercharged MG. And they won their class in the Mille Miglia in 1933. Earl Howe, Hugh Hamilton, George Aston, land speed record holder, Count Johnny Lorani, who went on to form Formula Junior, Henry Tim Birkin, and Bernard Rubin, the Bentley boys. They later won Le Mans, of course, for Bentley in 1930. When did Bentley and Rubin win? 37, 38. Part of the 30s Bentley boys. George Aston, the land speed record holder. So drivers including Grover Williams and Tazio Nuvolari also raced MGK3s in period. And while we're talking about businesses that are here, Morgan Motor Company, we saw this Morgan Plus 6 earlier on, the 6-cylinder twin turbocharged BMW motor, but also not too far away from them. Just listen to this. That is the current issue of Road Rat, the magazine, which is fresh off the presses.
Still warm.
Issue number 14, still warm, weighs about 1.5 kilos.
Good attempt to crash in that.
A couple of issues than that would have stabilised the Morgan. Our Morgan driver getting more and more entertaining and more enthusiastic as the days go by, or as the hours go by in the day. This is his second run. That's going to need tyres, isn't it? It's going to need tyres before the end of the weekend.
We have just been joined by David Brabham, no less, for the great Brabham family. So Jack, of course, world champion, and David, Formula One driver, but now a car constructor, but a terrific sports car racer. My favourite, David, you racing pain Aussies.
I should be saying, sorry, what was that?
We had a lot of Don Panos conversations last weekend at Le Mans, didn't we?
Yeah. That was a great period, though.
Yeah, it was.
With the Panos. And what was happening in GT1.
And the fantastic thing was occasionally beating Audi.
Yeah, and BMW.
And BMW,
yeah. When they tripped up, we were ready.
Yeah. So, of course, now you're a car constructor.
Yeah.
As in supercars and so on. Just tell us what's happening with Brabham. You're building the cars in Australia and selling them well.
Yeah, the cars are based out of Adelaide. That's where they're built. Obviously, with the BT62 was launched a few years ago, and the BT62R, which was the road version. Which a lot of focus has gone into, because we've got one in New Zealand just about to hit the road, and one in Germany later. And also the GT2 car we're going to be developing for next year as well.
So designing a car and finding the engine and getting it all designed and kind of making a running version is one thing. What are the hoops that you have to go through then to actually be able to sell it to the public? Type approval across the world, or
in terms of the BT62R.
Yeah,
really depends what region you're in.
So
different regulations.
You can't just do it once and then it's good to go. You have to then do European type approval or wherever.
Obviously, it's low volume, so there are certain things and loopholes you can kind of get through.
You don't have to crash
but
them necessarily.
But there are pedestrian safety tests that you need to do, which is what it's doing at the moment in Australia with the university there in Adelaide, who have been involved in that type of testing and helping setting that up previously, so they understand it. There are things like that you need to pass, and I think the one in Germany will be. We've had to make a lot of changes to the vehicle to be able to get it into Germany, as you can imagine, and that looks like then will be the kind of the probably template moving forward with that car.
Yeah.
So more details with that will come out later. But
so what's your link here with Bicester then?
So my office is here
at
Bicester Heritage.
Yeah.
Yep. So this is where we run the brand. Brabham Automotive is a brand partner of ours, and so we also have Heritage, we have simulators and esports. So we kind of run a lot of things out of here in Bicester Heritage, which is such a cool place to work out of, I tell you.
And is the attraction that it is just a big conglomeration of car guys?
There's a lot here. I mean, there's something like 50 odd specialists and quite diverse, although very much automotive based. You know, the past, the present, and the future, which is what this place is all about now. Obviously, to begin with, there was a lot of more heritage businesses here, but you know, you've got so many different people here with different technologies and different companies that are all about, like I said, past, present, and future.
And so you can tap into that knowledge. Some of it will be relevant for you now. Some of it will be relevant for the future as well, going forward in all sorts of different ways. Yeah,
it's amazing the amount of people you kind of meet here. I mean, it does pull a lot of people in, which is half the reason we're here, as well as I only live 20 minutes away, so that
makes life
as well.
easy,
exactly.
doesn't it? Yeah, it really does. Really does. So, what about Le Mans? You know,
winner, of course.
Yeah, exactly. Centenary Le Mans last weekend. What did you make of it? In two aspects. What did you make of it as a celebration of the race? And then we'll get into the craziness that was the race itself. Because, dear Lord,
I thought as an event was like I've never been to a Le Mans where I've walked away disappointed.
No,
and I wasn't walking away disappointed from this one either. Just the whole energy of the place and what was going on there was great to be there. It was great to see it all and absorb it and see all the people that I've known and meet new people as well. It was great.
Harking back to your drive to victory with the Peugeot, do you see that as a pinnacle of your career?
Yeah, very much so. I think, I was never going to win a Formula One World Championship, but Le Mans was definitely on the cards. 16 attempts before I did it, but I'd not always had a car to win it either. You know what I mean?
Class wins.
Yeah.
The 2 years before you won,
That's
you won
right.
It, so
it was a good period actually. 3 years in a row. Yeah, which is kind of a bit of a purple patch for me, I guess. But great memories too. You know, standing on the podium at Le Mans is something. You know, it'll be with me forever. And I think of all the other podiums I've been on, it's not the same. This one feels even more special.
Two winners' trophies.
It's huge. Yeah.
2 winners' trophies, and
three.
Three
in a row.
and for very different brands. So the overall victory, obviously, with Peugeot in France, you know that's phenomenal. But to win with Jaguar as well and with TWR must have been an entertaining time too.
Yeah, I mean, look, I've driven for lots of different manufacturers, but you know, when you stand up on the podium for, you know, Bentley, Aston Martin, Jaguar, you know, true British racing brands, you know, in front of that huge crowd and the support you get and everything. Yeah, I mean, you feel very privileged to wear those overalls and represent that company at the time and go out and do your job. You know. Yeah.
And it's still the challenge it was, I think. I mean, this year's race was just insanity. I mean, it just absolutely was. If you wanted a race to pick for the centenary, it was a good one.
Yeah, it was. I mean, I was glued to the TV while I was down there for a good 3 hours or so. Because when the first big safety car period came, I went off to have a cup of tea, and I think I needed a big meal and a glass of wine and a champagne and whatever, and come back and we're still halfway through those yellows. That was the for me that was wasn't too keen on that, but in terms of the overall race and the regulations that obviously have made things a lot closer. Which I think it was great, but you could see the drivers being a driver in those conditions where you're super competitive and you're up for a win and you're so close that there's not a lot of speed difference between the cars. It's amazing. You know, the drivers really had to contain themselves.
And then we had in LMP2 a total underdog team managing to win, but lead most of the way as well. I know the big teams like Jota having problems, and there's star drivers, big factory name drivers.
I'm not sure that win's going to stay.
No.
From what I hear.
It sounds.
And I've seen the data.
It sounds like a bit of a technical issue.
It does a bit.
Unfortunately.
So what was the issue there, particularly?
To do with gearing.
Oh, really?
So unfortunately. So it. Although, I mean, they are a tiny family-owned team who have been sort of on the cusp. So that would be a shame.
It would be.
Yeah, little word about what we're seeing on screen. This is the MGK3 we saw a little earlier. The Isla Classic, the classic Land Rover Works Defender, the reason it's named after the island of Isla in the Hebrides is that that was the birthplace of the Land Rover name.
Really?
So, yeah.
We're learning a lot today.
And the car was finished in Heritage Grey with a 5-litre V8. This, again, the MGK3. When do we find a little bit more about this? We'll give you some of that. So what's next on the... we'll let David go, actually.
Thanks very much, David. Nice to see Lisa here as well. David's wife, Lisa's here, whose brother raced in Formula 1, of course.
Where's Sam? What's he up to?
Sam, he's been racing in Australia. He's living out there now.
Still down there.
In Melbourne,
Good stuff.
What's he racing?
GT3 and did the Super Trofeo race.
All right, okay.
Lambo, which he had a 3rd place, which was great.
Yeah, good stuff.
Last weekend when I was at Le Mans.
Good stuff.
Excellent.
The next generation.
Absolutely.
Maybe he'll win it at Le Mans on Father's Day for you as well.
That's what he wants.
All right, there we go. David Bradden, thank you very much indeed. Always a pleasure.
Thanks for stepping by. Nice to see David.
Twice in a week. That doesn't happen very often. So the MGK3, we just saw the supercharged MG. Yeah, so this is the...
no, we haven't got Morgan. We got Riley Sprite, sorry.
Right, we're back to rally cars. We're right back to the start day.
All right, are we? Okay, cool.
So Riley's built in nearby Coventry, and the Sprite, there are just over 50 of these cars, 51 of these cars made, in fact. Considered, it says, to be Riley's finest hour. So very 1930s styling. This is 1936. This is sort of peak Art Deco. And twin cam, 1500cc, 4-cylinder Riley engine. Hemispherical head, better for a fuel burn. And they produce both a road and a race Sprite. The TT spec would be the race Sprite. And Riley Sprites were successful in events at Le Mans, at Brooklands, the Tourist Trophy at Ards in Ulster, RAC rallies and a host of other events. This particular car registered on the 1st of December 1936 and competed on the 1937 RAC rally, and former owners include JCB boss Anthony Bamford, who is an ardent classic car fan. Owned since 2018 by David Parry, and he runs Blue Diamond Riley services here on site.
We had a nice interview with him earlier, didn't we?
Yes, we did.
Yeah. So this car recently was on the Flying Scotsman rally and finished 4th overall, so he can row it along well.
Business partner John Lomas was the man driving the car on that occasion. But, Blue Diamond is the shape of the badge of Riley cars, historically, and right up to their demise when the last car to bear the name was the Riley Elf, which was a badge-engineered Morris Mini Minor saloon.
We remember a fellow commentator called Mark Cole racing a Riley Elf.
You do?
I do. Oh, you don't.
I think my dad remembers that.
Well, there you go.
Now then, with a little bit of a misfire.
Well, it had a misfire before, didn't it?
It had a bit of a misfire earlier on. It's got considerably...
Well, I don't think it's going anywhere, actually.
Well, what happens when a misfire becomes so chronic that it basically isn't firing? This is it's actually a 1934 Lagonda Rapier with Zagato coachwork, hence its very elegant lines. 1100cc, so a tiny engine, even by modern standards. Not particularly tiny by the standards of the day, but certainly small for Lagonda. Small, light, extremely good brakes and handling. Again, another twin overhead cam engine in this car. However, it's not quite...
Yeah. Well, it's just not working at all. I
really isn't.
Wonder if it's some sort of electrical...
Again, as with modern cars, if it's still got all its wheels, it's not in the scenery or on fire, blame the electrics. And that has all the hallmarks of a coil breaking down there, I think.
It does, doesn't it? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Now we've got the Peugeot 205 again, the Tolman Engineering car.
So this is Chris Tolman's car and company. Now, you may know the Tolman 205 name for their recently launched Tolman Edition 205, essentially where they've got 205 GTI road cars and made them into the ultimate 205 GTI road car. Now, this is much more back to basics. It looks like it's the sort of club rallying car that would have been driven in the 1980s in the same kind of colours and the same kind of spec as well, although it's got a non-205 MI16 engine, so you would have seen that in things like the 405 MI16 at the time, run on throttle bodies with electronic ignition. So this is prime John Hindhaugh. I wish I had the money for those in period 205 GTI.
I had a 309 GTI 1.6 SRI as they were called. But I always lusted after. This is an MI16 engine in this.
It is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Roundabout? What roundabout, as I said earlier?
Yes, that car.
Classic Peugeot colours.
Yeah.
And
as we said, if you were a young rally driver in the 1980s, the Peugeot Rally Challenge was absolutely one of those that you went for. 1300cc Peugeot 205 rally cars, and it was at a pre-season event at Silverstone where Peugeot Sport brought everybody who'd signed up for the championship, drivers and co-drivers and their cars. The drivers received tuition, the co-drivers received tuition from the likes of Nicky Grist and Phil Short, and you could bring your car and have it driven by a professional to see what you needed to do to it. And that was where I first met a lanky redhead from Reading called Richard Burns.
Yeah.
Whatever happened to him?
Oh, sad story.
Well, indeed. I was there at his first win. I was on the ramp for his first win in Cardiff, and I was there for his World Championship.
Absolutely.
This RS 1800, this one.
So this has got a BDG engine.
Yeah,
so
BDG.
Yeah, full work spec BDG, and this car is ex-Ari Vatanen, owned and driven with a degree of aplomb by Ron Smith. He runs a couple of companies here, Radiator Restorers, Vintage Car and Vintage Aircraft Radiator Company here at Bicester Heritage.
Well, not only restorers, they're building
new
radiators
ones.
for old cars.
For restorers, exactly.
Apparently, they've got the pre-war radiator course for 28 different types of cars.
They were one of the first businesses here.
Yes.
I remember 10 years ago coming and talking to these guys and being amazed at what they could do.
And it's not just cars. The aircraft business is particularly successful. They build radiators and oil coolers for pretty much every flying Spitfire, among many others.
And an Escort, of course, if you're not driving it looking out the side window, then you're not driving it correctly.
No.
Still leaf springs, though. It's very agricultural car.
They did try coil springs on the Escort.
Yep.
But it never really worked any better than a Leaf.
The Avenger was a much better car.
McPherson Strut, Leaf Springs, that's who you need. This car driven again by Will Onions, car from 1975, full Group 4 Forest Arches. It's, the full work spec, they would all have looked like this. This is built to FIA Group 4 historic rally rules and currently competes in the Irish Tarmac Championship, where he's lying fourth.
This car is almost 50 years old. It's unbelievable to think of that, isn't it? Yet they're still competitive in rally.
Well, and the other thing is he hasn't got a 2-litre Millington Diamond, a 6-speed sequential gearbox. This is a manual 4-speed H-pattern gearbox with a BDG, because this is in his FIA historic spec, and so this is a spec historic rally car, and he's still lying fourth overall in the Irish Tarmac Championship.
An island that has more WRC rally cars per capita than anywhere else in the world.
I think that's probably
and
true,
helicopters, actually.
And yet, still, every loony and his dog has a Mark II Group 4 Escort.
That Subaru Steve Rockingham, you spoke to him earlier, John, on the start line.
It is a WRC car. I didn't count the doors properly, but this Subaru, of course, made their name for themselves with the Impreza in Group A and Group N rallying, and they were still winning with Group A cars when the WRC class. Eventually, they had to go across to it. Mitsubishi stayed, I think, the longest.
Yes,
with the Lancers. I remember Martin, who's sitting just to my right here, having to wait for the interview to speak to the world champion for Mitsubishi after he'd hit a tank trap. What year was that then? We were in.
He'd gone off on a Hillman Imps oil, hadn't he?
Yeah,
which is the lane. Yeah, exactly. The classic cars ran earlier, and Tommy Mackinnon was leaving the hotel to go home when he was stopped to be told that he would in fact be world champion.
Yes,
absolutely right. And you were there.
I was there. So this is Tommy's last WRC entry, this car. He took third place on the RSC Rally, which was the habitual and traditional season closer for the Prodrive Subaru team. And so hence the registration, S200 WRT.
And, of course, the new P25, which is a reimagining of the Subaru Impreza. Already sold out, by the way. You can't have one.
Yeah.
and it's an absolutely unbelievable machine. The works prototype you may have seen around various race circuits. They were doing some testing up at Alton Park, back to back with some very expensive German machinery, and very impressive times they were putting in as well.
Another Escort RS. This is Will Rowland's 1979 car. Class winner on the Manx Rally this year. 10th place overall on the Manx this year.
Sounds great as well, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, they just sound terrific.
That's another. That's a BDA again.
Yeah.
You know, when I started watching rallying, you could stand in a forest, and before you saw headlights, you could hear whether it was an Audi or an Escort or a Stratos or a whatever coming.
BD, of course, standing for Belt Drive.
Yeah.
Belt Drive A engine.
It still amazes me to think just how much weight transfer you've got to get going. You absolutely prod that middle pedal, the brake pedal, to get it going onto its nose, to get it to turn in the first place.
And again, full tarmac spec, nice stiff springs and lifting the front wheel. Phil Harris, 1971 Mark I Escort. But again, with full Group 4 Forest arches. This car not running a belt-driven Cosworth-tuned engine as seen in the factory cars. This is a 2-litre Pinto engine. Again, probably 90% as powerful and 50 times more reliable.
And this is a Forest spec car. It's sitting up a lot higher. But also, do notice with these cars, the back end is sitting down and the front is sitting up. You would take, even when we were doing the Avengers up, we took, I think, 2 1/4 inches out the back and about 1 3/4 out of the front to get that slightly raked. And again, that was so that you could get the front to come down, and then it would sit down and squat to get the power back onto the ground. My little 1600 pushrod machine, about 130 horsepower at the rear wheels. That you were doing well with that back in those days.
Three-wheeling it around. Interesting, Cinch sponsoring that car. It's a big sponsor these days in British sport, particularly cricket. This is the first car I've seen sponsored by them, although they're obviously in the car business.
Well, this car currently competing in the British Historic Rally Championship, which is highly competitive and a really growing sport. And ex-touring car nutcase Patrick Watts, a very familiar face in the British Historic Rally Championship. This car came second on the Plains Rally not too long ago.
If you want people to go and watch, more people to go watch rallying, Martin came up with the formula a few years ago. It's whatever shape of car you want as a manufacturer. It has to be rear-wheel drive.
Yep.
About 280, 300 horsepower. Round edge tyres, not square edge tyres, so you don't cut the forests up too much. And off you go.
Twin Webbers.
Yeah. Phil Squires here has been rallying for 33 years and just only missed 2020 during the...
Oh, you can have that one off.
Yeah.
That
33 years. And these are the go-to people for Escort Mark II spares in Stoke-on-Trent, Squires Brothers, and really throwing this car around. He's been British, he's been Welsh tarmac champion in the past.
Listen to the throttle application as well. It's classic. It's how we all learned to drift. Brop. And then get it on the out. Nice. Very nice smooth throttle application. Get it tipped in, the unloaded front wheel coming up off the ground again. That's all about how the suspension set up. Completely committed to that right-hander at the far end. So he was sliding to the apex, not just out of it. And that is an absolute illustration of a man who's at one with his machine.
And that's why these cars are softly sprung, to get the grip at the back and just to be allowed to drive it through the corner sideways, keep the speed up, keep the engine speed up.
He should have it right by now. He's been rallying these for 30-odd years. John, we saw the that was another Escort here. We saw the Prodrive developed Subaru. That Prodrive story over at Hero Developing, we'll have a little bit on that in a while, will
we can talk about that now, can't we? So I can get the piece of...
Well, let's just talk quickly about Chris Squires, another member of the Squires family, and this, again, a Mark II Escort, again in historic rally spec, but this is a 1600cc category car, so it doesn't have the big forest arches of the 2-litre BDA that you were just looking at, and it doesn't have the 5-speed ZF gearbox. This is a 4-speed. This will be a 2000E rocket box, which is the most reliable and quickest shifting of the Escort boxes. English axle, and again, proper clubman spec car.
we will be seeing the Hero Era Prodrive machine, which is a desert and endurance rally challenger. Think of things like the Peking to Paris Motor Challenge, which is back next year, actually.
Right, okay.
After a little bit of a time off.
Quite a lot of things went on a hiatus recently for reasons that we all are very well aware of.
Yeah, and you will not mistake the car for anything else. With a 70-gallon, 400-mile-long fuel tank, so it can do the long distances.
You need to rewrite that if that's the way it's written, because the fuel tank is not 400 miles long.
Yes, good point. 400-mile long range fuel tank.
Long reads down to the next line. Range. Fuel tank.
Yes.
Leaving the line, Jonathan Milicevic in his 72 Ford Escort RS 1600. So Mark 1 Escort, the much more rounded version of the Escort, the original Ford Escort, and this car with traditional twin cam stripes, the Mexico stripes.
The Ford executives wanted the rally cars and the competition cars to run the square headlamps, because that was the ones that were in the top spec cars. But in fact, the 7-inch round headlights, which were ubiquitous in all sorts of cars of this era, were actually far more efficient. And the guys at Ford Special Vehicle Operations won out in the end. And that really, with the black grille and the black surrounds, that is your classic Mark 1 Escort look. It was the first car I ever drew in art at school, because that was the face. That was the face of rallying at the time.
And the name Mexico, of course, came from the cars winning the London to Mexico rally, one of the great long distance rallies. 1970, and it was, exactly, it was all to tie in with the World Cup in 1970 in Mexico. And of course, the reason that Ford Great Britain entered, Ford at Boreham, was Ford's European competition arm, and the reason they entered the cars there was because in 1966 England had won the World Cup, and so they went to Mexico as defending champions. Now this, I believe, is Dr. Tom Clyde in the 1930 Riley Brooklands.
What a lovely proportioned thing that is.
It is, isn't it?
Yes.
And I do like that dark red colour.
Raced in period by Edgar Kehoe in the early days at Goodwood, and was a Riley Works demonstrator when new. Don't wrap it up, I shall drive it home. Raced at Brooklands as well in period.
It's just lovely, isn't it?
Do you know what also is lovely? Not the fact that it stopped drizzling, the fact that there are so many people here. Coming to the early scrambles at Bicester a few years ago, there was, there'd be a few hundred hardy enthusiasts in the cold or whatever, or in the sunshine quite frequently, enjoying their cars. But now this place has become such a magnet for fans of all sorts of internal combustion engine and other powered devices.
I would recommend, and I know that there's a rotating spectator line on the start line and all the way down our figure of 8 circuit here, but I know how hard it is to drag yourself away from that with the aircraft on one side and the cars on the other. That is the fly and the wheel. But do wander in behind the Bentleys behind us and into the body of the former RAF Bicester, into the village type area. And it was built like that as a village. A couple of reasons. One, psychological, for social reasons for the people who were working here, but also it made it slightly more difficult to be noticed from the air.
Yes.
From just the normal hamlets and villages around these parts, which was quite important. But do wander back through and have a look at the substantive part of Bicester Motion and Bicester Heritage, because we said it this morning, but I know there's people joining us all the time here on the PA and listening and watching further afield. Honestly, there will be something that will stop you in your tracks. It is that good.
Well, it's this fantastic combination of, oh, my dad had one of those, and oh my good Lord, what on earth is that? And everything in between.
We did it when we were walking down this morning before we started the broadcast, weren't we?
Well, you always do, yeah. You saw the Neo electric hypercar and said, "Oh, is that the new McLaren?" No.
That's
but it
the
could
one.
so easily be. And then we saw the Bitserini Spider that we see. And the other thing is, if you are here for the day because you've come for the day because it is a day out. All the cars and bikes and everything that's on this morning, all of those will also be back this afternoon.
Yeah.
So if you've seen some of it this morning, then come back after lunch and then spend more of the time wandering around seeing other things. Again, we've seen these rally cars before. We're going to see them again. In fact, this is their second time because it is already this afternoon. Well, I haven't had lunch yet, so how can that be?
No, well, you can go in a minute.
Yeah.
I really like the speedline wheels on these cars. So they're a little bit bigger than I think they would have been in period because I think they only ran 15s or 16s, and they do look to be filling the arches. But speedline,
obviously, quite low. Actually, that looks sort of tarmac specky to me.
Different setup to the Escort rear wheel drive, but beautifully balanced. Front wheel drive, but beautifully balanced like the Escort.
Well,
but in a different way.
The interesting thing about all of those little front wheel drive cars, and I had the Samba Rally, I had a 1219 and a 1360 Samba rallies that were my daily transport and were driven possibly rather spiritedly back in my youth. They were the first front-wheel drive cars, performance cars, that I drove. And on the limit, they handled like a rear-drive car. Because you could get the back end out with just a little lift off or a dab of the brakes with your left foot. And you could drift them, despite the fact they were a front-wheel drive car.
Which you couldn't do with a Mini, really. I mean, it was all understeery type stuff. I mean, you
had to remember which way you were turning the steering wheel, though, because coming from rear drive, of course, as soon as you started sliding, like the Smart 1 here, you'd be steering into the skid and letting the car rotate around the front wheels, or just pick the front wheels up, as this one is doing.
That's doing right there.
You had to remember to keep your foot in, and as you were sliding, actually remember to turn the way you were going and keep your foot in, and eventually you'd pick up a bit of grip and go around. Those little 205s, the 309 as well, was a little bit longer wheelbase and in some ways was slightly more forgiving. They were phenomenal pieces of kit. And when you think, let's remember, the 205 GTI started with 105 horsepower. Yeah. 105 horsepower. The 2-litre engine, which came later, the 8-valve engine, I think in road trim, was up to about 130. I had 405 SRI that had that. And one of the very popular things to do was to get for Talbot and Hillman was to put what was called a 2-litre Brazilian block in.
Brazilian block there,
Because in Brazil they ran on fuel that was made from sugarcane and therefore was alcohol. Sugarcane and alcohol, ethanol. And it had and still does have, a different calorific value. So instead of the 1600, you got a 2-litre Brazilian block. You could plant that into your Sunbeam or your Avenger, and many people did.
I did quite a lot of my early rallying with Andy Dawson and Avenger, but we got a deal to go to Paraguay to do the Trans Chaco Rally. Long story, all to do with Marlborough being let down by Lancer at the last minute. John Hogan phoned me up, can you get a rally car out of Paraguay quickly? Yes. But our Hillman Avenger became a Dodge Polara for some reason. It was the same car.
Plymouth Cricket, they were known as well in various places. Those of you watching for further afield. My first two road cars were a Hillman Avenger 1300 Super 2-door and then a 1600. And the 1600 gradually was turned into a rally car.
I think underrated car,
massively.
A Hillman Avenger.
All of my friends were Ford guys, and I looked at Ford. I was joking earlier on, but I looked at Ford Escorts, Mark 1s and Mark 2s, and when you looked at what was the underpinnings of the Avenger, you already had an anti-dive kit on the front, you had McPherson struts on the back, you had to slightly beef up the mounts for the rear springs. You welded a plate in so that they didn't just fold up. They were for a pushrod engine, they were great, but all of the tuning bits were for Fords, of course. To the point, in fact, when I started as a co-driver in road rallies and tarmac rallies in the 1300 class, I co-drove for a lad who had a Vauxhall Chevette, which was a 1256 non-cross-flow engine out of Aviva in those days. and we transplanted a 1300 Crossrail Ford into it because there was more tuning parts.
Which is why you see so many Sunbeams with 2-litre Ford engines or 2-litre Vauxhall engines, because they were tunable and the Roots products weren't. But back again with Phil Harris in his Escort, 71 2-litre Pinto engine car.
Nice.
Yeah. Well, obviously, with the Ford, Stuart Turner was a famous competition director for many years. But on the other side, very good people also at Roots Group. Des O'Dell is what I was coming to. And subsequently Mick Linford. And Peugeot, great supporters of British rallying with a separate one-make championships as well.
And Martin was talking about Wrighton before. That's where the competition department was. Those were the people I rang up for me uprated springs. And when you asked for a parts catalogue, you didn't get anything with pictures in. You got, do you remember sort of Xerox things that were sort of vaguely purple? And you got something about 2 inches thick, and you had to go through and work out what part number you needed. But in point of fact, in those days, the competition parts were often cheaper than the standard road car parts because they were subsidised. So I was upgrading and uprating my car and actually spending less money. And those were the days, of course, when you could work on your car yourself.
Jonathan Milicevic with his RS 1600.
Yeah, as I said before, better known as a racing driver, actually hugely successful
in minis
with Formula Junior and Formula 3 cars.
And he loves his minis, does John?
Yeah.
I spoke to John and Alison yesterday. John's Motors at Foster's Booth, not a million miles away, on the crossroads of the A5. Been in the family for a very long time. Always has a decent supply of classic cars there. Proper old-fashioned service, and for quite some time I've done all my MOTs. That's how I've known John.
Really?
Yeah, absolutely. Piers Phillips, who
just handily just up the road from Super Sausage.
Yes, a little bit up the road.
That is a day out.
The Piers Phillips, who was former president of competitions for Rahal. Put me on to John many years ago before he went off to the States, and good old-fashioned values, sensible rates of working, and probably forgotten more about most cars than most people know. Highly recommend.
Is that Alpha?
That's
again
Alpha GTA.
Yeah.
Oh, in fact, this is a GTV. This car is
just beautiful.
Yeah, no, it's such a pretty car.
Just quickly,
gorgeous-looking things.
John, going back to that Prodrive Enterprise with Hero, that car's going to run at 3 o'clock, I believe. Yeah.
And we'll have David Richards down to talk about that as well. See if we can prize some more details out of him for the P25 as well. That not quite finished.
Bent Jacobson in his 1976 2-litre GTV. So the GTV actually came as a tax break 1300cc car in Italy, and more familiar as a 1500, then a 1750. All of these, the classic Alfa twin cam that you saw in the Duetto as well, that originally debuted in the 105 Berliners. And this is the top capacity 2-litre GTV.
But look at the proportions of that, gentlemen.
Yeah.
I know the glass areas are a little bigger, and the pillars are a little narrower than what you see nowadays because that's crash regulations and such like. But that is just a beautiful profile. There is not a bad angle for that car. And someone wants to resto mod one of those for now. Yeah, I'd have one. You'd have one in a heartbeat, wouldn't you, Andrew?
And also the wheels. I love the wheels on these Alphas. They're completely different than anything else. Just a different design, checkered flag waves.
Yeah, Campagnolo is kind of the British equivalent of mini lights, really, isn't it?
Italian.
The Italian equivalent of mini lights. And talking of which, here we go. Set of gold mini lights, unusually, on the Mark 1 Lotus Cortina. So this was marketed as a Ford Lotus Cortina. The Mark II became the Ford Cortina Lotus. Ford insisted that Cortina was more important than the Lotus bit. The familiar Banderbomb rear lights, which you also see on early TVRs, the TVR 400 and Griffith.
And on the Lola GT that raced at Le Mans in 1980. David Hobbs drove, had the same Cortina. Classic triangular. Well, they've got basically a Mercedes-Benz star.
Yeah, trefoil.
That's the word I was looking for. Trefoil.
These, again, this was a predecessor to hot hatches, wasn't it?
Yep.
What we're looking at here. This was not just a mildly breathed on. This was a tuned car that The Cortina was very much a mid-sized family car. You look at it now; it's absolutely tiny.
Yeah.
But incredibly, car park spaces have never changed since 1969 when it was
true.
based on the Escort.
Well, I had a Lotus Cortina when I worked for Motoring.
Of course you did, Andrew.
But the interesting thing was that BRM went through a little period where they were wanting to also tune cars.
Yep.
And they were tuning the twin cam, and they did mine for free. And took the engine came out, the Lotus Cortina was taken up there, it was tuned, and it was the same group that went on to found Vagantune, John Sismay, George Robinson. But the nice thing was, they gave me the old twin cam cover, so it had a Lotus cam cover on it.
Right.
And
the BRM head.
BRM on the cam cover, and the cam cover that came off, they gave to me, and it hangs on my office wall.
Very nice.
Yeah.
I thought that was from a car you'd blown up in your...
Not at all, no.
This is a very, very lovely Porsche.
Yeah.
993, last Type 993. They're all 911s, of course. Type 993 is the model number. This is the last of the oil and air-cooled cars, Luftgekühlt cars. And to me, one of the best shapes. 964 before it, and this the 993. This with the archetypal big wheel tail on it. And what a lovely sound this
Beautiful.
flat six engine makes.
Will that car be going up in value now, John?
Any of these, this age. Actually, that is...
That's an SCRS.
Yeah, that isn't a 993, is it? It's a 964, I think. Oh, no, it's a 993. No, it's a 993.
Yeah.
Sorry.
964 bumpers, maybe.
Yeah. Because it's the tuned version. These cars are very lovely to drive. They're still modern enough to be able to tackle long journeys, and a well looked after 993, bought well and looked after well, will look after you.
Yes,
it's as simple as that. And I'm very fortunate to be the guardian at the moment of one. I'm only saving it for somebody else, I suppose.
I tell you what, well, that's what we do with classic cars. I'll tell you something else I saw. I was driving down the motorway this morning from the Midlands and passed a lady in her 944 Cabriolet with the roof down, and I thought, that is an everyday driver.
Right up to date. This could be the next... I suppose this could be the next big collector car from Porsche, although so many of the GT cars which come from the engineers and designers at Flacht, which is where all GT cars come from. This is the Porsche Cayman 718 GT4 RS. So not content with putting a 4-litre motor in the GT4, the RS has another 4-litre motor, no, not two of them, a different 4-litre motor. This is straight out of the venerable Porsche 911 GT3. Produces slightly fewer horsepower, 507 in the 993 GT3. I think this is 494 from memory. More extreme body kit. Very much a track car for the street, race car for the street, really. And it was thought that they couldn't get this engine into the 718 Boxster and Cayman, and they've had to do a very clever piece of design for the intakes. And if you look very carefully behind the driver's window, you'll see there's no secondary window there. They are the intakes to the top of the engine, the air intakes.
When did and why did Porsche suddenly start adding names like Cayman and Cayenne? Where did all that? Why Cayman? I mean, it's, as far as I know, it's an island.
It's actually spelled after the crocodile, that one.
Yeah. It's a crocodile.
Yeah, but Boxster, I think, was the first one really that
had
came,
a name,
came with that. And I mean, you could credit the Boxster really with saving the company in a lot of ways.
Yeah.
It used quite a lot of parts from the 996, the first of the water-cooled cars. All the front end of the original Boxsters were the same a bit before they went into the SUV market. It was a big change for them because they only used numbers beforehand. I think people understand what a Boxster and a Cayman is now as much as they do a Panamera or a Macan. It's maybe they just ran out of numbers.
Yeah. Well, they're still using the numbers, though.
Well, you still have. So you still have a Type 9.
A 918 Boxster. But it says 918 on the back. Or whatever.
718.
Well,
Well, that harks back to the old days
Yeah.
because the speedsters and things like
Yes.
that.
And of course, ironically, the car that actually saved Porsche financially was the Cayenne.
Yes.
the
Which they
car
built instead of racing the V10 prototype.
Yeah, the Boxer was the car that ironically saved the 911. Well, that and classic car prices and buyers. Looking here at this, now I haven't got anything at all about an Austin Healey, but this is an Austin Healey.
But the front is...
No, that's a funny front grille on that, I thought.
Well, it is a Healey grille. This, though, we do know, this is the Aston Martin DB5. If you're seeing a very tall driver in it, you're not right. That is a normal size driver. It's just a slightly shrunk in the wash. Went in on hot when the label said not. This is a 3/4 scale replica of an Aston Martin DB5. Completely proportionate, wheel sizes and everything else. And this particular car, as you will know if you've walked past it, is the Goldfinger James Bond Aston Martin DB5. Yes, that car had a roof, but if they put a scale roof on that, then most of your kids wouldn't be able to drive it, and you certainly wouldn't. And for the price you're paying, you would want that.
Though? I mean, you can't have kids driving it at this speed.
Yeah. It's de-restricted. It's had the Bob Dawson restrictor taken off. But this car has got the machine guns in the headlights. It's got the rocket launchers. Brilliant. It's got the smoke screen, which is why it leaves in a cloud of smoke. And it's got the revolving number plates of the James Bond film version. What it doesn't have is a horde of baddies in a black Ponton Mercedes chasing and firing badly out of the window. But yeah, it does look like an awful lot of fun.
That is an extraordinary piece of engineering, isn't it? You
Yeah.
talked about the proportions, and to produce that, and when you see it without anybody in it,
yes,
it just looks further away than it is.
If you took a picture of it, you would be very, very hard pressed to tell that it's not a DB5 Volante. And there's just actually the Aston Martin version rather than the Bugatti that we've seen before, or the 250 Testarossa. Aston Martin actually made a DB5, I believe, that size. 4? I thought a 5.
You might be right. I mean, it was 5 for one of the royal princes.
Birthday present for Prince Charles when he was a young man. And, of course, Prince Charles has had a DB5 Volante for many years.
Strange enough, this car's another royal connection, because the company's run by a guy called Ben Headley. And for a while, he worked for David Lindley, the furniture maker, who's the son of Lord Snowdon. Yeah. And he was a top skier, was Ben, but he had a big crash and believed.
Did either you two get mentioned in the King's birthday honours?
No. Well, because we've had Steve Slater, and he's got his. We must ask him about his OBE that he's.
I was taken out of Boris's list.
Were you?
Rather disappointing.
You were promised as well, weren't you? And you paid him the cheque.
Better leave that bit now. Off goes the Alfa. Another beautifully proportioned car as we move into early afternoon here, just after 2:10 local time. For those of you tuning in from around the world, possibly for the first time, time changes and such. Don't worry, because you'll see most of the cars that we've run through in the early stages will be back again this afternoon. We've got a few new items to show you on the conveyor belt of excellence that is this figure of 8 and oval track.
What you don't get is the delightful smell of the engines, the oil, and particularly the tyre smoke, and also wafting across, just gradually wafting across from between ourselves and the airfield, the smell of cooking as well. There's an awful lot of food and drink outlets here.
Would you like to go for your meal break?
You can't smell the drink outlets, but you can definitely smell the food outlets. So we just get a little waft of stuff occasionally.
And there is a brewery here.
Yes, there is.
And there is
we'll be
also
telling you about that later on.
A gin maker as well.
I didn't get to the gin maker yesterday, which I realised was a massive mistake on my part.
Did you get to the brewery?
I did. I went down at the brewery.
Excellent.
And I've been trying to get to the Wiggly Monkey for quite some time, because they do some fantastic events here. And every time I've been wanting to get here, I've been otherwise engaged.
They do good events, they do excellent beer, and they do carry-utes as well, so you can take it home with you. They will sell you
we are working
off premises.
We are working on some RSL live events, even as we speak.
I slightly worried that you were going to say beer there, and I thought, okay, that's going to go really badly.
Back to the Mark 1
Ford Cortina, the Lotus Cortina, again with very period font on the number roundel as well. That's another thing.
Yep.
When did numbers stop being round and start going to square?
When championships had sponsors.
Very good point. Well
so
made.
Unipark DCM Mini 7 Challenge, for instance, square door panel.
Being of an age, I remember seeing Jim Clark racing a Lotus Cortina. It was absolutely nobody got it, the front wheel higher than him off the ground.
Yeah.
Just
Dario's
fantastic.
got that car now, hasn't he? Dario Franchitti. Oh, go on.
Yeah. And
now, see, that's why you need much softer springs on the rear of that car, because that is actually picking up an inside rear wheel, which is not what you want. If you pick up the inside front wheel, that's not doing very much. It's the outside wheel in any corner that does the work. But you want the rear wheels. So a classic car of this era, firm front, soft rear.
The American styling influences on UK Fords of this era was notable, wasn't it? By no means as a much rear wing length on them, but there was just that hint of a Galaxy or of something like that.
Exactly so.
And also with the styling down the side of that, just to give that sort of knife edge to the top of the rear wing.
Nice start, but burning a bit of rubber.
Launch control available.
I think so.
I think he's found the launch control switch and turned it past off.
Centre lock wheels on this car, and you can option them out if you want to. And I'm just checking to see if this has got the carbon ceramic brakes on. Yes, it has. It's got the yellow calipers, carbon reinforced boot and bonnet lid, and even more extreme aero on the back with the swan net mounting. That's how you can tell it's the RS, as well as the different engine notes.
Are the rear lights flicking on and off because the traction's cutting in?
The rear lights are flicking on and off because of how hard whoever is driving that
cadence braking
is hitting the brakes, and they flash when you're right on the ragged edge of the ABS.
Right. So normally for your panic braking moment to really grab the attention of the driver.
Exactly
behind.
so. I'm not sure who's driving that, but who I should have asked Rob Lomas earlier on. I saw him.
There is somebody wandering around in a Porsche GB Gilet.
That's Rob. Yeah.
Years ago, when I was involved with the Turner Racing team, and I'm talking a very long time ago, one particular car we had a little switch which you switch the brake lights off. And so the person was following you for a few laps suddenly was relying on your brake lights, suddenly didn't come on.
Well, this was, and actually Andy Dawson of this parish might have a little. This was the legendary trick of Sandro Minari in Stratos days, that he would turn, particularly on dark stages, turn the brake lights. He had a switch to turn the brake lights off, so that if anybody was ever following him closely enough to see where he was braking, they wouldn't see where he was braking, and ergo go off.
Yes.
Right.
Oh, we're back to the big
what is
aero
we've got to
engine
decide
car.
what this is, guys, and I may have to.
I think we've got to go and look.
It is a Healy grill. It is a Healy, but
I don't think it's a Healy.
It's not a standard Healy.
It's not some sort of Fraser Nash, late Fraser Nash, is it?
It's not on our entry list, so it's a lovely.
We can
colour.
find it, can't we?
I don't know.
We've got to sort this out.
It's very nice. I'll grab Ash and the RF camera and and go and have a look.
Go and do a little bit about it. We're now getting to some aero engine specials.
This is the 27-litre voiturette, is it?
Yes, rather drowning out the actual aircraft that took off alongside it, which was the yellow Tiger Moth. That's been taking people for passenger rides. You can go up in a Tiger Moth. Yeah, I know. You sit in the front seat, by the way, because it's a line astern two-seat cockpit, but the pilot will sit behind you, and so you get the full effect of the propeller and the view. And blasting away from the line, well, the driver is down as Penny Howard. Don't know whether it is or isn't. This is a 27-litre V12 engined. Well, it's a Bitzer. It's a combination of a Delage Grand Prix car chassis, French-built chassis from 1930, and a 1926 Hispano-Switzer aero engine, which would have, goodness only knows, powered some airliner of some kind. But 27-litre V12.
Hispano-Suiza did build cars.
They did build cars.
They're very good cars.
In fact, probably better known to us as a car builder, and they will be back as a car builder as well with a new hypercar program. In fact, there were 2 cars. In fact, they are coming with a hypercar racer next year. There were 2 cars in the current field at Le Mans that had these names on. So the IDEX Sport team were bearing the Delage badge on their fin. Delage are reappearing as a purely road car manufacturer, but Hispano-Suiza are going to be manufacturing hypercars for racing as well as for the road. So this is a combination of 2 venerable brands. I'm not sure either of the modern recreations or regenerations of the names will feature either A, V12s, or B, 27 litres. But
let's hope so.
This is thumpingly mad in all directions.
I mean, it was quite a big practice between the 2 world wars to fit aero engines into racing cars, and there's quite a lot of famous ones. And
so Hispano-Suiza, of course, is Spanish for Spanish-Swiss.
Yes.
And
that's the generation of the 2 I think founders of the company.
Now part of the French Safran group, which they're trying to launch a fully electric car.
So you'd name a group after a really ignominious failure of a Renault saloon. Why on earth would you do that? Why wouldn't you call it the Velsatis Group? That sounds more like a group name than a car. Meanwhile, this is another Delage chassis. This is Tony Boswell. He's got a 1923 Delage 2 LCV. It's known as the Becquet Delage, and I have more on that when I find it. It's a fabulous looking thing with that real board racer, B-O-A-R-D, board racer, kind of 1930s look, the torpedo tail to the car. Again, aerodynamics not wildly well understood between the wars, but it certainly had that aerodynamic feel to it.
One of the most famous aero engine cars, of course, was Babs, which finished up buried in the Pendine Sands. It was driven by Parry Thomas.
And the Beast as well.
Yes.
Which has just come up for auction
the
recently.
Beast of Turin.
No, the Beast that was the big Rolls-Royce thing that looked like a Ford Capri with a very, 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 very long bonnet.
Because it was a Ford Capri with a Merlin engine, yes. Alexander Boswell, not Anthony Boswell in the Delage, the Becquet.
Back in 1927, Henry Seagrave broke Campbell's world speed record at Daytona Beach, on the beach, with a Sunbeam, which was powered by a V12 aero engine, a Sunbeam Metabile engine.
And Parry Thomas's Babs was aero engined as well. That's
a proper spin.
That is. That's now
Yes.
So we finally have identification of what this was.
Yeah, I thought we had some words on that.
We have a lot of words on this.
Let's hear them.
It's a 1929 Riley, which is why the shape looks sort of English perpendicular familiar. That's what it is. So the Monasco Pirate is the most successful vintage Grand Prix racing car of the last decade. It won and holds vintage Grand Prix records at many tracks and hill climbs. Built from original parts by Dr. Robin Tallui, who is driving it now, founder of PhysicsX business based here at Bicester Heritage. So it's a 1929 Monasco Pirate Aero racing engine, 6 litres in 4 cylinders, hence the ungodly thump, and at 3,000 RPM, produces 230 brake horsepower. The car weighs 125 kilos, and when you have an average 6-foot adult weighing about 95 kilos, that is an extraordinary light engine. Drives through a crash box, or a four-speed Rolls-Royce crash box, so a real combination of parts from all over the place. Robin Tallui, by the way, was the man who introduced Renault to the tuned mass damper, which helped Fernando Alonso win his title and then got itself banned. So all sorts of history in that car, not just the car but also the driver.
Yeah. And another famous aero engine car, of course, was Chitty Chitty Bang Bang.
Yes.
Count Louis Sobrowski's machine, which had a 6-cylinder Maybach aeroplane engine in it.
Zeppelin engine, in fact. Maybach built the Zeppelin engines, and in fact,
it was a Mercedes chassis, but it was.
We'll see the Milliard Special a little later, which is a twin-cylinder aero-engined motorcycle, which stands about 6 foot tall. And Hindhaugh was saying earlier, that is basically like Chitty Bang Bang, and it is. Yeah. That is the Milliard Special is basically Chitty Chitty Bang Bang, but with fewer wheels. Now, again, looking here at the Delage.
Yeah, but you go through it later, of course, land speed record cars had jet engines in from Aeroplanes.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. So this is the 27-litre V12 Hispano Switzer with Delage chassis and Hispano aero engine. And we go here back to the very dawn of motoring. Yeah. Now, no steering wheel. This has got a single control, which the lever you use to steer. So if you imagine you're the driver there, you push your right hand away from you and that turns the wheels to the left. You pull it back, that turns the wheels to the right. What he's doing with his left hand is operating the throttle. So all sorts of odd combinations of things that
it's like one of those things to touch your nose and pat your head at the same time. It's quite difficult.
Exactly. You do not associate. And in fact, they do. One of the more interesting technical features they did in old Top Gear days was combining or examining the different ways that different manufacturers had with tiller steering, lever steerings, and so on. Because we all assume that all cars always had a steering wheel and 3 pedals that did what they do nowadays. And of course, even when you get to the Model T that looks like a normal car with a steering wheel and 3 pedals, the pedals don't do the same thing. The clutch and gear change pedals do different things, and it is all pat your tummy and rub your head at the same time. And this Knox Model C recreation, which has been brought here by Haggerty, the insurance company, who are partners with Radio Show Limited and also with Bicester Heritage. And actually, Haggerty, if you've got a classic car, they will value it for you. They'll give you a valuation, which if you think, I only paid $5,000 for it, that was 20 years ago. You probably need to have a little think about valuing it and try and get a policy to reflect its value rather than what you paid for it. Of course, that is the ultimate fear of every classic car collector or classic motorcycle collector, is that if you die prematurely, your wife will then sell your cars for what you told her you paid for them.
Of course, Haggerty also moved into the events business. They own the Amelia Island Concourse now, for instance, and various other events.
Well, this is, again, we've seen all sorts of different forms of motoring throughout the day, and this is as close to having yokes on the front and a horse as it is possible to get in a motor car.
Absolutely.
It is the literal definition of a horseless carriage. A single-cylinder, air-cooled engine, trembler coil, a 2-speed gearbox, which you operate with pedals. It has very rudimentary brakes. And again, friction linings on things like the clutch. This will have a cone clutch, so it's an epicyclic gearbox, so it's sort of semi-automatic change. And the brakes will have been on the rear axle, not on the wheels, so it would have braked the axle. So again, not efficient at going, not efficient at stopping. It's got a hood, much in the same way that a pram or a buggy for your kids has a hood. It does not have a windscreen or a very great deal else in terms of weather protection. So, a proper horseless carriage. And 1903, so this recreation of a car that would be 120 years old now.
I love it.
Yeah.
But still, look, as I said before when it went round, looks weird the guy's wearing a full-face crash helmet.
You
need to hat backwards.
You're as likely, for the same reason you wear a helmet when you're riding a horse, that you would want a helmet when you're riding that.
I'd want airbag leathers on that one as well, because it looks a bit precarious. Just a quick final word on for this session on the Hispano Suiza. Possibly one of the best villains cars ever in a Bond movie. For 10 points, Mr. Haven. Who was the villain and what was the Bond movie?
Don't know.
Go on.
Andrew?
No, I can't help you there.
It was Drax's car in Moonraker.
Right.
What, that car?
Not that car, our Hispano Suiza.
Oh, okay.
Oh, yeah.
whilst we have a quick moment, a reminder that there's plenty of things going on in the substantive part of RAF Bicester. And yesterday I took the opportunity to pop down and have a look at the microbrewery. Of course I did.
Some people might find it odd to have a brewery on a site of such automotive elegance. It's not. We like beer, we like cars, and we know when and when not to mix them. Luke, Wrigley Monkey Brewery.
Yes.
What brought you here in the first place?
I've always had a passion for cars, always quite liked beer. Found that you go to so many car events and there wasn't any decent beer to drink. So we decided that we would start the Wrigley Monkey Brewery to try and make beer engineered for petrol heads that we like to drink and we want to drink.
And what brought you specifically to Bicester Heritage then? Because you've been here for a little while now.
Yeah, we've been here coming up for 5 years now. I'd known Dan Gagan for a while through vintage cars, so I'd known him through the pub meets in London, back to beer. And he sort of was talking about the plans that were going on here. I thought it sounded interesting. This area, there was a bit of a lack of breweries in this area as well. So geographically and logistically, it made sense, and we managed to work out a deal where we could take on this unit, which we really like, and we came up and joined the party.
And we should say that everything that you sell here is brewed right here.
That's correct, yeah. So we've gone through about 6 upgrades since we moved in. Each time the kit's got a bit bigger and used a bit more manpower to sort of drive it. But yeah, no, we're in here now. We've got our current kit's been in for 2 years. We're on what we call a 10-barrel plant, so it's about 1,640 litres of brew, or about 38 casks of beer if you brew it right. So yeah, everything's brewed on site. We do bottle a bit on site, a bit off site. We physically don't have the floor space to do all the bottling, but we try and do as much as we can here.
And what is your most popular brew then?
Most popular brew is Full Tilt, so it's our 4.2 bitter, closely followed by our lager Gullwing. Full Tilt was named after my first vehicle, which was a 1950 Series 1 1.6 Full Tilt Land Rover, and as it was my first commercial beer, we thought we'd better call that Full Tilt as well, and then Gullwing with the German style lager.
Very good. I've got to ask you the question that everybody out there wants to know. Where did the name of the brewery come from?
So Wrigley Monkey, we've got some that look at, you probably won't see this very well in the picture, but basically it's a little device that looks somewhat like this. Sits on top of a 1920s chain-driven sports car called a Fraser Nash that was built down in Isleworth in the UK. And I've got one and raced one, and the sort of the idea of starting a brewery loosely came from being sat at the side of the road broken down so many times with a broken Wrigley Monkey.
Dan, thanks very much for having us here, and there's only one way we can finish that, and that's by saying cheers.
Cheers.
Drinking on air? Drinking on air, Mr. Hindhaugh?
That was recorded.
Drinking on air?
Never and it was yesterday.
I
look at that. It was a tiny... It would have been wrong not to accept the hospitality, wouldn't it?
I wondered where the name Wiggly Monkey came from, and I didn't know that. There you go, you see.
Part of the Fraser Nash.
Now then.
And he sells bottle openers down there in the shape of the part.
I'm having one.
Yeah, very good.
Excellent.
Available at all good Wiggly breweries. Like the one here.
The only Wrigley Monkey Brewery. Again, looking at some of our very early machinery. This is the Model T board racer. A great looking machine. Just been having a quick chat with a friend of the show, Mark Constanduras, who reminds us that as well as celebrating the centenary of Le Mans and 10 years of Flywheel, this year will be the 50th anniversary of the British Lawnmower Racing Association, that august organisation. They've never let me run in the Indy 500, the Monaco Grand Prix, or the Le Mans 24 Hours, but I have built and raced lawnmowers in the 24 Hours of Wisborough Green. So the celebration of 50 years will be a 500-lap lawnmower race. You think I'm joking, don't you? I'm not joking. They are literally as mad as it sounds.
Unfortunately, I found out at I think it was the 25 hours. It was a year
25th
long
celebration.
Yeah. I found out I had a real talent for racing lawnmowers.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Yeah, I know.
Of all the things I could be good at.
Listen, we've raced in an event that Sterling Moss and Derek Bell have both raced in.
Fair
And
point.
there's not many of those around. And, it's the only
racing
24-hour race that they'd allow me to build anything for or compete in.
Racing a lawnmower is a cross between riding a motorcycle and driving a car, because you really do have to counterbalance, because if you're not up on two wheels around the corners, you're simply not going fast enough.
And falling over Niagara Falls when they were dry in a barrel.
Yes.
It's about as painful as the latter, and about as skillful as well. They are barking mad. They will do comfortably 60 miles an hour and probably top that flat out. And they are lawnmowers. And also, they do run behind lawnmowers.
Oh yes, that is.
They
even
do
more
that
pointless.
too. Mazda RX-3. Now, John, you drove this a little bit earlier.
Yeah, lovely car.
And I think Mazda Cars Great Britain own this car, and I think they believe this is the only one on the road in the UK, and I wouldn't be at all surprised. They were more popular in Australia and New Zealand, actually, and I think they probably lasted longer in Australia and New Zealand.
It's Matt Pryor who's driving this car this afternoon, and this is a 1973 car. It would have started. It's a twin rotor engine, and it would have started with a 10A engine, but they're rather rare now, and at some part of its life, it's got a 12 engine and a 5-speed gearbox from an RX-7. The gearbox is very lovely. You don't get the slow speed braking, engine braking that you would think of this. So you do have to use the brakes, and you need just to get that front end to turn in. Is that Matt, or is that in fact? Well, I'll see when he comes past. Can't see the helmet. Lovely little car. Spins up, as you might expect with the twin rotor engine, very quickly indeed. Nominally rated at 1143 cc from memory. And, of course, they, in all motorsport, had a multiplier put onto that, because it is not pistons going up and down. As the name suggests, you have a triangular-ish rotating piston, if you will. That's the rotor that moves the air around in the cylinder rather than up and down the cylinder.
It's more like a vane supercharger,
yes,
without an engine attached to it than it is like
clever.
an engine. It is very, very clever.
And nowadays, with advances in metal technology and ceramic technology, the rotor tip issues that some of those cars
all of those cars
had, yes, that has to a certain extent disappeared.
Yes,
it was
to a certain extent being the operative term. They still wear.
Yes,
yes,
exactly.
Yeah.
Nice to see the 787B, which was a quad rotor car, back out at Le Mans last weekend for the 100th anniversary. That's still the first non-piston engine, reciprocating piston engine to win. Was the first Japanese manufacturer, of course. And interesting to note, and I was pointing this out only as recently as last week, that the new hypercar regulations do have an extensive section for rotary engines, which give you some very interesting breaks on other parts of the regulations. And if you can prove that it's based on a road car engine, you get even more breaks. So just saying hello, Mazda.
Mazda quad rotor. Here we go.
And yes, that would keep everybody awake overnight, as it did back in 1991 when it won Le Mans.
Just seen the Jaguar C-Type, the ex-Sterling Moss C-Type. The reason that car is here in the Pioneers category is that not that it was the first of the C-Types. In fact, it was an early-ish C-Type. It was a Grand Prix winner in the hands of Sterling Moss, but it was also the test mule for disc brake technology introduced by Dunlop for the 1953 Le Mans 24 Hours, which the C-Types then went on to win.
Yeah, from aircraft, of course, that came from. Had won the Reims 12 Hours in 1952 with the technology, but it really came to the fore back at Le Mans, where else, in 1953, and that's another one of those innovations that is rightly put down to endurance racing.
And looking here at something that kind of helped British motor racing all the way through the 30s, 40s and post-war as well. This is Angus Forsyth in his Austin 7 Ulster, so based after successful Austin team cars in the TT in Ards in Ulster. Again, based on the triangular Austin 7 chassis with the same 3-cylinder engine, 750cc. This car was found in a barn in 2012, having been off the road for 54 years.
How many years, Martin?
Yeah, I know, insane, isn't it? This is what is known in the trade as an oily rag restoration. So
proper barn find, literally a proper barn find.
It has not been repainted.
Wow.
Little George, the car is known as, competes in classic rally events all over the world, and it is this car 93 years of age.
Get in.
See, I still think my minor at 60 is doing well, but that's a 93-year-old car being just as entertaining. Now then, this is a car that we were looking forward to seeing, driven by Bax Ganyabin. This is a 1947 Maserati A6 GCS, the GC Sport version of the Maserati. This is the Monofaro, which means single headlight or single light Monofaro. So this is a Works Maserati team car, body built by Soluro. Not one of the better known brands, but the running gear for this car used by Fangio in a Formula 2 race in the 1949 Rome Grand Prix. And this car then rebodied as a Maserati sports car, the GCS, and the Monofaro is this very distinctive single light there in the centre of the familiar Maserati grille. The car based here at, provided by the Classic Motor Hub here at Bicester Heritage.
And being worked very nicely indeed.
Sounds glorious as well,
does,
as
doesn't it?
6-cylinder Maseratis tend to do.
Yeah, it's getting more like test match special every moment. We've had cake delivered.
Have we had a pork pie in the shape of you and me?
No.
No, so not entirely then.
No. Thank you to Alan and the rest of the team at Bicester, who are on the grounds just opposite the start-finish line, and Mr. Haven and Mr. Marriott will have a bit of
chocky-wocky doodah. 148 for 3 now, Australia. So trailing by 245 runs as we are now into
They're not scoring quickly, are they? How many
afternoon
overs?
Session. 44.3 overs.
England going at pretty much 5 and over yesterday.
Yes. So entertaining first day at the cricket, not the least of which was the surprise. And that's the final ball. They've declared change of...
quality piece of radio that was. Right, what we got on the track now, Martin?
Quality piece of tech as well. Now this, we have 2 Ford Model Ts, and we've seen one, and this is the other. I believe that this is... let me see. I think this is the car owned by Peter Stevens. So it's a
268.
Car number 22. Doesn't I believe I am going to have to check. I don't know how we're going to check that. So Peter Stevens, former chief designer of McLaren, designed the F1 road car. He is also responsible for changing the Lotus Esprit into the late model Lotus Esprit, which is 100% a totally different car from the outside. Also helped design the XJR15, the V12 LMR for BMW, Prodrive Impreza, and so on and so on. Now this car... Rover 75 as well. This car, Model T, features an overhead valve engine made by Colonel Alexander, the Aristocat, the Alexander Aristocat engine. So an engine developed outside of Ford in the 1930s as a racing mod for the Ford Model B side valve engine. So only a handful, possibly not even as many as 5 of the engines were produced. It was first used in a 1930 Ford Model B Roadster, racing in various Californian dry lakes venues. The engine then fitted into a heavily modified 1920s Model T with a minimalist body in a more modified racing class, fitted to a Model A coupe in the 50s. So the engine has got as much history as any of the cars, but it is now owned by Peter Stevens, with an original Model T chassis and the Alexander engine. He bought the modified body and a kit of the engine as a kit of parts and has assembled it as you see it now. So it's basically a beach racer used in beach racing and short sprints, and runs on triple Stromberg carburetors, which is why I think it's that, because you can see them with the reversed air intakes.
Yes, very good.
So that I think is one. So yeah, very much in the style of Bonneville street races. Yeah, so the Mazda RX-3 back out again doing its job, and it appears to have no hubcaps left.
No,
now that Mazda have been reunited with the hubcap that John separated from it.
Not the first time that's happened.
See, they're being kind to you, John, and sparing your blushes. Clearly, what that phrase means is nobody's ever ragged the car so badly as to take a hubcap off it before now.
There was an estate car in the RX-3, the first rotary-engined estate car. And this goes back, I mean, originally into the 1960s. Lovely little car. What we've got, there was a piston-engined version of this car. It was called the Mazda 818. And they had different grills and headlights. And this is a car that dates back to 1973, the second year the Mazda RX-3 was available here in the UK. Looks to me just like a shrunken version of a Ford Gran Torino.
A little bit, yes. It's got that 60s Coke bottle styling, hasn't
it?
It's lovely. Displaying overhead the airfield, I can hear things in the air and I can't see them.
It's an RC jet.
It is, and that is the reason that inside the main hangar, one of the main hangars here, there's a display of radio control, large-scale radio control aircraft. And is that a Hawk? Looks like it. Looks like a Red Arrows Hawk.
Yeah.
A radio-controlled jet, because, yes, you can buy jet-engined for radio-controlled planes.
Turbine-engine helicopters.
Yeah.
Now you're talking.
Well, and also old aircraft with 4-cylinder engines, not little 2-cylinders that go wee.
Yeah.
That's what you need. The Jaguar C-Type is back, this ex-Sterling Moss car. He raced it in the Reims 12 Hours, won in it. But this car in the Pioneers category, not just because it's drop-dead gorgeous Jaguar C-Type, as driven by Sterling Moss, but because it was the development hack for disc brakes for road cars. And as John pointed out earlier, Dunlop had plenty of experience with disc brakes on aircraft for slowing them down, but they were developed for racing and for road cars subsequently by Jaguar in combination with Dunlop. Of course, Dunlop in the 70s, famous for developing the Dunlop safety wheel as well, trying to make tyres and wheels. Yes, I know. Do you ever see one? Do you ever see one? Everybody's go, I need some Wolf Race slot mags. No, what you need, mate, is some Dunlop safety wheels. I suspect, though, because I think they were possibly magnesium alloy, they may not be quite so safe these days. Possibly.
Earlier on today, we had the launch of the Hero ERA long distance rally car, engineered by Prodrive. That car is in the queue. We'll give you some more details of that as it goes through. I can see the Bentley Pikes Peak Continental as well, part of a couple of Pikes Peak record-breaking cars that Bentley threw up the mountain, and it is a mountain.
Yeah.
Starts at 9,500 feet, goes to just over 13,000 feet, just over 170 corners there.
We'll see that in a moment. What we're looking at here is slightly older, 1916 Ford Model T Racer with an Indianapolis body. And this sort of car, and in fact this particular car would have raced at state fairs, showgrounds, dirt tracks, board tracks, anywhere across the whole of the US. And as Andrew pointed out earlier in the notes, it says one of the less well-known but possibly most entertaining uses for the car would have been in pig racing, where as part of the race you would have to stop and pick up a piglet and then carry it in the passenger seat. Presumably, when it made a break for freedom, you'd have to stop and chase after it. I can't imagine the pandemonium or the hilarity that would have ensued, but that's definitely something the FIA needs to investigate.
I think they're doing it this weekend, aren't they?
This car more recently, though, has been in slightly more sensible operation in hill climb sprints and rallies in the UK and the Isle of Man.
It sounds like something you would have commentated on Eurosport about 15 years ago.
I definitely have done that.
The Rakow hill climb,
still
your finest work.
Piglet hill climb.
Yes, that was all that was missing from the Rakow hill climb.
Who knew that all you needed to make the Rakow hill climb even more insane was not just firearms, but piglets?
Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah, well, the problem was, of course, everybody camped. So day one, they'd have had piglet racing. Day two,
bacon sandwiches.
Racing.
Yes. Hog roast.
Exactly so.
If you're just joining us either here at Bicester Heritage for Flywheel 10th anniversary or you're further afield, very, very warm welcome along to the afternoon session. It's Hindhaugh and Haven here. We've given Andrew and Marriott a moment or two off. We've got some beautiful cars to come around the figure of 8. If you want to get in touch with us, at RSL_studio. And if you're here, tell your friends. We're live across the world in sound and vision, YouTube and at radiolemans.com. We've got an embed there as well. And we'll be doing it tomorrow. So for your friends who haven't been able to make it today and maybe can't do it tomorrow either, let them know that you can tune in and start planning for next year now.
Yep.
Because it never rains at Bicester. We had a little bit of light drizzle this morning.
Oh, it's just to cool us down.
Yeah, exactly. And we had rally cars first, so we had to give them a little bit of a less grippy surface. Jack Phillips. Yes, exactly. Jack Phillips tells me it never rains here at
well,
Bicester.
Of course we know.
It always rains at Le Mans. Yeah, not to be said in that accent, though, clearly. On the line now, a very beautiful California sage type colour, and that's another of the Jaguars that we've got there, Martin.
Is that an HWM Jag?
Oh, yeah, I think it might be, yeah.
I think it might be. If you're enjoying this, my name's Martin Haven. If you're not, it's John Hindhaugh.
Thanks for lending us your ears and your eyes for a little while.
If you're having half as much fun as we are, we're having twice as much fun as you. More cliches as they come. The final run of this, one of our pioneers, and leaving the line, I believe, is the HWM Jaguar, which sounds like it's running on about 4.5 at the moment, possibly 5. That could do with clearing a little.
I do think it's been quite difficult for some of the cars and teams and drivers because of how hot it is. And it does seem that maybe there's been a little bit of overcompensation in fueling.
Now then, because I'm not an intelligent person and hadn't found the page in time, it is an HWM chassis. Now, I'm very familiar with HWM Jags. I was slightly surprised by the scoop in the bonnet. And the scoop in the bonnet is because it's not an XK Jag engine. John, you can hear that is a Cadillac.
It's a Cadillac V8,
That is an HWM Caddy. So this is Matthew Collings driving a 1958 HWM Cadillac. Hang on a second. Right, we're going to have a quick shuffle here because we've been joined by Prodrive Supremo David Richards, and we're going to get him on the headset in just a second. So the HWM Caddy, I've lost the page now, so we'll get back to that in a sec. In a moment or two. And in fact, we did see the car a little bit earlier on. This car was raced in period all across the UK and then a hill climber as well. Went to New Zealand, returned after 42 years hidden away, and has competed in the Goodwood Revival since 2015.
Delighted to say that David Richards from Prodrive is joining us, and we'll be talking about a car coming up in a little while. First of all, are you enjoying yourself here, David? This is a wonderful event.
Isn't it just? It's sort of, summer's day in England and just such a relaxed, comfortable event, isn't it? You just wander around, see all your friends, see the cars, get up first hand to everything.
And right on Prodrive's doorstep.
Yes, it is, isn't it? Well, centre of the world of Motorsport Valley.
Yep, it is the carbon fibre triangle. Just out on the circuit at the moment, the Bentley Continental that took the production coupe class at Pikes Peak. They did it with the Bentayga first of all in their 100th anniversary year, and then followed it up, breaking the record with Street Continental. And if you haven't watched anything about Pikes Peak, you should do. It's mad. It's as simple as that. Starts at 9,500 feet, goes up to just over 13,500 feet, 172 corners. And I can tell you from experience, it's pretty scary going up. It's terrifying coming back down again, because you see right off all of the drops that you've just driven through. So that car comes to the end of its run. And more mini light wheels for Martin Haven to talk about. That's a Sunbeam, isn't it? It's just taken off.
Oh, no, that's the Turner.
Oh, it's the Turner.
Oh,
sorry.
Turner.
Marriott will be kicking me there. Sorry, I saw the back end of it as it disappeared. And Andrew Marriott. Is Andrew still a Turner owner?
He is still a Turner owner.
He was, yeah.
As is Darren Turner.
Darren Turner's got one, yeah, that's right.
Well, he had to, really, didn't he?
Not related. I did ask him, is that because it's a family business? No, it's not a family business. So Darren, unrelated Turner with a Turner.
That one out on the circuit at the moment. The weather has cleared up beautifully. David, we're here with you to talk about a very interesting project we'll be seeing in a few moments' time. It was unveiled, an hour and a half ago at Hero ARA. And this is a Prodrive engineered Hero ARA long-distance classic rally car. What a project. Started as a rusty Ford and is turned out into an absolutely glorious long-distance rally machine. How did this come about?
Well, it's one of those things, you're sitting having a few beers with somebody, and Thomas from Hero sort of said, I've got this idea. And, I must admit, at first I wasn't overly excited by the notion of a Ford Mustang going from Peking to Paris, but the more his enthusiasm came across, the more I joined in with the whole idea. And when you see the car, it's wait and see, get this car first, but you'll see the car next coming up, I believe. It's not quite there yet. Got a few more to come.
Well, so this is the Faralac, which is an Allard J2 Cadillac engined chassis with purpose-made bodywork, driven by Pier Bianchi here. We heard the car earlier on. All the Italianate looks that you'd expect from something like a Maserati, and the brainchild of Sidney Allard, and Cadillac producing all the motor power. So, particularly appropriate sound for somebody who's talking about tuning Mustangs for long-distance rallying.
I was going to say, David, has Prodrive taken on a project like that, like this Hero ARA machine, with an American car before?
No, nothing like this whatsoever. It's a completely new sort of branch of the business, which we're hoping to produce a few more of them. Let's see how this one works, but I think I'm sure it's going to be very successful. And if that happens, then we've got a plan with Thomas and Hero to do another 5, maybe 10.
Where were the challenges in building this car? And making
rust.
Right, okay.
More rust.
So it did. So I said that partially as a joke, but it did start as a 1967 shell.
I came here 2 years ago, and Thomas took me to a barn about half a mile away and said, "Here's what we're going to start with." And I just, I didn't know whether to laugh or cry, because at that point it was pretty grim. And a car that sort of lived out its 1967 car. It's lived out in America, lived in Florida. Wasn't great when it started, and then you subject it to the salt air of Florida, and see what you end up with 40 years later.
When you're thinking about creating then, because that's what we're seeing, re-engineering and creating a long-distance and endurance classic rally car, there are several things that you have to take into account that perhaps you wouldn't in a more contemporary situation. For example, you don't run all those rallies on fuel that is all the same. So it's not a controlled fuel. No. So has that provided you with challenges in the engine department?
We've got a very sophisticated engine development team, and they've calibrated it for running it. They took the extremes, and it's running up to sort of, you can run the car up to sort of 15,000 feet or something like that at the top of the Andes one day maybe, and then you're going to be running it on 91 octane fuel in other places where you can't get proper fuel. So it's and then there are cold starts in China for the start of Peking, Paris, and they'll be in the middle of the Gobi Desert at 40 degrees. So it's got to be a very flexible engine, and just got to be able to cope with all sorts of conditions.
5.4 litre Dart Ford 302. So that's the Windsor block from memory. So that's a period engine.
Yeah, absolutely.
So you haven't reimagined the engine. You've gone back
you have to comply with the regulations as well. So the car is completely compliant with the FIA regulations, with the rules for hero events as well. So it's and that's one of the challenges. You're allowed to do certain things to strengthen it, but at the end of the day, it remains a Ford Mustang.
And from your point of view, this is experience that you've got at Prodrive already because of the Legends engineering team. They're already there.
Yeah, we've got a whole team of people doing different projects. So, admittedly, a car that's going to compete on Dakar Rally is not quite the same. But what they have to go through, and interesting enough, the Dakar Rally car now, they say to me, the drivers, the limitation is the drivers, not the car any longer.
Wow.
They feel that the pressures that they're under and the sheer rigour and
so the punishment that they've been under, being shaken around and rolled around in the cars.
We had one of our drivers last year who was concussed on 3-4 occasions one day. And he just, at the end of the day, he
without having an accident.
Without having an accident, and at the end of the day, he decided he had to retire because he was just knocked about so much.
And is that because the cars are so good now that we're actually doing faster speed?
We're returning to the start line.
Oh, look at this!
Hello.
Do you like this, Martin?
You're a ding dong.
Ding dong.
Not the first classic car that's been through the Prodrive workshops, though, David, is it?
No, well, it is actually not cars we've not of our own. That we've done our own cars, of course, previously.
Morris Minor Traveller, that sort of thing.
Well, that's another world altogether. that never goes over 30 miles an hour. It lives in Cornwall. But just listen to the sound of this car. It's just really, it's a serious bit of kit.
And is it Thomas behind the wheel here?
It's Thomas. He's the sort of man behind Hero and ERA, the sort of long-distance rally events. And they're doing so many things these days, not just long-distance rallies. They're doing shorter events in this area. So great opportunities.
And that is a proper Mustang getaway. 1967 fastback coupe, re-engineered for long-distance rally. You'll see it sitting up a little bit because it's got to have ground clearance for the sort of roads that it would be going over, and it looks and sounds absolutely a picture.
And it's a 60s car, so it had ride height and it had soft suspension for compliance and traction. And David, I noticed there, and fans of the film Bullet will notice as well, where was the axle tramp?
Well, they talk about axle tramp, but I didn't notice. I've tried to turn it around the industrial estate in Banbury, but it's...
if it hadn't been breathed on, if it had the original leaf springs and live axle, it would have tramped until next Wednesday.
Okay, well that's it's certainly a bit leery at the back end, isn't it? Or maybe that's Thomas, because we've got Jackie Oliver going to drive it next. We'll see the comparison of styles.
Well, I think there might be a degree of showboating going on here.
Could well be. Could well be.
It's got a 9-inch rear diff, so that means that it brings the.
I think he's just overcooked it.
Oh.
Well, a Ford 9-inch is like the English axle, isn't it? It's so tunable. You can get gear ratios almost on, not quite on every street corner, but so available. You can tune the thing to how you want it.
Now, I'm led to believe that after we've seen this car here, it's going on a bit of a shakedown.
Yeah, well, Thomas is driving it down to south of France, an event that's going on in south of France this weekend. He leaves at midday tomorrow, so we're going to wave him off tomorrow and away he goes. And then there's another person going to drive it in an event in the Middle East in October, where it'll get a good long run in the Middle East on some rougher roads as well. So, and then we'll have a look at it properly over the winter and do any changes that are required, ready for Paris, Peking to Paris next May.
Whilst we're talking about this very special reimagining of a car, I can't let you go without talking about P25, now in build.
Yeah, we should have brought one here today. We've got the development. Well, the development car's actually going through just a few upgrades at the moment.
Tell me a little bit about that and the thought behind that, which is immediately recognisable, of course, as a Impreza, with which Prodrive is inexorably associated.
Yeah, it all started with me trying to buy a 22B. The 22B we built in 96 or 97, and it was a two-door car, and it was built to the World Rally Car regulations, and this was the homologation car, and we built, or we didn't, it was done in Subaru in Japan, 400 cars. and they became collector's items, and the pricing kept going up. And I went to buy one at an auction about 2 years ago, and I was horrified by the price it went for. I couldn't afford it, so I sort of said, well, we ought to do something ourselves. And I came back to the office and said, well, just quietly buy up 25 of these the standard car, and let's do a specification for it. And we've ended up with a car now that's about I don't know what horsepower it is. I haven't checked recently.
Adequate, I think, David.
Yeah, more than adequate. I think it's nearly 500 horsepower, 470 or something like that. And it weighs 1,200 kilos. And it's put a paddle shift gearbox on it, and we've put carbon fibre bodywork and the latest electronics. And we benchmarked it against the Porsche GT3 because that's what Autocar came out and said is the best driver's car. So Mark Higgins did a lot of the testing, and Johnny Adam as well. And between them, they've just benchmarked every aspect of GT3.
But it's finished. This is not a rally car. This is a road car.
It's
and I've seen the level of detail inside the cars that are in build at your place at the moment. It's extraordinary.
We're very proud of it. And the first press tests are happening the first week of July, and in fact, I haven't driven it for a year now because it's been under test, and the first production cars are just being produced now. So I've got the car. They've allowed me to drive it for the day on the 29th.
Oh, how nice!
29th of June. So I'll let you know after that.
David, thank you very much for being with us.
I think we're going to have Jackie Oliver come out in this car again.
Is it coming back around?
Yeah,
oh, yes, it is.
I just have a feeling Jackie might be a little tidier than
Do you think?
Thomas.
Okay, well,
either that or he's going to try and match him on the show off stage, but without the spin.
He hasn't driven a Mustang for 50-odd years, he tells me.
Very nice getaway.
I bet he gets out and goes, they didn't make them like that in my day, and I wish they did.
So on the figure of 8 this time, the car sparkling in the sunshine. If you're joining us from around the world watching this now, thank you very much indeed.
What's the colour?
It's a really dark blue, I don't know the exact colour. It's
almost
Ford
like
colour.
a Westminster blue, isn't it?
I think Jackie realises that he doesn't own this car, and he's got to hand it back to Thomas for tomorrow afternoon. So
Get your cameras out, ladies.
He's somewhat cautious.
This is one of one at the moment, David, but and it's being used in some ways, you said, as a test to see how it stands up and what modifications you might have to make, but staying within the FIA Appendix K regulations for historic rallying.
Correct.
Coming through.
Come on, Jackie. Oh, he's being very cautious.
He's been very sensible because he knows the boss is here.
Yeah, but it still sounds
Thomas
great,
is on by the straw bales watching just to make sure he doesn't over-rev it. He's decided to go for another run round. So
no, that's fine. He's got 2 laps.
Quite happy.
You're allowed 2 more laps. This is an extraordinary project, David. Congratulations to you and the team, and to Thomas and the Hero Era guys. And we wish you all the best with this. What else have you got bubbling under at the moment that you can talk to us about? Because things always happening down at Prodrive.
Well, we're going to make a big announcement next month about a new project we've got on for cross country.
Excellent.
So that car comes through. Thank you, David, for being with us this afternoon. David Richards with us watching the Prodrive engineered Hero ERA, which was announced at 1:30 today. And ahead of the announcement yesterday, I spoke to the man at the head of Hero ERA, Thomas de Vargas Machija. Historic rallying has been a massive growth area, and since 2017, there's been one name above all the rest, Hero ERA. Thomas, congratulations on what you've built in a relatively short time. Give me some idea of what services you offer.
Well, thank you very much. And first of all, I don't think I should claim any particular fame. This is a concerted effort by enthusiasts, by us, obviously the team, the wider community, organizations like yours, Bicester Motion, regulators, Motorsport UK. So it's everybody's put their attention into keeping this discipline and this sport alive. So we're players, but I wouldn't take the claim to fame. It's as one says, we helped enthusiasts help themselves, and enthusiasts helped us do what we do. So it really is a reciprocal relationship.
you can take someone from starting with a relatively short rally right up to a full endurance rally. And of course, Peking is coming back for 2024.
Yeah, exactly. So I think it's all about making sure that the next generation and the current generations obviously have the right tools to enjoy this discipline, because it can be pretty daunting and pretty scary if you don't really know what you're doing. And as we know, people tend to be more focused on what they see rather than what they read. So we made a three-dimensional, if you want, platform. So yeah, you start with a novice trial. It gives you the tools of engagement. Then you have 1-day rallies, 3-day rallies, all the way up to, yes, the Peking to Paris, which is 37 days rallying across the world. So, and within that, we consolidated the industry in the UK by buying the smaller organizations so that we could professionalize the industry, so we could get quality in terms of our route designers, our competition directors, our managers of the cars, all the various team members. Whilst before it was relying on the good nature of people, which is great, but then you're asking for favors. Well, there's an accountability which raises the quality of what we do.
Clearly, the majority of your customers and competitors will have their own vehicles, but you can even offer a solution for people like me who don't have a classic rally car.
And that's exactly right. And because all of our competitors have a classic car, not every classic car they have is necessarily the car you want to use on some of our events. So rather than waiting for somebody to go prepare the car, we said we'll do it for you. So we have the Arrive and Drive fleet that offers an array of different rally cars and touring cars. You have to imagine it where you've always liked a car, you've never really driven the car, and you don't know whether you're going to be happy in that car for 5 days. Well, you're not going to buy a car, find out, and then sell it again. So this is also a way to go and see whether your knees hit, whether you like the gear change, whether the heat, the smells, the general feel of the car. So it's really an experience-based kind of fleet of cars.
And it's all here at Bicester Heritage, right next to Motorsport UK. Can you put my name down for the Peugeot, please? I like that a lot.
Absolutely. So that is a replica of the 1975 East African Safari winning car. Unfortunately, the Lancer Stratos, driven by Drews and Munari, broke on the last very stage with 2 punctures. They only had 1 spare wheel. By the time they got the second one, they'd lost the championship.
Absolutely fascinating stuff there. Cars still circulating on our figure of 8. So much to see around the side. I've just been for a little wander, and each time I go I see something new, John Hindhaugh.
Absolutely. I would encourage, I know there's a lot going on this figure of 8 circuit, but do have a wander through. Pretty much everything will be through a couple of times today. So
I keep saying this, see things I've never seen before. Some little pedal cars, but they aren't pedal cars, they're pedal aeroplanes.
Yeah.
Kids can go and do a circle round an actual plane, pedaling away, and the smiles on their faces just as broad as could be.
It's the afternoon session. Andrew Marriott joins me, John Hindhaugh, at Flywheel 2023 here at Bicester Heritage, the 10th anniversary. We've got the large-scale RC aircraft over on the flight line doing aerobatics.
Yep.
At the moment, and still cars to come through. A Union flag waves off a Bentley Continental. How appropriate is that?
Yep.
Going down towards the figure of 8 for the first time.
Well, Bentley have got a marvellous display of cars. It's just behind us, John, actually, near the big hangar, the entrance to the big hangar.
I think that has recently... No, I'm not going to say that because I might not supposed to be knowing what I was about to say.
All right, go on.
They do tend to be there quite a lot. At the scramble as well. That's where the Bentleys tend to line up. And the Continental Coupe comes through to complete its first lap. Very rapidly, but without any fuss. How Bentley is that? This is one of the special edition cars.
Earlier, of course, we saw the Pikes Peak car, and you can see that in the paddock now.
Reece Milne, who brought the record for Bentley in the Bentayga in the SUV class, and then subsequently in the road car coupe class. Amazing character. And I think it's Pikes Peak next week.
I think it is, yeah.
Yes, it is, because it clashes with Watkins Glen.
Yeah.
Unfortunately. So coming to the end of this run by the Bentley Continental, and we'll have another guest in just a few moments' time as well.
Yeah, we've certainly seen some rubber burnt round this track today, haven't we? It's worked very well. Now we got one of the little car company machines going, and just see Tony Jardine is arriving, and will deliver a guest to us. A guest who's won them all. Jackie Oliver,
yes.
I see.
There you go,
oh, come on, don't downplay your achievements.
Jackie tells everybody he won them all.
Oh, and you just helped.
Yeah.
Is that what he's saying?
I keep getting told off by David York. I said, "What's the problem there?" I said, "Jackie says you're going too fast."
That was always the problem in those days at Le Mans. That people like yourself, like Sir Sterling Moss, who were racing drivers who wanted to drive fast, were being told to slow down all the time. I have a feeling you and Sir Sterling would have enjoyed it much more nowadays when it is a flat-out sprint all the way through.
Well, I must admire the guys now, and I understand why there are 3 drivers instead of 2, because you've got to drive flat out with the current cars. They're much more reliable. Mind you, they do have the electronics that would control all the over revs and everything else that we used to get blamed for. So, and also the technology's got better. But I mean, we had to drive to a set lap time.
Target, yeah.
And strangely enough, I was always quicker at night for some reason. And Jackie said, "Right, you're wrecking the whole car by driving quicker." I said, "No, I can see in the dark. I'm a rabbit."
I mean, Jackie Hicks was a hugely successful racing driver, but quite a lot of people told me it wasn't the greatest teammate, and I think you're sort of underlining that a little bit, that there was a bit of an ego going on there.
Well,
I mean, racing drivers have
it's
ego.
still the same today,
Yeah.
isn't it? The same today is you've got all the competitors, and the person that's your biggest competitor is the guy that's got the same car.
Yes, absolutely.
So when it comes to sharing, it wasn't the greatest thing. I like single one-car teams. Always made me look good.
You've just been in that Hero ERA Mustang, I think, and given that a little bit of a run. That not like any Mustangs you would have driven in period.
Well, I've driven them. I did a lot of classic car racing when I sold the Formula 1 team.
Yeah.
And that was getting back in to the nicotine of speed. So you can have a bigger engine, can I go quicker?
Yeah.
So I did drive it in period because my father was in partnership with Ken Baker and he bought E-Types and Mustangs. And then when I was 17, I found myself racing the Mustang. So that was sort of club racing in those days in the 60s. So it led me into being a professional race driver. And then I did it again with Pete Halford in the yellow Mustang. And also the other one was as a replica of the car with a DR fabrication, white with 2 red stripes. And they're nice cars to race on the track because they're muscle cars. They've got the engine. Those big V8s produce as much torque as they do horsepower. Yeah. And I noticed that when I got in this, back into those days where you don't have to rev it very hard. I mean, it was second and third gear. You didn't need to rev it to 6,000. You go just as quick because the torque out of the corners in second and third
It's interesting, isn't it? People always brag about power figures, but you drive torque, don't you?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
But Jackie, because your Formula 1 career, storied career, BRM, Lotus and so on, and later as a team owner with Arrows and Shadow before that. Did you prefer racing or being a team owner?
I missed the driving, which is the reasons why I ended up agreeing to Charlie March, now Charlie Richmond at Goodwood.
Yeah.
Would you like to do the revival? Because I wouldn't have made that decision on my own.
Yeah.
So he stuck me in a car, which was a nice little 50s sports car, Porsche, right from America. And now I was back in it again. So then I started to buy cars and race them.
You had a BMW, didn't you?
A BMW and Mustang with Pete Halford and the yellow Ferrari with Rowe. That's what happens.
Yeah.
You get addicted.
Yes,
it's in the blood, isn't it? It doesn't go away. It doesn't go away. What do you make of this event? Back for its 10th anniversary and looking absolutely splendid today with everybody on the fence line there.
Well, the interesting thing is that Charlie March's introduction to me of motorsport, and I started to do classic racing as a result of it, that's bulging. I mean, the people I met were people that really wanted to do it, but they were too busy making money to afford to do it now.
Good point.
So they were great enthusiasts. I was a bit of a target when I was doing it, but that's okay.
Yeah.
But it is a lovely hobby. It's not a business, it's a hobby. It's sometimes be an expensive hobby. And it's a nice thing to do, and people are attracted to it. And if they can't afford to do it, as Goodwood would tell you, the ticket sales at Goodwood Revival, you can't buy a ticket unless you buy it a year before. So it's a great spectator port because they recognise, they relate to the cars of that period in the 60s and the 70s.
Your Le Mans victory, we asked David Brabham this earlier. He said his Le Mans victory was the pinnacle of his career, but would it be the pinnacle of your career or one of your Formula One results and podium results?
It's only a pinnacle, not because I participated in it, because of the race.
Yeah.
The race is more famous than the individual, instead of the individuals that did it.
Yes.
I personally didn't like long distance racing, and I didn't like sharing. So, as I said, I said to Derek Bell, you did it 20 times, and won 5 times.
Yeah.
I did it 3 times and won once.
Yes.
Is that a better average? I don't know.
Yeah, it is. Just about. Yeah, I reckon it is.
But of course, you work with some of the greats. Obviously, you work with Colin Chapman, and I think you had a very good relationship much of the time. You couldn't have a great relationship with them all the time, of course.
Well, yes. I think people say to me, "Why don't you do an autobiography?" And I said, "Well, I think I would like to do a novel."
Yes.
And the reasons why, the journey of motorsport that I had, is the people I met that are the interesting things. But you can't write about them unless you change their names.
Yeah. Of all the top Formula One racing drivers, basically everybody's done their book except you and John Watson. I think probably for quite similar reasons. Actually.
Yeah. Well, for that reason, I wouldn't do it.
Yeah.
I'd like to find someone that could do a novel because I've got some great stories.
Yeah. Yeah.
When do we see you next on track, Jackie?
The lockdown, I stopped. My wife said, "Did you miss it?" And I said, "That's funny, I didn't." So she said, "Well, sell the cars, take away the nicotine. So if you haven't got any cars, you can't do it anymore."
Yeah.
Except, oh, come on, I bet people could still come and tap you on the shoulder and say, "Would you like to drive this? Would you like to drive that?"
They do. And then I think, I'm 81, am I as good as I used to be?
It's not, well, okay, yes.
You have to be careful.
Yes, but...
Careful what you do.
Yes.
You get in the cockpit.
That's very true.
The visor comes down.
Yeah.
And you think, I can take this corner flat because I always used to.
But I remember you
saying... But you on a bad day better than most people on a good day. So, I take that to a certain extent. I take that. Us mere mortals would only dream to have the talent that you have and still have. I have no doubt whatsoever. And no doubt whatsoever. Do you miss it? So you don't miss it then?
Of course I do.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
Time to stop.
Well, I remember one of the thing you said when you started racing again, that one of the things you were proudest of, you still get into your race suit from when you were in your 20s.
No, I sold a lot of my Formula One cars, and the A11s that Ross Brawn did for me.
Yeah.
The guy has restored them. Jean-Louis has restored them.
Yeah.
And he restored them beautifully, and they're very quick.
Yeah.
He took it to Goodwood, and he did a standing start 1 lap in 1 minute 4 seconds at Goodwood in it.
Standing start?
Standing start, right? So I think, why don't they let you do the full lap? Because I think it would be you'd do a 54 in that car, which I think Nelson Piquet did in the
went
Brabham.
just under the minute, but nobody's quite sure.
Right.
That was meant to be the record.
Well,
a good one, but so I mean that's.
He's got at Donington, he's got 2 of the A11s he's restored.
Yeah.
And Derek Roy is going to demonstrate it on the 20th of July at Donington. And Derek said, I got into my ovals just.
He'll be on a diet now, you know that, don't you?
Another part of your career, of course, was racing in America very successfully in the Can-Am series, Jackie, with Shadows and other cars as well. Was that a good period?
Young man go west. They pay more out there.
Yes, yeah.
Different times, I know, but the story is that the Can-Am regulations were on a single sheet of paper, and therefore there was the opportunity for people to, almost in American parlance, run what you brung.
Yes.
And that's what gave the series the look and feel of how it turned out. Would you agree to that?
Well, when Porsche came with a 917 IndyCar, they had 1,400 horsepower for qualifying. And we had, with big aluminium block Chevy, we had 900.
Barely adequate there.
900 horsepower with 900 foot-pounds of torque. You only needed third and fourth gear.
Oh, really?
I mean, it's astonishing. And of course, the downforce was very crude with those cars.
Yes.
No ground effect, but massive wings and a big scallop nose. So the car used to be pressed into the road, the engine pushing against the drag at 200 miles an hour, wouldn't go any further.
Places like Road Atlanta, before they put the chicane in, down under the bridge, the compression there, that must have been pretty scary.
Well, I picture it now. You know, you just hear that the nose scraping on the ground, and the engine reaching not even its maximum revs, reaching the amount of drag.
Yeah.
It would need another.
So you were at VMAX aero-wise without the engine pulling its full revs?
Well, doing just under 200 miles an hour, and you do another 50 horsepower to do 3 miles an hour faster. Very crude aerodynamics.
Different days.
Jackie, what about tracks? Do you have a favourite, or you try and treat them equally? Obviously, you had your success at Le Mans, but I kind of feel from what you're saying, not really your favourite track.
Brands Hatch.
Really? Yeah.
That's where I started.
Yeah. I remember you in a Marcus.
That's right.
That was a long time ago. Yes.
Good to see you, Jackie. Thank you very much for coming to see us.
Pleasure.
Enjoy the rest of your weekend and carry on fighting the good fight, sir.
Yeah.
Always good to chat to you.
Enjoy the rest of your day.
We will. Thank you.
Cheers, Jackie.
Jackie Oliver joining us here live. Going out to the world on the. So thank you very much to Jackie, and he's going to have a little chat with Andrew before he disappears. We'll keep an eye on what's going on the track. I'll just remind you, you're watching Flywheel, listening to Flywheel, going out to the world, YouTube, radiolemans.com, all of our usual syndications, and we'll be here for the rest of the action today and also tomorrow. If you're here on the drive line and the flight line at the moment, we've changed up again and have another set of cars. This time it will be on the oval because it is a parade rather than single cars going around. We've got the aircraft parked up, including the Blenheim. If you haven't been down to see the Blenheim yet, you are missing a trick. The Polestar BST 270 edition is our course car. BST standing for Beast because it's got all of the power. As our second parade of the day gets underway. Do try and make it back into RAF Bicester itself, into the village area behind us, as it is an absolute Aladdin's cave. RC large format, large scale aerobatics going on at the moment as well. What a pleasure, Andrew, to have Jackie Oliver with us for that little chat there.
We've had two Le Mans winners, haven't we?
Yeah.
You know, Jackie was, when he was at Lotus, he tended to, obviously he raced as a number 2 a lot of the time, came up very successfully through Formula 2 racing. I still have a bone to pick with him, John. The 1968 Temporada series, he threw me into a swimming pool, and my watch never worked after that, and I was not happy.
Have you billed him for it?
No, I ought to. And I came,
invoice it.
I came back and I bought a new watch, and I bought a watch exactly the same as Piers Courage wore, because I was a big fan of Piers Courage, of course. So, Too Martin Haven is just arriving back here with a Coca-Cola and something in a brown plastic.
He's going for his lunch at the moment. Whilst we've got the parade,
yeah, we had a couple of beautiful Alvises just going around, but we hadn't seen earlier in the day, led by the safety, or the course car Polestar.
Alvis, another great British manufacturer.
They still make cars. A guy who came out of the motor industry accessory side bought the Alvis, everything, all the designs, the factory, the IP, but also the factory had always kept a huge number of spares and parts that were going to be built into cars.
Well, and the open top car there, the 2-ton car, is running a relatively new registration number, and
yes, that is one of the recreations they're building there.
Yeah,
just near in Coventry, and they've also they found there was an Alvis sort of single-seater racing car.
Oh, wow!
And they've just restoring that at the moment. But I went up to the factory last year, so impressed with what they're doing. I like the TD21, the one with the spotlights, one above the other. And do you know what? they're very affordable compared with a lot of classic cars, and a beautiful piece of kit.
Great to see these cars on display.
Yeah,
and
that's obviously a special bodied one at the front.
Yeah.
It's just like in the days of Bentley, you could say who the body was. Where Alvis, in period, did not build their bodies. They all went out to different coach builders.
That was not unusual.
No.
And yet, Mullner, Park Ward are the famous ones that Bentley, and eventually Bentley, they were subsumed into Bentley, and Mullner is still the highly exclusive arm of Bentley, and you can, a Bentley's pretty exclusive to start with, but you can make it even more so. But that was the way in those days. You would build an engine and a chassis and a driveline.
Yes.
And then,
because the body was separate, of course.
Of course, exactly. It wasn't a monocoque.
Yeah.
Absolutely right.
Yeah.
Now, onto the circuit, the smallest vehicles that we've got here this weekend, a category that is exploding back onto the UK grassroots motorsport scene. This is classic karting.
Yep.
Now, you might think that these don't look that much different from the karts that are doing British Championship rounds at the moment, but they are. And these karts have been, in some cases, dug out of garages, lofts, dusted down, and the two-stroke engines have been refettled. This takes me right back to my early motorsport roots up at Felton in Northumberland and my first ever motorsport commentary.
And of course, your old pal and co-commentator Joe Bradley still very much involved in karting.
Yeah.
But here's a real anorak question for you. Who won the first official RAC-sanctioned kart race? It was held in 1959 at RAF Lakenheath, and he was a world champion.
That's he was a world champion at the time.
No, not then, but he became a world champion. I'll spare you it. He drove a progress car, a man called Graham Hill. He won the first official kart race in Britain.
That's a fantastic start.
Yeah, I didn't know that until we got some great notes actually from the historic.
Jack Phillips
car,
has been sorting out some great news and stats and facts for us with all of the exhibitors.
There's another great one. Sterling Moss was one of the drivers who represented the UK in the first round of the they're noisy, aren't they? First round of the US organised World Championships, which were held in Nassau in the Bahamas, all famous for the speed weeks. He came direct from the American Grand Prix at Watkins Glen. He flew into Nassau and he drove a Keel kart. And Roger Keel was a good racing driver. Subsequently became a very good racing driver, powered by a Spanish Bultaco engine. But unfortunately, that particular kart was heavy.
I remember seeing superkarts or 250 International 250Es at what is now WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca, was then Mazda Raceway Laguna Seca. The same weekend as we were there for an IMSA race. And all the big stars of the time was there, including, God rest his soul, Martin Hines, who was still doing a bit of racing there. Zip karts, of course.
The very first zip kart ever built is in this demonstration.
Oh, is it?
Yes, it is.
Oh, brilliant.
Yeah.
Well, Martin and the rest of the guys round there on 250Es, which was sequential gearbox with the big wings on the rear, they were quick enough to have qualified ahead of all the GT1 cars.
Yeah.
So in between the prototypes and the GT cars.
Yeah.
That's how quick they were with your backside centimetres off the ground. And I can only imagine what the corkscrew was like in a supercar. Can you? You just can't.
You can't imagine it, can you?
No.
Interesting, this demonstration, because there's karts from like the early 60s right through to karts from only 20 years ago, and you can see the big difference here. The Italians, of course, took karting very much to their heart and were very successful. And companies like Techno then went on to build successful racing cars, Formula One cars. There was one lady world champion, overall world champion of karting. She was called Susie Raganelli, and she won the championship way back in 1966 in a Techno. But just think of, you really can't get into full-scale motor racing without going karting anymore, can you? And it is now very expensive too.
British Championship karting, the all-plate meetings, there's a huge international scene as well. And the karts, well, the 38 kart that's on screen at the moment, very, very basic ladder frame with a 2-stroke engine, normally
no suspension, of course.
No suspension whatsoever. You could slacken bits and pieces off when it got wet. You would pull the track in when it got wet. You would open it up when it got dry. The early engines, you mentioned Bultaco, they were small motorcycle engines before the bespoke manufacturers started making...
special kart engines.
Yeah.
We had a world champion in 1973, a guy called Terry Fullerton.
Oh.
And Terry Fullerton, of course, was named by Ayrton Senna as his greatest ever rival.
Yeah.
Famously.
Joe Bradley used to spanner for him.
Yeah.
That's how Joe got started in motor racing. And Terry Fullerton, TF, was one of the first superstars, really, of karting.
Yeah.
Then you had people like Martin Hines coming through, Zip Karts. And it is still a very, very big business. In fact, probably bigger than ever. And there were people back in the 70s and 80s and 90s who didn't move on from karts because they were making a living out of it.
I remember talking to Anthony Davidson at his very first Formula Ford race at Brands Hatch a long time ago. And I said, why hadn't you come into Formula Ford earlier? And he said, because I was making too much money karting. And this is costing me money now to go.
Yeah, absolutely.
But just on the cost, some of the great notes we've had here. So it says karting is currently considered an essential stepping stone for an aspiring Formula One driver. We just discussed that. A parent can expect to part with £100,000 a year in a top cadet karting team with any chance of finishing in the top 10.
And that's a 80cc Corma engine with a centrifugal clutch. That's your starter. You can start when you are 8. And if you want to know any more details about getting started in motorsport or being a part of motorsport, then you don't have to go very far, because Motorsport UK, the UK's ASN, which is their sanctioning body of it and ruling body, they are on site here at Bicester Heritage, just over the far side from where we are at the circuit now. If you work round the back of that big hangar and turn right and walk down, there are the second building on the left, and there's all sorts of information there, and there are a huge amount of new initiatives that the RAC, what used to be called the RAC MSA, Motorsport UK, sorry guys, are old habits die hard.
Yeah.
The Motorsport UK have brought in a lot of new initiatives so that you can do things like auto test, you can do streetcar based events, and not necessarily have to spend a huge amount of money or go through a huge amount of the licensing process. If you move up, of course, and you want to do more events, then yes, you will have to upgrade your license, and that'll take you a little while, and it'll take you a few races. But there's plenty of initiatives that you can do arrive and drive, you can do in your street cars and your road cars without any major modifications, to see if you A, have the talent, and B, have the real interest to start off your motor racing career, all at MSUK on site here at Bicester Heritage.
Yeah, they've got a very nice new building here. In the old days,
very good cup of sacred coffee in there, by the way.
In the old days, they had a very grand building, 35 Belgrave Square. What was it, 31 Belgrave Square? And you used to go there. If you were taking a race car abroad, you physically had to go there and get papers from them to do it.
Yeah,
and
like
I remember doing it.
Carnet,
And your driver had to be issued basically an authorization to go and race abroad. I remember going lots of times to do that. But the karting boys are mainly down the front, by the other side of the big hangar.
Yeah.
And they've got a nice display there, and they're working on their karts and so on.
And by the way, that display that you've seen, there are various classes. So if you have been karting in the past, and if you are of, shall we say, a certain age, and think to yourself, do you know what, I've still got my 1970s, 1980s, 1990s kart chassis sitting in the garage, and I think there's an engine and a set of brakes and some tyres that are probably completely useless now. Yeah. Go and have a chat with them. Yeah. You'll be surprised. There are different categories for different karts from throughout the ages, and you may be quite surprised as to how cost effective it is to get in with a classic kart, because there's all sorts of regulations about how many tyres you can use and how much you can spend on the engines and things like that. It's deliberately there to go and kart for fun. We are not talking about finding the next Lewis Hamilton and spending $100 grand necessarily. We're talking about having some fun in something that you might be able to dust off from the back of the garage.
On the back of that, John, out there was kart number 71. There was a guy called Ray Scott driving it. He was on the kart that he raced in the 80s.
Yeah.
And literally took it back out of his garage and restored it in 2022. And last year, he won the championship. It's called the Retro Racer 210 Series. He won that championship, this kart that he raced in the 1980s.
And a lot of what they're doing now as well, in recognition, is that none of us are exactly the same in terms of talent or perhaps physicality as we were when we were doing kart racing, and I did a bit as well back in the day. They go on weights.
Yeah.
So you balanced out as almost like a handicap system for
like horse racing.
Yes,
yeah,
exactly right. Here's Derek Hickman in the Bugatti, back out again this afternoon in the sunshine here at Bicester Heritage Flywheel 2023, the 10th anniversary event, and we are back to looking at some very nice racing cars on the figure of 8.
That Bugatti with wire wheels rather than those lovely cast aluminium wheels that I think really set Bugatti out. I love those cast wheels they have, but this one is on the wires, and the very unusual front wheel angle that Martin discussed earlier on today. With the
no thought in these days given to the aerodynamics at the front of the car, although the back of the car does have that Barchetta style boat rear end. So there was some thought to what the air might be doing as it passed the car, but nothing at all to that big bluff radiator, because of course that needed to catch the airflow to keep the engine cool.
And that absolutely iconic shape of the radiator.
You see that, you wouldn't have to see the red Bugatti badge. You just have to see the shape of it.
Absolutely, yeah.
And that's one of the things I love about this type of event here at Flywheel, is that you see, Martin was talking about how brands have developed down through the years, but it is looking at the iconography of design of the cars down through the years, and what things have endured and what things have moved on. And that Bugatti grille, even I think back to the EB110 that raced in endurance racing, even that had the arched window centre part of the grille, even though it was a four-wheel drive supercar.
Yeah, and I love the wheel, the way that Audi have developed the Bugatti brand now.
Yes.
And Andy Wallace, of course, had a lot to do with the development of the latest road cars, which are mega fast. Here's the last Polestar, and probably the first Polestar, that had an internal combustion and electric engine. Now they're all electric.
Huge amount of power. A very rare vehicle indeed. This one is left-hand drive, and it's a 2-litre internal combustion engine, 4-cylinder with a hybrid drive. I said this earlier on, but people just joining us as well, make sure if you do get to go down to Polestar, and I would suggest you do, get them to lift the boot for you and see the connectors in the back, all very Back to the Future and flux capacitor style. Polestar positioning themselves as a brand for enthusiast drivers. It's not white goods. Kim Palmer told me that yesterday. These are cars with soul and with hopefully some excitement. And seeing these cars driven the way their drivers have been this weekend, you can certainly see that they can take that. And just because it has a different motive power unit does not mean that it has to be boring. For example, look at the Polestar 2 taking off the line. This is the BST edition, the 270, BST standing for Beast. And this is
that right?
Yeah, absolutely. And this is full battery electric, noted by the green stripe on the left-hand side of the number plate. For those of you who are watching from abroad, that's the identifier here in the UK. Full-size car, very nimble indeed, and with the option of adjustable Öhlins dampers, front and rear, and the car is designed to be thrown around. Now, you are not going to get full range from the BEV if you drive it like this. But I could also say, if you drove your petrol car like this, you wouldn't get 40 miles to the gallon either. So it is a trade-off. But this is a true performance and enthusiast car. It just happens to be driven by electrons rather than some kind of liquid fuel.
Absolutely. It's an impressive looking car. As we said, a company is Chinese owned now, but with Swedish roots and I think Swedish engineers. And I don't know if any Chinese engineers have worked on this, but it's more a Swedish design, really. And Sweden, great for obviously Saabs and Volvos and so on.
Yeah, Saab, a company that at the same time as building cars, was still building supersonic
airplanes.
jets.
Yeah, we ought to have a Saab aeroplane here, hadn't we?
Yeah, that was a pretty good idea.
Slater arranged it next time.
Now, from something that is looking towards the future, we go back to the past and one of the tiny little cars that would have helped people get mobile right in the early days of motoring, Andrew.
Yes.
Down towards the far end.
Driving.
It's the size of the wheels
yeah.
and how tiny they were. But let's not forget, most roads in the era of this car that we're looking at now would have been gravel roads. You wouldn't have wanted big wide tyres. They would have just skipped across the surface. So you needed something that could give you a little bit of grip. Coming to complete the first lap. But using all the road.
Yeah.
Leaf springs all developed from carriages that would have been horse-drawn.
I think this is the GN, isn't it?
It is, yes, yeah. Sorry, yes, I should have said that. So going back to the early days of motoring, motoring and motorsport developing at the same time, but this very much I was going to say mass market car. I shouldn't have said that. This
was
a
little sports car, isn't it? Really,
correct, exactly so. Exactly so. And, of course, so many motor manufacturers in the early days of motoring used motorsport as a way of advertising their wares and proving their technologies. And particularly, we've just had the 100th anniversary of the Le Mans 24 Hours, particularly endurance racing. And let's not forget the SEO, who are the guardians of the 24 Hours. They resisted prototype cars for many, many years. They wanted road-going cars. They wanted the manufacturers to bring their latest, their best, their most innovative cars, like Bentley.
Absolutely on cue, wasn't it?
If only we'd planned this.
Yeah.
W.O. Bentley, the man whose name was above the door, was very much against some of his customers taking Bentleys to Le Mans in the early days of the early and mid-1920s. But as soon as he saw the sort of publicity and the coverage that French race was getting back in the UK and in its early years globally, he realised it was an opportunity to show his cars and his engineering at its very best. Very much in its early years, and some would say even to now, the 24 Hours of Le Mans, a somewhat British race that just happens to be held in the central and west of France. And Bentley, of course, with a phenomenal record in those early years. Compared to lorries, of course, by some of their competitors.
Well, this car, I think, a non-supercharged.
Correct.
Version. Yeah, it is. And being driven very spiritedly as well. Look,
well, these
cars, the road, but just enough.
These cars would do in those early years of Le Mans would do well into the 120s, 130 miles an hour. The very early versions didn't have front brakes of race cars, so you were braking on the back axle only. No ABS on those cars in those days, and so you had to be very careful as how you braked. In those early years, you couldn't add any fluids within the first 10 laps, and it was a much longer lap in those days. You had to put the hood up and race a certain number of laps with the weather gear on it as well. It was all about showing the cars as a road-going version. And now we move to a classic car. This is a Porsche 356, but without its signature soundtrack, because the flat 4 engine has been replaced by electrons, a battery and electric motor, and the lightness of this car allowing from its early production, this was one of the first cars that Dr. Ferdinand Porsche produced as a road car. 75th anniversary this year of Porsche road cars. Porsche was a design and engineering company quite a few years before that. But in terms of the 356 getting out on the road, and perhaps the only way to keep these cars going in the next 20 or 30 years will be to convert them into electric power. And because these cars were so light in the first place, adding battery packs and motors to them actually still keeps them at a reasonable level and allows a relatively sensibly sized battery to give a reasonable range, up to about 100 to 150 miles, and not affect the handling too much.
I did go and look down at the E-Type that's been converted by these same people, and I had the bonnet up. Well, that battery sits quite high up in the chassis. I just wonder
it's all clever engineering, and battery density is the thing that's going to change the way we look at BEVs. The Polestar, the next generation of Polestars, getting up towards 400 plus miles to their range. I think the latest software update to the Porsche Taycan takes the basic two-wheel drive car. So you should never call any Porsche basic, should
no,
the entry-level two-wheel drive Taycan up to 350 miles in range. And that really, when most people's journeys are far, far shorter than that, is beginning to, I think, turn a lot of people's heads. I go back up and down to the northeast quite a lot for my sins to watch football, and it's a 220 miles there, 220 miles back, so that's 440 miles. I can do that in any of the cars that we've got without having to fill up.
Yeah.
I tend to fill up with fuel when I get there. But if I don't and I'm pushed for time, I know that I can turn around and come back home again. Yeah. We're not a million miles away from me being able to do that in an electric car. And that, other than when I'm going to cover races in Europe and Le Mans.
That's the game changer.
Yeah. To me, 350 plus miles, I think that is, at that point, people's indifference towards electric cars is going to disappear. And you know, it's not the only solution, it's part of the solution. And for example, we've got here on site at Flywheel and at Bicester Heritage sustainable fuels for classic cars, Sustain Classic, made from agricultural waste, which normally would just be ploughed back in and give off methane. It's been turned into 98 octane fuel.
Hey, had a most interesting interview with a guy earlier on, John. But just going back to the Taycan, Jody Schechter's got one of the full house ones, and Jody Schechter, former world champion with Ferrari, told me it's the best car he's ever owned.
Well, I had a good crawl over the Polestar down at their headquarters here at Bicester Heritage yesterday.
Very impressive, aren't it?
And you know, I don't think nowadays there shouldn't really be any such thing as a bad car. It's just about your choice of what you need and what you use. It's beautifully put together. It's got a lot of lovely design touches. It's a design-led brand, Polestar, and coming out of the area of the world that it does in the Nordic countries, we accept their flair for design, and it's certainly a design-led brand, but it's also Martin Haven, clearly built for enthusiastic driving.
Well, it is, and you know, Polestar was originally a race team, and that it's like everything that's got a Quattro badge on it. You know, the Quattro guys are car guys, Polestar guys are car guys, and that's what you need. If you need food, by the way, I suggest you go and find some now. The queues are very short.
Excellent.
So I walked straight up to the pasty place and had steak and Stilton. Yum.
Did you?
I cannot recommend that highly enough.
See you later.
So we just saw the Polestar.
I think we know where he's going, don't we?
Polestar 1 and Polestar 2 BST edition. And this is in our little group of cars that traces the history of electrics in cars.
Magneto to electric, they call it.
Yeah, the early days, magneto-powered cars, magnetos sparking the engines to, well, no internal combustion and pure electrics doing all the work on the two Polestar cars. So we saw the Type 37 Bugatti, and this is one of the little GN cycle cars with an Anzani motor, so the GN Anzani from 1920s. And GN, again, a long defunct British marque. But you do see a few specials built on GN chassis.
Yeah,
Think of the Thunderbug and a couple of others that have got various different engines and stripped down and made into little racing specials. This is a much more family saloon car style of vehicle, only a 2-seat car. Strictly speaking, you're not going to get even the smallest of children stuck behind the seats. Little fold-away frame for the hood and a very low windscreen. So you can see that where the protection there is not really top of the list. It has it, but if you need to use it, actually you're better off parking under a bridge or sheltering under the apron of a petrol station rather than trying to fight your way through bad weather. I can't imagine any kind of windshield wiper really working too well at that vintage either. So,
well, we've got revving up some very interesting machines. The motor tricycles, the Dion Bouton motor tricycles. And I had a look at one earlier on. The engine hangs outside the rear axle.
Yes.
Behind the rear axle. Heaven knows how they handle. And I see the guys, there's about 6 of them there, all got matching blue and yellow striped jumpers on, if you see.
Yes. So
they're not all the same. I looked, there's quite a lot of different configurations for the fuel tanks and various stuff like that.
All the riders there are from Team Jarrett, so I'm guessing that's the blue and yellow of the jumpers. One little fact about the 356, I was looking at its sort of relative weight is fairly similar, because if you take out a big lump of reciprocating iron and replace it with a small motor, then obviously there's a big weight saving, and so you can then add, kind of 100 odd kilos of free batteries before you get back up to the weight of what you removed. And you don't have the exhaust systems, you don't have you do still have a cooling system, but it may not necessarily. Yeah, it depends on the power output of the battery pack, because that's the bit that needs cooling. The electric motor rarely does. Airflow normally does that. But yeah, you can replace a lot of the original componentry without adding too much weight. But one of the 0 to 60 time things is that 0 to 60 comes down from 11 point something seconds to about 6.6. So it will definitely get off the mark quicker. And again, that's all part of not having a transmission. There are various different ways of converting classic cars. I've seen electric Morris Minors where they basically take the petrol engine out, put an electric engine in, and keep the gearbox, so you can still change gears, which does seem to be rather defunct, since you don't need to. The motor will basically, as in a Formula E car has, most of them now will have a single or possibly a 2-speed transmission, but that'll take them from 0 to about 160 miles an hour. So you don't need a 4-speed gearbox in a customer car, in a road car.
Well, here these trikes go, and they're sort of hybrids, because I think you can pedal them as well as use the engine.
Yes, in fact, both. To get them started, probably like your mopeds of youth, you would have to pedal, and then the engine will fire. In the same way that you saw all the carts being push-started, because they don't have an onboard integral starter like a car does, or a modern motorbike with electric start does. They don't have a kick-start, but you kick-start it by pedaling furiously and then engaging the motor and switching on the electrics, and hopefully, in the same way as you bump start a car, the engine will then catch and fire it, and then the engine runs. You do have, so this is the opposite, I suppose, of an electric bicycle, where it's predominantly a petrol tricycle, but you could possibly help it up a very steep grade by having an extra bit of a pedal.
Now, the guy behind this, the event director and creator of Team Jarrett, is a guy called Nick Pellet, and he's organised lots of races. So they quite often race at Brooklands on the finishing straight, as they raced at Brooklands many years ago. Yep. They do claim that the first ever motor races in Britain were for these trikes. Back in 1897, they held their first race for these trikes, and they claim that was the first motor racing in Britain. Is it motor racing?
Well, answers on a postcard. Do you know differently?
Well, I don't know if this is Nick Jarrett. Look at how he leans out the side. You know, there's definitely a technique to riding these, look. And the pass around the outside and a bit of pedalling in the middle of. I think that one that was past his engine has stopped. Obviously,
there is a degree of looking down in the cockpittery going on there. Okay, come on, work, darn it. It is going, but it's just not going in the way that some of the others were. Yeah, some of them are pretty nippy, actually. And, you know, it's a bicycle. 30 miles an hour feels like a heck of a lot of speed when you're on a bicycle. These are tricycles, obviously, so a little bit more stable. But even so, without any wind protection of any kind, 30 miles an hour, I'm sure, feels like a pretty reasonable speed. And actually, for getting around and about, it's quite a handy little thing in town.
You know, I went
on. You'd get some looks.
I went on their web page, and they've got lots of officials. There's a chairman. There's somebody called the motivator man. There's a technical man. There's a regalia officer. There's a treasurer. There's a membership man. There's a secretary. Obviously,
it's a proper club.
Really, it was a proper club, and they're really enjoying it. You know, extraordinary machines from. Over 125 years old, these bikes. Looking at the tyres, they're looking very new.
Well, yes, you wouldn't want to use 25-year-old tyres on anything, never mind 125. To bring you up to date with things that are almost as ancient as this, and that is one of the world's greatest sporting clashes. England declared yesterday on 393.48 with about an hour of the day left, and put Australia in. Australia, in reply, are now 188 for 4. So no loss of wickets since lunch, but they put on about an extra 50 runs. It's not a hugely speedy over rate, but they are 205 runs behind and still have 6 wickets in hand. So actually good reply by Australia. They've done a bit of digging in and making sure they keep their wicket tally intact. So maybe not the scoring rate. Does look like Edgbaston might end up being a full 5-day event. I'm certainly hoping it goes to day 4 because I think I might try and sneak out there on Monday.
All right. These trikes still going round. Little.
I think they'll still be going around for another 100 years, actually. But at the moment, yes, our slow one is still waiting to clear the course.
They've got the engine capacity is about 137 cc's apparently.
All right.
Or certainly the original ones. Just reading a little bit about them here. And as we said earlier in the day, produced by De Dion Bouton, at one stage the largest motor manufacturer in the world on the turn of, in 1900.
Yeah, before Henry Ford came on the scene. I think almost everybody may well have had a stab by virtue of making 43 cars in a year as opposed to the 39 of somebody else. Or possibly into the hundreds, but Henry Ford certainly changed the world with mass production of the Model T. He was a strange man, Henry Ford, obviously hugely driven and very, very motivated and really quite good at hiring, clearly, because he wasn't the engineer, the designer, anything else. He was the company. But he had this amazing way of getting more value for his money. So, for instance, a manufacturer, say, who made axles or some other component would be told that they needed to be supplied in wooden boxes of certain dimensions, which handily then made, when you removed the lid and took the axles out, the remaining wooden box handily made the wooden bed for a Ford Model T pickup truck.
No, I didn't know that. Excellent. What an excellent anecdote.
So, yeah, by specifying the packaging crate, he actually had outside manufacturers unwittingly build the wooden bodies for the pickup. So he had, William Lyons, I think in later years, always had the reputation of producing a pint out of half pint's worth of money or resources. And he was very similar. I mean, his ability to produce stunning cars, beautiful, fabulous, sporting, great handling cars on a budget where most were struggling to make a half-decent family saloon was legendary. And Henry Ford definitely had some of that going on. So now then,
motorbikes. And
well, we're subtracting wheels, aren't we, Andrew? Because we've gone from 4 via 3 to 2. And this was the earliest form of transport, other than 4-legged horses and donkeys and so on, was the bicycle. And then as soon as somebody invented a motor, suddenly you had motorised bicycles, and we still do.
We didn't really talk about this before. We were going through some features and interviews at the time. The motorbikes were a backdrop, but this time we can concentrate on a little bit more, can't we?
Yes.
And nice little track for them. Some very different motorcycles here. Just
Yeah, I've got to find the bits.
Yeah, I just found the notes.
All right, well done. You're whistling through faster than me.
Yeah, they're going one by one, and bikes from. I think that's Terry Wilson we've got out there on the 1928 SW5 Speed model.
It is.
And in 2007 he did the Isle of Man Centenary event, and he's done some cop hill climbs in this particular, and he's been to the Flywheel before actually.
And again, although you look at a machine this old, I mean 1925, it's 98 years old, and he's still riding it.
Yeah.
Actually, it's probably a better bike now than it was when new.
Yeah,
and
the tyres are better,
Yeah, certainly all the componentry going into it, the modern componentry, so, will be of better quality and better build than it was new. And the roads will be immeasurably better.
Yeah.
This will have been predominantly on gravel roads, maybe with a spray of tarmac on the top to sort of stabilise them and keep the gravel the level down, but not much else. So, yeah, so the Douglas SW5 Speed, bought it, and he's owned it since '93, stripped it down, checked it over, and has been on it ever since.
This is an old Harley.
Yeah,
look at this.
But
typical.
There's no such thing as a new Harley, because a Harley, I always think, is like a 911. It is basically the same bike. It's just moved through various technical specifications. So this is a 1939 to 1944 spec Harley Davidson WLC. This is ex-Canadian Army. So it's the standard 750 side valve V-twin with the tank gear change, hard tail rear, which means no rear dampers. So this was a working dispatch rider's machine.
Yeah.
So
that's right, just a single seat.
Yeah. And so the deal with the front line moving meant that it was very hard to have fixed communication. So if the front line moved forward, you had to run out the wires for the telephones and so on. And if it moved back, and if you think of something like the Battle of Normandy, it moved on a daily basis, forwards and backwards. And so keeping communications open was really, really tough. First of all, you had to try and run field telephone wires under fire almost inevitably and recover them, or you lost the equipment and then you didn't have anything to renew with. Or you used dispatch riders. Dispatch riders were used in phenomenal numbers to transfer messages, particularly from headquarters round through to group HQs and then to divisional and to smaller pockets of command. And so they were built in their tens of thousands specifically for that one job. This particular machine, rebuilt many years after the war, basically from some cardboard boxes full of bits, used for vintage motorcycle events, raced in Irish Rally, has raced around the bank circuit outside Paris, Montlhéry, and has been ridden here in a couple of previous Flywheel events as well.
Yeah, but the name chap is called Douglas Chapman.
Yes.
Doug Chapman.
Now this, I believe, is Andy Barrett's 1939 Velocet, so a KTT Mark 8, and it's been in the family since new in 1939, and his granddad bought it and raced it at the TT and the Manx Grand Prix between 1946 and 1952. So then he retired from racing, and the engine was then put into a Rickman Matisse frame to be raced more competitively at the TT from 65 till 1990, and then 3 years after that was retired, the engine was returned to the original frame where it still remains. So Andy Barrett's grandfather had his, he was one of the Mark specialists for Velocet, had his own restoration business that he set up in 1960. And restored and helped prepare bikes, including one for Mick Grant.
Yeah, the gritty Yorkshireman who raced for Kawasaki. Supercar, seen him recently, actually, Mick. One of the great British riders of the 70s.
And also Andy Barrett's granddad prepared the bikes that Velocet factory team used for winning in a production TT in 1967. So lots of mileage under and lots of stories with the bike. Engine once separated, or engine and gearbox once separated from the frame and then reunited many years later. And the family history with Velocet and with this bike dates all the way back to 1939. So
we will be looking out for an extraordinary machine with a 5-litre engine, a motorbike with a 5-litre engine.
Yes.
I don't see it on the start line at the moment.
I did see it, but I think the Mill Yard Special has pushed back a little. So
no, is that?
That's not the Manx Norton.
No, that's not the Norton. Is that a 1968 Honda?
Well, we were told that there was due to be a matchless in here.
Well, that
as
could
well.
be the matchless, yeah.
Oh no, hang on, is that not the good? No, that's not the Gutsy either, is it? No. There's also a TZ350 Yamaha, which has made it twice to the start line and backed away from there.
No,
and I can still see it in the queue. So, again, this may be answers on a postcard. I'm not entirely sure who that is. The Manx Norton is at the start line at the moment.
Yeah, well, that's that famous sound of the Manx
double
Norton.
knocker. Yeah. In fact, when you were chatting with John about the karts, most of them are two-strokes, but some of the early karts use single-cylinder Jap and Villiers engines.
Yep.
So there are a couple of those going around as well. The ones that looked very, very elderly in their design. Oh, hello.
Yeah.
Over on the airfield.
Yes.
Is that an SE5A that's just arrived? It is. That's an SE5A, or the SE5A, or one of the two SE5As that's just arrived. And also an Avro 504K, and that's the aircraft with what looks like a ski between the front wheels.
Yes.
Avro Aircraft Company went on to be very successful engine manufacturers and aero manufacturers in World War I, between the wars, and of course into World War II and beyond. You think of the Lancaster, the Vulcan and so on, and publisher Eric Verdon Rowe, who is the grandson of Arden Verdon Rowe, who gave his name to Avro, actually owns that recreation of the 504K. So there are due to be two SE5As. I've seen one. And they are currently on the airfield.
Well, I think we need
them in Canada. There's the so there's the 504K.
We need our old friend Steve Slater back to give us the full SP on all this.
He may whistle over quite shortly, actually, because those have come in to fly in today. They're going to be here all weekend. They came from Sywell Aerodrome nearby?
I think he did, yeah.
Which I think is where they come from. So they're part of the Great War Display Team.
Yes.
So those aircraft coming in from Sywell. And the back tail to that is, in early 1918, number 116 Squadron was formed and operated out of Bicester with Avro 504s. Some 9,000 of which were built and used during the First World War. And the Avro 504 will be joined by, it says, two examples of the SE5A, which was the Royal Aircraft Factory fighter design. That came in mid-World War I, and that is the smaller of the two biplanes you can see there. So they should... Well, they were due to come a little earlier. Cloud base was a little low, and they will fly in and fly out today.
By the way, I just noticed an incredible aeronautical display going on here.
Yes. So
as model aircraft doing the most extrauraordinary aerobatics.
As the Great War Display Team came in, there's a couple of the jets. We've got a number of large-scale remote control, radio control aircraft. They're on display in the hangar, actually, the closest, or the hangar with the auto jumble in beside the control tower. So you'll see them on display there, but they're also displaying in the air. And I'm trying to figure out from its silhouette exactly what that is. And I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Overhead of you now.
The flying is most impressive.
No.
And now I think he's coming into land, isn't he?
He's in, he's going to flare out, and there you go. Just nice little flare to get him down. We had a failure to proceed for the third time now, I think, from the 350.
Look, there is Yamaha. There's that model aircraft on the ground.
That's not a Hawk, is it? That is I don't know what. I'm afraid my modern fighter jet is much worse. My modern fighter jet recognition much worse than my historic fighter jet recognition.
Now, is that a TZ 350 Yamaha on the
It
line?
is. That is the TZ 350. Now, I don't think we've actually seen this going around. The Harley is doing another group of laps. And again, you know, that's the sort of machine that would have been adopted for flat track racing post-war in the US, and they still have the Battle of the Twins and the flat track racers. I mean, they're a very popular historic racing category now in the States among motorcycle racers, and it's the sort of dirt track racing where Kenny Roberts learned his trade. And of course, King Kenny, when he came over to race internationally, particularly in Grand Prix racing, steering with the back wheel that he'd learned on dirt tracks, suddenly in the 500 era became absolutely the way to get the most out of the car.
I went and saw racing at the San Jose Mile. There's a mile oval. And it was absolutely sensational on shale, of course.
And the speeds are insane. On a mile oval, you are really getting some speed up. And then again, you can see the Harley, no rear suspension, and that's why it's got the sprung seat. So much like a tractor with a sprung seat, that's exactly what the Harley has. And they would have been in military service, and then every single police department in the whole of North America, all of their motorcycle riders would have been on Harleys. Now, this is Richard Duffin's 1975 Yam. It's the TZ350.
Ex-Tom Heron was a guy I knew quite well. And a famous time once going to the Venezuelan Bike Grand Prix, I shared a very horrible rental car with Tom Heron, which was presented with slick tyres. There were bald tyres.
Nice.
And very little fuel. And off we set towards San Juan, or wherever it was, this motorbike track. San Carlos, actually. And we ran out of fuel. And we coasted to a stop near an abandoned car. And Heron, like a shot, he said, find something by the road, find a Coca-Cola can or something. I found a Coca-Cola can. He climbed under the car, he pulled the fuel hose off the tank, and we drained fuel from the tank of this abandoned car, put it in our car, and it gave us enough to get to the service station.
There you go.
He got killed, Tom Heron, a marvellous man.
There you go. That is proper motorcycle racing or club racing on the cheap, isn't it? All of that knowledge, how to siphon a car. Tom Heron from Lisbon, County Antrim. Very successful privateer. Won the senior TT on the Isle of Man.
We became a factory Suzuki rider also, actually, Tom.
And this machine, well, in fact, its predecessor, the original TZ350, this is a 350B. In 73, Suzuki brought liquid cooling to their two-stroke racing machines. Of course, then that came through with the 350 and 250 Yamahas, the LCs, and because up until then, pretty much any two-stroke would have been air-cooled, but just gave them better cooling, better reliability, and they were less likely to seize and kill you. Because a two-stroke particularly a racing motorcycle, you're racing with absolutely no safety on the circuits and no margin for error. And when they seized, and they did seize,
they threw the rider off. Bill Ivey famously was somebody was killed like that.
It killed a lot of riders. Two-stroke seizures killed a lot of riders. And so introducing liquid cooling, though it added another slight bit of weight and a slight bit of complexity, it certainly made sure that, well, it didn't make sure, but it did help to avoid the dramas. So,
every time now, the 1947 Motor Guzzi Dondolino model.
Upright. I did tell you that, you didn't believe me. You always rode your two-stroke with two fingers on the clutch.
Absolutely.
Always. I had one seize on me coming just off the M62 up the A1 once, and you never forget it.
They say there's no engine braking with a two-stroke. How wrong they are.
No, that was engine broking.
Yeah.
There may be no engine braking, but there's certainly engine broking.
I had a friend at school who had a bright green, Kawasaki green, fully Rickman faired, drop handlebars, rear sets, KH250 triple. Because when it's only 250cc, you need 3 cylinders, obviously.
They were unbelievable.
Just the most beautiful, again, the absolute epitome of a schoolboy drawing of a bikini faired racer. A gorgeous thing. and a friend took it down the Marlow bypass at lunchtime for a quick blat and seized it. So, A, he was lucky to get away with it, and B, his friend wasn't quite so lucky for lending it to him, as it was, we never saw it again, unfortunately. But this Guzzi, again from 1947, Colin West's Dondolino, 500cc, single cylinder, and we talked about it earlier. On the rider's left, you can see a bright chrome disc whizzing round. That's the flywheel of the engine. So it's got an exterior exposed flywheel, comedically known as the bacon slicer. Yeah. So another thing you've got to stay clear of, as well as the red hot exhaust, obviously. Now, this is the Manx Norton.
Lovely.
Or
What
a
noise.
Manx Norton. There is not only one Manx Norton. So he flicks hurriedly in the wrong direction. This is Martin Bland's machine, an original Manx Norton, as raced in the 60s, and a Cadwell Park record holder.
Again, the thing that you notice straight away is the more upright riding position. The riders aren't leaning so far forward as you would even on a modern sports bike on the road, never mind on a race bike. You're not getting off the side of the bike. That didn't come in till relatively recently. And even if you go back into the 80s and watch Superbike and MotoGP, it wasn't the fashion to get off the side of the bike and slide your knee or your elbow or your
or
shoulder.
even trail your foot.
I still don't get the dangly foot thing.
I don't know.
I've tried it and I don't like it.
That's because you're not a motorcycle racer.
No,
it's
well,
it's
that's
about
true.
balance. It's lowering the centre of gravity even further without lowering the bike. Well, you've got to ride these like John and Ponch. You're upright with the line of the bike.
Correct.
Because
Always.
otherwise you're upsetting the
That
bike.
was a Chips reference, by the way, for those that didn't realise.
And look at the tiny tyre he's running as well. I mean, they are
Contact
absolutely
patch is tiny.
Well, it is on any motorcycle tyre, and you've only got 2 tyres as opposed to 4 in a car. But even so, I mean, they are very spindly. You know, that's the sort of tyre size that you would have ridden a 125 on as a road bike. And that's what they were racing on. And they were grooved as well, so they're all weather tyres. So, it's got the big 500cc Norton engine, custom-made frame, tank and everything else. And, just the apogee of a racing motorcycle. Now, this, again... Okay, it's got more wheels than your standard motorcycle, and it's a little bit more enclosed. And the legacy there is the number 7 on the door. This
Not
was
just any number 7, the number 7 with the cross
number
through
7, the Continental number 7, so that they didn't put him down on the entry list as 1. And this was entered by Hughes of Beaconsfield, who then were and still are a Toyota dealer in Beaconsfield, as you might expect, and for Barry Sheen to enter the British Touring Car Championship.
Interesting that a number plate is not one that Barry had. He had number 4 BSR for Barry Sheen Racing. That was a number plate he always had on his Rolls Royces and so on.
I'm not sure that's an actual road-going number plate. That might just be the number plate on the car for good value. Which, of course, you couldn't get made up now without having a V5 with that number on it. So it's a Group A Toyota Celica. Raced in 1985 in the Tricentral British Touring Car Championship by Barry Sheen MBE.
And look how standard. Look, I know it's a Group A, but look how standard it looks.
Well, that was the deal with Group A, wasn't it? Yeah,
Group
no
A,
big
Group
flag.
N.
Group B was, okay, off you go, have at it, boys. Group A was supposed to look like a standard body shell.
You were allowed to do some mods and tune. Group N was your showroom stock. Well, again, that's a handsome car, isn't it? You forget that shape of the Celica.
And it is a big old Continental cruiser. That's Opel Monza size, isn't it? That's a big old car.
Spot on, yeah.
And again, slightly more wheels than you would normally see on a motorcycle, because we've moved out of there. And now, John, I can tell you, I did tell you before, actually, why this Land Rover Classic Defender Works V8 Isla edition is called the Isla.
Yeah, Heritage Grey.
You don't say the Y, I don't think. I may be wrong, because I'm not a Scot. But Heritage Grey. It's named after Isla because that's where the creator came from, and that's where apparently he thought up the name Land Rover.
Yes.
Although the original car was trialled on Anglesey, so it's got another island link there as well. So Anglesey was where the original a Jeep being used on the land there, ex-war Jeep, was the inspiration for Land Rover.
So this is the old-shape Defender rather than the...
It's a Defender, but breathed on by Land Rover Classic. So it's a
which you can still. I think you can still order these, can't you?
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, in the same way, you can still buy a new E-Type.
Yeah. Yes, of course.
But you have to start off with an old E-Type.
Yeah.
Back in the day of the RAC Rally, in the days when it was 5 days and so on, we always used to have about 7 or 8 Land Rovers at the back of the field, driven by the army.
Yes.
And if you were in a ditch, they pulled you
Correct.
out.
Yeah.
They were the sag wagons, effectively.
Exactly. Yeah.
So Maurice Wilkes, who was the original creator of Land Rover, he was from Isla, the Wilkes brothers from Isla, and
you will be entertained by the Caterham. First, second, third, still spinning.
Yeah, and
sequential.
And it's twitching a tail as it did it.
Well, it only stopped spinning because he lifted.
Correct.
Yeah. So this is the Caterham 260R. This is the latest full-blooded version of the
57,000 quid for a Caterham.
Yeah, but
Worth
look
every
at what
penny.
you get. So 130 brake horsepower, fully track-tuned, fully adjustable suspension and damping and so on. And there are 2 models, 260S, which is a street version, which will have things like a windscreen.
Yeah.
And... the 260R that you're looking at now has a little bit less in terms of everything of comfort, but the same 130 brake horsepower in a 500 kilo chassis. So there with driver maybe getting up to 580 kilos. I mean, that's how much of a part you play in driving a Caterham.
Do you remember when we used to have a 675 kilogram class at Le Mans?
LMP 675, yeah.
Yeah.
I can remember when Grand Prix cars could weigh no less than 500 kilos. No less than, not 1,500 kilos.
Yeah.
No, I mean,
fantastic machines, Caterhams, always have been. Seat in the pants motoring. It's the closest thing you can get to a Formula racer to drive on the road. The first time I went down to Caterham to pick one up, I was going to, I think it was the Festival of Speed, actually. And I drove it out of the showroom. I accelerated past a car on the Caterham bypass, and as I did so, I had to cross into the right-hand lane of the dual carriageway. And that meant that I ran across a set of cat's eyes in the middle of the road. And it was the cycle winged version on the front. And as I ran across the cat's eyes, the front wheel started bouncing up and down. I thought I'd broken it before I'd got 500 yards, but of course that was just the wheel moving.
Seeing the wheels,
Yes, seeing the wheels move as if you were in a Formula Ford.
It's as appropriate to a motorcycle section as Barry Sheen's old Toyota Supra.
I totally agree.
Yeah.
I drove one once with a Lotus twin cam engine in it, and it was a very upmarket. It had leather seats and a leather.
Yeah.
They used to do one with a Vauxhall red top.
2-litre red top, the JPE.
Yeah, that was
Jonathan Palmer Evolution. It was, and at one stage that had the world record for being the fastest car 0 to 100 and back to 0. Yeah. And we used those for slalom events at Jonathan Palmer's driving events, and oh boy, that you could spin those in
you could
heartbeat.
You could lock the front wheels up with a little bit of pressure on there.
And the other thing that you learn when you first drive a Caterham is that much over 70, you can't breathe because they have a vertical screen, so the faster you go, the more air it sucks out of the cockpit, and you're left there gasping like a goldfish at 90 miles an hour going, I need a full-face helmet on, which is quite often why you see people driving them on the road with a full-face helmet on. That and the noise and the wind and the rain and the bugs in your teeth and everything else.
Proper motoring. As is this Fraser Nash. Well, you see the concept, engine up front, driving, sitting rather far back, looking rather like a Formula car of its time. Is the Caterham a spiritual succession to something like this? I suppose it is, Andrew.
I think it is. Yeah, absolutely.
Well, it came from the Lotus 7, of course, Caterham 7.
This is Julian Grimwade in the 1934 Norris Special Fraser Nash with the 3.5-litre Alvis engine, which came out of an Alvis Speed 25. Apparently this car is geared for 130 miles an hour. It's not going to be doing round our figure 8 circuit, is it? But
no, but it's got that classic vintage Fraser Nash look.
A long nose, hasn't it, and a lovely.
Well, but it's when it comes towards you where you can see that the front wheels have got a much wider track than the rear. The rear axle is quite narrow. It's chain driven, so you get three sets of chains to allow you to change gears. Each set of chains and cogs has a different gear. So imagine your multi-speed bike, but changing chains as you change cogs as well. So a slightly sophisticated, complex way of doing things.
Now here's a car we enjoyed this morning.
Yes,
This Owen Jaguar GTS from 1958, special bodied machine, and we hadn't seen this before. I hadn't seen this before.
No, never heard of this car before. And you look at it and you say, okay, that's just somebody who's sort of monkeyed around with an E-Type, but this precedes the E-Type by 4 or 5 years. So built in 1958, it would have been on an XK 120 or possibly 140 running gear at that stage. So it's got an XK 6-cylinder engine, hence the sort of slightly long, tall nose bulge.
It's a mixture. At the back, it does look a bit Jaguarish, doesn't it?
Well, at the back, it looks more like a sort of Continental Bentley coupe, but the front, the nose...
Well, I think it looks like a Marcus.
Yeah, it does look Marcusy because it's quite high at the front, but if you look at the top of the bonnet, that's very E-Type-y.
Yeah.
Because it's got to fit the same engine and the same carburetors in that the E-Type did. Of course, with Jaguar, they managed to lower it in the chassis, and that's because they built the chassis purposely for that engine and to be as low and sleek as possible. But I think it's a fabulous looking thing, and Owen Jaguar still around. So 60, I can't do the maths, 65 years after this car was built, Owen Jaguar are still around, and they are working on all the cars that Starter Motor use here. So they provide all the servicing for Starter Motor, the charity that gets youngsters into driving classic cars here. Now,
I'm going to step out a minute.
Go ahead.
If I may, because I just want to try and check something.
Yes, it is raining. Just seeing blast off the line the Morgan Plus 6. Now, most Morgans are either a Plus 4 or a Plus 8. The Morgan Plus 6, as you might guess, has a 6-cylinder engine. In fact, this is a twin turbo BMW straight 6 and has all the mellifluous waffle
that a straight 6 should have.
Of a John Hindhaugh on full effect. Yeah. So, there are so many great things about car engines. Everybody's running around because it's raining in our door. I'm not quite sure why that's a problem now and it wasn't earlier. But
no,
anyway.
It's because he's got the roof light open. To be honest.
No, Caravanners know better than that.
You might have just paid me the best compliment you've ever paid me.
Mellifluous waffle.
Yes. Well, and comparing me to a straight 6. I'm very happy with that. Of all the things you've called me down through the years, most of which are not repeatable.
Best engine note ever. I mean,
street car, road car, or race car?
Best engine note. Oh, I know where Andrew ran off to.
Yeah, so do I now.
Yeah, he ran off to the Burgundy What's-It that we think is I think it's possibly a special body Healy or a Healy Bossie Maserati or a Maserati with the nose for something or whatever. But
it's
a
Healy
no
grille.
Wipers.
It's a Healy grille, but it's got chrome round the outside of the grille, and I think that was what was.
I think it was. Or I don't know if it's chrome or white paint.
Throwing us off, Andrew.
It is something called a Caton, C-A-T-O-N. And that's why I tried to find it in the paddock, I couldn't find it. It's been annoying me all day that I didn't know what it was.
It has annoyed us several times. So that's what it is. So and what's it? You're going to have to Google now.
I'm going to have to Google it, I'm afraid, yeah.
Well, this is what happens.
I'm going to shut your door and leave you to it.
This is what happens when lovely owners, unfortunately, haven't managed to get the information on their car. They've been asked to come a little earlier or a little closer to the event. So the Caton. Yeah, best engine note, a V8, a straight 6.
So we were sort of there because it's a Caton Healy.
Okay. So it's somebody who has modified a Healy. So it does definitely have... It's got the Austin Healy grille and lights. The vents on the side are not... It's a 104 that's been modified rather than a 3000, it looks like.
Midlands Engineering Company, Caton, restores and lightly tickles an Austin Healy, making it gorgeous at a price, it says.
There you go. So it's a little bit like the Tolman 205. Or CMC's Jaguars. So, I mean,
the badges on it just says Caton.
It does look a little as though it's a continuation built by Healy Motors, but of course Healy Motors don't build a continuation, so that's a similar thing.
It says they've cleaned up the original 1955 Austin Healy 104.
Yeah, and that's why it's. Yeah, the chrome around the grille sort of makes it look wider than it should do, a little bit more sort of comedy cars.
Yeah, on the website it says proportionally very similar, but with a few twists, like to the grille and the side vents, and removing the exterior handle. So
yeah, and they've sort of debumpered it and so on. Now, this Jaguar XK, I think, is going to be a little bit more circumspect than they might have been, because we're currently, although you can't really see it, you can probably see a sheen on the road. We are currently in the middle of a little bit of a tiddle of rain.
I'll stop you a second.
Yes.
If you want to buy a Katon, it's £475,000.
I'll go to JME at Cake Works in Warwick and buy an Austin Healey. It's not anything other than lovely, but it is definitely, well, I have to say, a JME Healey's out of my pocket as well. So XK140 Jaguar. Did we
120 we decided
it wasn't a 120.
Yeah,
A 120 Roadster with the split screen. I mean, a glorious thing, and really probably the car that set William Lyons and Jaguar on the path to greatness in the 50s and the 60s. It introduced the XK engine that went basically from the end of World War II until, well, way beyond the oil crisis, until sort of Margaret Thatcher in the 80s in the Series 3 XJ6, and was only then replaced by the V8 when the XJ40 came in. So
yeah.
XJ40 still had the same engine, but the V8 came later with the X300.
Yeah, rain really coming down now, Martin, isn't it? But this car prepared by Guy Broad, working here at Bicester Heritage, but being driven, we think, by Adam Gompertz.
I think so, yeah. The motorsport vicar, not the motor racing vicar. They're two entirely different. Adam is the chaplain here at Bicester Heritage, and also you may know him as Revs Art on social media. He also runs a charity program here, which helps to donate is the word I'm looking for, food to the local food banks.
Here's this very early Lister Jaguar.
Yes. And again, finding the going very slippery in these tight corners.
And I think it's now Guy Broad is in this car, who prepared the previous car.
Yeah.
So he's running those two together.
And finding going very treacherous indeed. Little loop round down there at the far end of the circuit. So get the 6-cylinder Jag engine fired up again.
Half an hour ago, it was absolutely gorgeous when I went for a walk outside. It was, it was a full summer's day.
Well, I'm glad we went for lunch when we did.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Has he got that fired up again now?
I'm not sure he has in time.
No, he's not quite sure where to go, is he? He saw a bit of excitement then.
Yeah.
Finally, he's got it pointing in the right direction.
A little too treacherous.
Yeah. So I don't think he'll be going quite so quickly.
Yeah.
Well, he's just driving it back slowly now. Certainly doesn't want to damage it.
Brian Lister's company. He was a putative, a little bit like Colin Chapman. Started out as a racer and then discovered that he was actually better at designing and building, or having built the race cars, than he was at driving.
And he spun it again.
Yeah, he has. It's and again, very low speed. I mean, these things have got narrow tyres. They are treaded racing tyres, but not enough for the slippery.
He's had enough, hasn't he? But I thought they were waving him to go off.
Well, no, I don't.
They gave him the checkered flag.
Not sure. No, I think he's just okay.
Anyway.
That's enough now. No rain at Edgbaston, Australia now 220 for 4. So. Still with only 4 wickets down, and
game on, isn't it? Really,
it really is. They now trail by 173 runs, and they still have 6 wickets in hand. So they'll be looking for a 500+ score if they possibly can, to try and set England some sort of a target. I think they might need a 600+ score to do that. The pale blue car, Wedgwood blue to be precise, on screen now. And around the track in front of you is an Aston Martin DB4 GT. So this car was the Earls Court Motor Show car in, I think, 1958. And this car, just a slightly shorter wheelbase and fared-in headlights compared to the preceding model. So it's a MLF, mid-life facelift of the DB4 GT. of the DB4 and in GT spec. And this, again, probably, as was so often the case with Aston Martin, just trickling in midway or towards the end of a previous series of cars, modifications that would come in the next. So there's probably items on here that were not on the early DB4s that then made their way into the DB5, like the faired-in headlights and so on. Yes. So, a midlife change. And as John pointed out earlier, we all know somebody who will be very familiar with that colour, because it is definitely a colour you would associate with a TR4A. I'm sure they came in other colours, TR4A Iris, but certainly that sort of Wedgwood cornflower blue is a very familiar colour on them.
Martin, you did the cricket, so I'll do the tennis. Because big ladies tournament in Nottingham currently, and the big story was going into today's semi-finals, 3 British ladies in the top 4, and Katie Boulter has just beaten Heather Watson, who was in the top 20 a few years ago, and has been sort of rebuilding a career, but nevertheless Katie Boulter won today, and now the second semi-final is on, and Jodie Burridge is playing a French girl, and they're 4-4 at the moment. Oh no, actually Burridge won the first set, so if you're into ladies tennis, bit of a resurgence of the females. Obviously, we're hoping that Emma Raducanu is going to do fantastic things once she's got over all this surgery. Yep. So that's that. And Andy Murray is also playing. There's a men's section to that tournament, but not at the same ranking level. Andy Murray is by far the best player there, and he's just getting a bit of grass practice. He's also trying to get some more ranking points, because he's trying to get into the top 32 before Wimbledon, so he doesn't meet one of the real stars early on.
Yeah, to have the good seeding.
And the sun's come back out again.
Sun has reappeared.
That was extraordinary. It was like an April shower, wasn't it?
It's still slightly drizzling.
See, that's the sort of thing that a week ago at Le Mans would have led to a Cadillac in the barriers and an hour-long safety car for barrier repairs.
Absolutely, yeah.
It has that sort of that dry rain smell. You know,
there's a word for that. The smell of rain after it's been hot for a long while.
Yes,
I read that the other day. That there is an actual word for that. Susie Dent, I'm sure, knows.
It's particular, isn't it? And that's what we've got at the moment. And whatever that shower was, it seems to have passed over and the sun's coming out. It does mean it's going to be very, very sticky for a little while.
We've got an electric Jaguar E-Type on track at the moment. An early S1's been converted. I looked at it earlier. So the engine, the battery is quite high up in the chassis. Apparently,
and is it under the front end, the battery unit?
Yeah.
Oh, the SE5A, or one of the SE5A. I don't know if both arrived. We're due to have 2 Avro SE5A fighters and a 504K light bomber. I saw a 504K, I saw one SE5A arrive, and SE5A has just taken off. And of course, the grass strip here at Bicester is exactly the sort of flying field that they. Yes. Well, that's why airfields got the name, and flying fields got the name, because they were fields rather than anything else. That's exactly the sort of terrain it was built for. Hence. High ground clearance, long suspension travel. You've got to have high ground clearance when you've got a 9-foot propeller anyway. So
and no nose wheels usually.
Yes, exactly. Yeah.
Tail draggers.
Yeah, but that was technology as much as anything else. Looking out on track now.
Back to the little car companies.
Bugatti Type 35. Now, those spreader bars on the side of it were not traditional fare on a Type 35 Bugatti, and they're not mandatory if you get a little car company version of the Type 35 either, but this is a 3/4 scale exact replica of a 3D scanned 1924 Grand Prix Type 35 Bugatti. So
I love that mixing of old technology, artisan workmanship and 3D. 3D scanning. So you've got it. I always remember going to look at the Bentley production line the first few times that I went up there, and we were doing some stuff for American TV, and the mix between what was still hand-crafted artisan workmanship, things like the wood shop where the polish, the finishing polish,
and paint and everything.
That could not be replicated by anything other than a human hand, a human eye, and experience. Cutting things out that you could do actually better than a human and more repeatable, that was being done by machines, and very expensive machines. I love that mix between the old and the new, keeping those artisanal skills.
Just going back to the E-Type, the one car that, as far as I've never seen an electric version, the one car that is crying out for a full EV conversion is a Citroen DS. It looks like a hovercraft crossed with a spaceship and sounds like a tractor.
Well, interestingly, there is someone not a million miles from here who's done one, done a Chiron Decapotable, and it already exists.
So that's taking 150 grand's worth of car and adding a 50 grand EV conversion.
I'm not sure it was a Decapotable when it started.
Well, so it wasn't a Chaperon then.
Well, but
it was a saloon.
That is what it is. It's an electric version of that. Land Rover all-wheel drive, legendary, perfect for these slippery, slidey.
So this is Land Rover
conditions.
Classics Defender V8 with its 550 horsepower V8. Not supercharged, this one.
Oh, okay.
But this is the Isla collection car in Heritage Grey, again with the Steely. So again, echoing the original launch Series 1 Land Rover with the steel wheels and just the HUE, which was the registration of the original launch Land Rover, which was as basic gets. It was built
hosed down the inside.
Well, it wasn't even hosed down. It was the fact that the rain was not keepable outable, and so the interior had to be wet weather and mud survivable.
I'm quite impressed how flat that's cornering. So I'm assuming it's had some work done on the chassis and the suspension as well.
It's basically a Ford GT in drag. I mean, none of it is Ford GT, but it is. Yeah, it is.
It's an F-Type.
It is.
You're absolutely right, John. It's cornering very flat now.
Oh, now where's your money on? Which corner?
Well, I think he'll get to 6th before he needs to slow down, because he'll be in 4th before he gets out of the starting gantry.
Well, how much?
First, second, third?
No, he hasn't changed it. That was the first gear change. It was just blipping the
So 620R.
I think he only got to 3rd gear at the most, possibly even 2nd gear there.
So 620R is a reference to the bhp per
power to weight ratio.
Power to weight ratio.
Yeah. So 620 bhp per ton, 500 kilo car, 310 horsepower, which is more than enough in a 1,000 kilo car, frankly, which has got. The one thing that you will learn if you drive a Caterham in the wet is when you turn the wheel, you are suddenly driving a very fast cold shower.
Yes, good point.
Because those cycle guards may guard cycles, but they do very little at all for stopping the water spraying all over your face.
It's the one thing.
Ask me how I know.
Yes, it's the one thing people never tell you when you get to jump into an open cockpit, either Formula car or sports car. When I raced the Radical SR3. Up at Donington, and I went for the test day. It's particularly cold Thursday and a bit damp. Nobody tells you how cold you get in those cars because there's air coming through the cockpit, there's water getting on your feet, wetting down your race suit, and that's what's coming in from the outside. And that's it is quite chilly in an open top car when you racing around at speed.
And the other thing with the lightweight of the Caterham and the big tyres is it does have epic brakes, and those are very easy to lock up as well. You could see him squirting along in a straight and then being very cautious. And again, same thing with this Morgan Plus 6.
The next plateau of cars are getting ready. It is the starter motor from Bicester Motion, and that will be our last track action of the day.
Yes.
So those of you watching on the stream, and I'm delighted to see it. We have our starter motor ambassador back. Good afternoon again. How are you?
Good afternoon. I'm very well indeed. It's nice to be back.
Is the slightly reduced grip going to cause any problems for you?
Almost certainly, but actually we're going behind the course car, so this is just a sort of demo lap.
Excellent.
Really. So top speeds of around 40 miles an hour.
Excellent. I think even I could handle that. Tell me a little bit about starter motor then. What is the concept behind it here at Bicester Heritage and Bicester Motion?
Well, the idea is to introduce the next generation to classic motoring. So we do 3 things. We expose this world to young people. So, for example, over this weekend, there's over 1,500 under-16s here with free starter motor tickets. We introduce young people to careers in the historic car world. All sorts of things, from organising events to becoming an engineer. And then the third thing we do is we provide a fleet of cars for young people to drive, enjoy, and to take to lots of events around the country and tell all their friends.
And how old do you have to be then to give this a go?
To be a driver, you have to be 17 with a driving license.
Right, so that's the same
young.
as So that's the same as a UK. For those of you watching and listening from abroad, 17 is the age of driving here, and you've got to have your driving test pass. Right, that's fine, but you can enjoy it from younger than that, presumably.
Yes, I mean what we do is we have track days and. We do lots of experience rides for people. Schools days, for example, when we have 300 or 400 16-year-olds here, once they've had their careers presentations, they all get a ride in an old car as a passenger, and it gives them a sort of a nice visceral experience. But we have some very lovely cars that are either donated to the charity
that was what I was going to ask.
Or loaned to us. And Haggerty Insurance is one of our principal sponsors. And they have a special product called the Starter Motor product, which enables young people as young as 17 to drive 200 horsepower cars.
Yeah. David, how did you get into this originally?
Me.
How long's the charity been going?
Well, the charity's been going for 5.5 years. Yeah. And I was involved in the periphery of that, and I've been in the charitable world in the past. One of my principal hobbies has been old cars, which I love, I adore, and I love the community, the people, and everything that goes on. So when the opportunity came up to develop the charity from where it was at that point, I leapt at it, and that was in 2019.
So where do you get your funding from, David? Because clearly this doesn't, people often don't like to talk about the filthy lucre, but it can't run itself. It's a charity, but it still takes a budget to run.
Yes, it is. It's quite expensive. We're running 11 road cars at the moment, so to keep those all fettled on the road, safe, as well as funding all of our school stays and our visits to events right across the country. It does take a lot of money. We have some very big sponsors, but pretty well everybody here who's bought a ticket, £1 from that ticket is coming to Starter Motor.
Excellent,
so today, tomorrow, that adds up to a lot of money. Bicester Motion are a massive supporter. Haggerty UK are a supporter. Chubb Insurance, Historic, are big supporters. And then we have several clubs like Scramblers. They're a big contributor. The Morgan Sports Car Club, we've got a Morgan here. Austin 10 Club, there's an Austin here. And various others. But lots and lots of individuals who just believe in and trust, who are already enthusiasts.
And you have a website?
Yeah, startermotor.co. It's simple as that.
And if anybody wants to find out how to donate or how to get involved, that is your first point of call. Just waiting. I can see the safety car pulling out after we've got, I think, 2 more runs, 1 more run perhaps after this, and then we'll get this parade underway. Obviously, this is UK based, David, and any thoughts about expanding into other parts of the world? I can only imagine there'd be plenty of interest from it.
Well, we have a fledgling Starter Motor in Austria. And one
in Austria,
run by a wonderful guy called Michael, who's just shares the enthusiasm. So they only started about 6 months ago, but they're using our logo and everything. You can't have subsidiary charities, but you can have linked charities, and then one in the Benelux in Holland.
Oh,
and it is great to spread it far and wide. The need here is quite acute, so we work back off the fact that the average age of classic car driver is 64. And the average age of a technician who mends and looks after all of our cars is 57. So if we do the arithmetics with 1 million classic cars that are out there in the UK, in 10 years' time, there's going to be 500,000 of them on the market because half the drivers are too old to drive them and no one to fix them.
Yeah.
So we must have new apprentices and enthusiasts and people to organise the events. So that is driving the mission. And we have a big partner, very important partner for us, is the Heritage Skills Academy, based here. And when I started working with the charity, there was only 30 apprentices in training for classic cars. There's now over 200.
That's fantastic.
And credit to Heritage Skills Academy, who've invested and built, and we're just funneling loads of people through into all the jobs.
Has it made life a little easier for you to have a relationship with a facility such as Bicester Motion and Bicester Heritage?
Oh, yes. Without a friend and a supporter like Bicester Heritage, they give us our offices, our facilities, our computers, our IT, and they place in that enormous hangar just behind the track all of our cars in the winter to keep them safe and sound, and they don't charge. So we get enormous. So it's critical for cars that are lined up at the moment, which I think are about to go off. And I can tell you about a few of them and who the drivers are. It's critical that we have that kind of support, and they've been there from the start and increased year on year.
And having this in one place, sorry, Andrew, and having this in one place also actually distills people's mentality and shines a light on the classic car and the automotive industry as a whole?
Yes, we hope so. We think that like breeds like, these guys who borrow these cars and they use them for their own events, they're telling all their mates. And actually, the most powerful marketing you can do is word of mouth.
Totally agree.
And the whole thing is about demonstration.
I'm interested that the first car behind the Polestar 2 safety car is what a few people wouldn't necessarily think of as a classic car. It's a Mark 1 Audi TT convertible roadster.
Yes, and it's now 21 years old. And the two guys, it's older than the driver, who's 20. And Izzy is actually doing the filming. She does our social media. And it's a great starter car for young people to try out. It's very powerful, 225 horsepower.
Oh, right, 225.
Four-wheel drive. And it's great fun to have. In contrast to the second car, which is driven by Andrew, with Gracie sitting next to him. And Andrew is a aerodynamic designer, age 23, at Aston Martin Formula One. But he loves cars, and he's one of our ambassadors. But that car is 10 horsepower, so slightly less powerful than the Audi in front of it. Now,
there's a Jag, is there?
There's an E-Type. That's the Moss E-Type. One of our ambassadors looks after that car at Moss Jaguar, and he's driving the car along with his boss, sitting in the passenger seat. So that's his day job, is looking after E-Types. But Moss Jaguar are brilliant because a car further back is an S-Type Jaguar, and they've adopted it, and they manage all the maintenance on that car for us.
Now, you mentioned in the first two cars that half of the complement of passengers there were female. So there was two females in that. What's the split? Because we often hear about the bars to engineering for young females. Do you find that there is an interest?
Yeah, we've got 30 ambassadors. These are volunteers that are with us consistently using the cars, 10 of whom are girls.
Good.
And we've got enthusiasts on the mechanical end. We've got social media specialists, various individuals who just love what we're doing. General media. I need to mention that last car, by the way.
Of course you do.
That's driven by Simon. He works at Kingsbury Racing, who do the Bentleys. He's 22 years old, comes from Belgium, and he's built that car himself out of his pocket money, and it's a Model T Speedster, and it's totally 100% built by him. 100% built by him. And it's a very special thing, and we're very excited to have Simon as an ambassador. So there's a couple of cars that are show and tell. The Morgan is because we're supported by Morgan Sports Car Club, and the MG is a lovely V8. And that was given to the charity in the will of a gentleman who died last summer who loved us and always supported us.
Plug the website again, please, Steve.
Yes, startermotor.co.
Thank you very much indeed. What a way to finish off the first day of Flywheel 2023, the 10th anniversary. We've had sunshine and showers in terms of the weather, but it's all been brilliantly bright on track and in the air.
One quick one from me. The Spitfire is about to take off and depart for another air show somewhere.
It'll be back tomorrow.
It'll be back tomorrow, yes. So it's great planes as well as great cars today.
And we'll be back tomorrow as well, Martin Haven, with Andrew Marriott and me, John Hindhaugh. It's been a cracking day. If you've enjoyed some of it or all of it, please try and come back tomorrow. Those of you who've been here today, please drive safely and steadily on the way home.
And just before you go, if you are watching the airfield, the Avro 504 and one of the SE5As has just departed. The Spitfire is refuelling, so that will be on its way shortly as well. So plenty else to see and do for the rest of the afternoon.
Thank you to all of our marshals and volunteers. What a great first day of Flywheel 2023, the 10th anniversary of this event here at Bicester Heritage. On behalf of all of our technical team and the organising team here at Bicester, with big thanks to Steve Slater, who's been brilliant on the aeronautical side of things. Please come back and join us tomorrow. Have a great Saturday evening. But from everyone here, it's bye for now.